Testing, testing.
Check, check.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to round one of the Leaving a Legacy Open. This is Jerry Me, joined in the booth by the one and only Mr. Pat Uglow. How's it going, Pat?
I'm doing well, man. How are you?
I'm excited.
We're good for round one, which is better improving over our last.
Yeah, better
stream.
than last year when we had to skip round one due to tech issues.
Round one and maybe round two.
Maybe round two,
it was
but
a little dicey.
We're doing good. We are at 104 participants today.
Nice.
Making this a 5K, which is what we were shooting for.
Yep.
I am super excited about that. Super happy.
Same.
And we got a great round one, Pat.
Yeah, we have a friend of the cast, actually recent guest, Roland Chang.
Yes.
On Yori and Death and Taxes.
Yori and Death and Taxes versing Zachary Grant on Painted Stone. So should be a nice, interesting match.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. So Roland leads off here with basic planes and probably Viola.
There it is.
Yeah. It's off to a good start. Now, in this matchup, so the Yori and Death and Taxes is not a deck that I've gotten a chance to personally play, but how do you feel like the matchup is here for Roland?
I mean, the great thing about Death and Taxes is it's pretty consistent against the entire field.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're never really dead against any deck in the meta. Really, it's just a matter of can you survive long enough to, get your engine going, get your hate bears to slow them down. You kind of play a delay game in the early couple of turns and then kind of take over with pretty brutal card advantage. Whereas I feel Zach, on the other hand, is going to, try and go for a bit of a faster game plan.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Now, that's not to say that Painted Stone doesn't have any prison elements. We've got things like Blood Moons and Ensnaring Bridges in the deck list, so it's by no means a super fast combo deck, but it is still a combo deck.
Yep.
The ultimate goal is to win in a single turn.
Some full screen for us here, see a little bit better.
Excellent. And yes, as the chat is mentioning, Roland Chang is an absolute baller with his Japanese foil deck.
Oh, 1,000%, yeah. I told you, Roland Chang is my plug when I'm trying to get cards from Japan over here. I don't do the foil stuff, but I do like the Japanese cards.
Roland is actually the reason why Pat's kids won't be able to afford college.
1,000%, yeah.
And Roland's dropping a Mother Runes off the vial, meaning he gets to untap, and that Mother becomes active immediately, which is pretty nice because Zach, being a Painter Servant deck, is running a whole bunch of removal in the forms of things like Abrade and also Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast, which, even though Mother of Runes is white, once that Painter Servant come down, those Red Elemental Blasts turn into the best removal in Legacy.
I think right now Roland is in good control of this game. I mean, we do have Zach with I believe it's an Ensnaring Bridge out, but Roland just wasted his Ancient Tomb, so definitely good for. Actually, I think.
He wasted the Ancient Tomb.
So yeah, definitely good for Roland there. Nice little tempo play.
Yep, yeah. It's being a Sneak and Show player that runs a lot of soul lands, getting your soul lands wasted like that really screws you up because you have all the math planned out for, all right, I'm going to drop this and this, and then I can activate it. And taking out that Ancient Tomb can be the difference between Zachary being able to win the game and, just having to pass the turn.
Yep.
What's up, everyone? Thanks for joining us. Really excited. Really great turnout, which we're really happy about. I think this is one of the largest Leaving Legacy Opens we've ever done.
I think we definitely do around 100 is always like a good number for us. Which we
last couple have been like 85, 90, and then today we broke 104. And also, just back to the match, Zach just did an Imperial Recruiter, fetching up that Painter Servant like we mentioned.
Yep.
And Roland, not to be outfetched, drops his Stoneforge Mystic.
Yep.
Getting the Jitte, it looks like. He's moving that to the top.
He's thinking about it.
Jitte is pretty good because a creature-based combo deck like Painted Stone, being able to use the Jitte to have that removal option is useful, but taking care of a Painter Servant with the Jitte isn't the most reliable prospect. He does seem to be wavering. Yep. And he decided he's going to go for that Jitte.
I mean, it makes sense, right? You don't really want Batterskull here just because of the existence of Ensnaring Bridge.
Exactly. That Batterskull's not going to be able to get under that Ensnaring Bridge anytime soon. And Jitte is actually a good way to win the game through an Ensnaring Bridge because you can swing in with the Stoneforge Mystic for one, get in under that Ensnaring Bridge, And then once you have a bunch of counters on the Jitte, once the Stoneforge Mystic is attacking or any one power creature is attacking, you can then remove the counters from Jitte, pumping it up,
Right.
giving it that lethal punch that you need to win the game.
Yep.
Let's see what comes next. Roland is ticking that vial up to 3, meaning he can do some Flicker Wisp traps. Though I don't think we've really seen what else he has in his hand just yet. Sounds good.
This is the first live Magic I've gotten a chance to be a part of in quite a while, Jerry. I'm pretty excited about today, actually.
Honestly, my only regret about today is that I myself am not playing in the tournament.
We have to just get Zach to do this by himself so we can just play.
Yeah, speaking of, we do also have our good friend, Zach Targaryen. He will be in the booth with us. He is actually scouting the round 1 decks right now, looking for some spicy deck lists to bring you guys for round 2 coverage. After this round, we'll we're going to adjust the lights to help that glare issue. I know that glare is making it a little hard to see what's going on Roland's side of the board. And for our viewers asking about Zach's deck list, it does appear it is a mono red painted stone list. Going down the list here, he's got 4 Karn the Great Creators, 1 Breya, 4 Goblin Engineer, 4 Goblin Welder. So definitely the Welders really come in handy with, if your Painted Servant or Grindstone get removed, those Welders can just bring them back into play, making it a very resilient combo. But against Roland, it's not going to do much good if he gets his Painter Servant Swords to Plowshares.
Right, exactly.
Ain't no coming back from that.
Yeah, he's going to have to get that. He's going to have to really be precise with when he hits that.
Yep, but it's interesting that if you have the Welders out, you can almost use them as a pseudo Mother of Runes.
Right, weld them out, weld them
Just
back in.
weld them out, let the Swords of Plowshares dissipate, and then weld
Yep.
the Painter Servant back into play. Roland is there's the red elemental blast. He has this. Oh, he used it on the Jitte. Right. That was a very good play.
Yeah, I like that.
Can't use the Mother of Ruins, and of course the Painter Servant turns everything the color of choice.
Right.
Little blue.
Little blue.
You're my boy, blue.
All right, so yeah, that's definitely a nice play by Zach there for sure.
I don't think the players are updating the life totals.
I don't know if anyone's swung in yet, though.
I thought I saw the. Oh, maybe that was just the Stoneforge Mystic activating. I thought the Stoneforge Mystic swung in, but I might have been mistaken.
Oh, should have gotten hit for 2 by the Ancient Tomb, though, right?
Yeah, as well. We're gonna get that corrected, guys.
No orbs in the sideboard for Painter. All right, cool. So we got our we got Spirited Labyrinth out here. And we got our lives updated as well.
Taking a look, I do not see any Torpor orbs in either player sideboard.
Yep. Yeah, so it looks like we're having an issue with the video as well. So we'll try to figure that out in the in between rounds here. Cardboard Live in the chat. What up?
What up, Cardboard Live? Roland is tapping out here. It seems to be some sort of confusion. Oh, he is tapping out to put Urian from
Oh
exile
yeah.
into his hand so that Urian will be activatable. Right now, only kind of giving him a benefit of the Stoneforge Mystic.
Yep.
But we'll see what else he deploys. Now, Roland is in a precarious position right now because Zach does have his combo in play. He has both the Painter's Servant and the Grindstone, meaning he's very close to being able to win the game. And I think we see the consultation in Roland's actions as he's trying to figure out a way out of this predicament.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny. Roland had that nice tempo play earlier of wastelanding that ancient tomb, but Zach's pretty much clawed his way back from that point.
Yep, and that's what I was saying in the beginning is what Roland has to watch out for is while Painted Stone is a slower combo deck, it is still a combo deck.
Mm-hmm.
Roland passes the turn, it appears. Or maybe not. Now he passes the turn.
Yeah. And I think he's looking up what a card does, maybe?
Apparently.
Oh, he's giving it to his opponent so he can read.
He's
he
explaining
can read
to his
Urian.
opponent. And that, of course, is because Roland's deck is in Japanese.
Right.
Japanese foil. Now, Zach is activating the Painted Stone, and Roland is scooping it up.
Yep.
Figured that was going to happen, but, you got to play it out. All right, guys. While they shuffle up here, we're going to try and see if the video quality we can improve a little bit. If you're still getting stuttering images, let us know.
All right. Be right back, guys.
All right, guys. Sorry about that delay. I think we are up and running now. We pulled some levers, twisted some knobs, and it looks like we have a better stream quality. Definitely let us know if we start dropping frames again. Getting back into the match here, we have Zach dropping an early welder, it appears, with Roland just sitting on double planes. Also, Zach playing probably MVP of Legacy right now. Good old Urza. That Urza Saga is already on 2. Not much to show for on Roland's side of the board, but maybe he's just playing slow and steady wins the race. No, we have.
That is a shiny Rashad port.
Yeah, that is a blinding Rashad port. We have not done the hot wings yet, and yeah, just for any of our viewers who may not be aware yet, we do have a charity drive going on today where every dollar raised goes to the Room to Grow charity. And at every $50 increment, Pat and I have a delicious sample box of 10 hot sauces, varying in spiciness from not very spicy all the way up to the current world record holder, world's hottest hot sauce. And for every $50 raised, we will be moving up the ladder in spiciness. So at $500, Pat and I will live on stream eat the world's hottest hot sauce, and you will probably get to see us cry.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it.
For our viewers at home who would like to donate, we will be posting up a PayPal link for you to donate once we have that going. It's probably going to be after the next round. And, great charity. We've donated to them before, had lots of events before. Really looking forward to it.
So it looks like every time I pull out Twitch chat, it's like slowing down the stream for whatever reason. So I'm going to close the stream chat. We'll just use it on the phone because see how it's all jumpy again?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just do that. Sorry about that, guys. We're just working out some kinks. As always, it's always something going on.
It's because I jinxed it. I'm like, we're going to be ready for round 1.
Yeah, that's what it was. All right, so I think right now we see Zach in a pretty commanding lead.
Yeah, I can't really make what that out is. We'll fix
Is that
the
a
glare.
proxied card or like a little token? Oh, it must be from the saga.
Oh, it's the saga token. That's what it is.
Yeah. See, it's already better.
Yep.
Anyway, this is what happens when the guys who are like doing all the technical stuff are also the announcers,
The commentators.
Yeah, you hear us in the background having secondary conversations. The actual matches. Our apologies, guys.
Don, yes, if you'd like to come down and wear your lobster suit, we would really appreciate that. Come on down in your lobster suit.
Oh, we got Zach playing Python Needle.
That Pithing Needle is probably going to be naming a Stoneforge Mystic, I would bet. Though there are lots of targets for it to name, Wastelands, Vile.
It's on that tiny piece of paper.
That tiny, tiny paper.
You want to go find out what it says?
Yeah, I can go take a look. Oh, okay. We do see Roland has Swords to Plowshares in hand. That'll come in handy should Zach go for the combo. It may not remove completely the Painter Servant since the Welder is in play to protect it, but it will at least slow him down. And, he is using the Swords to Plowshare on the Urza's token.
Stoneforge.
And as we suspected, that Pithing Needle is naming Stoneforge, which is why Roland hard-casted his Jitte and equipped. Jitte getting some counters, and Roland using the counters on Jitte to eliminate that Welder.
Yep.
Already Roland is clawing back and turning this match around in his favor.
Well, listen, Roland's a very good legacy player. He is not. He's not going to, lay down for anybody. That's for sure.
Zach appears to be
I guess
shuffling
for
up.
these, I'm taking hot sauce money to give to them later. So if you want to donate to make them be in pain.
That was, if you could hear in the background, that was the store owner, Michelle, easing our transition to pain.
Yeah, for real. We'll probably do it between rounds, I think, when we have time.
Yeah, between rounds, we'll start serving up the hot wings. And, well, we have some guests that are going to join us in the booth and join us for some hot wings as well.
Be a good time. All right, crack and pedal. Is this Fury?
It looks like it. Taking a look. Yep. Zach is running 3 copies of Fury in the sideboard, which he has brought in. And that Fury is eliminating the Stoneforge Mystic. Now, it's kind of interesting, Pat. Looking around today, I didn't see that much blue.
Really?
Yeah, I was talking to people. They're like, yeah, this is my first tournament not running a blue deck. And
wow.
Look at this. Our round 1 matchup is 2 non-blue decks.
Yeah?
We might see a very low turnout for the blue decks this tournament.
Which is interesting because I think every metagame prediction was going to be like, oh, you'll probably see like quarter of the decks being blue-red Delver.
Right. And we got 104 participants today, making it a 5K. I was really happy about that. Was really hoping we hit a 5K, and there we did.
Sonny was shopping. Thanks for the follow. So I'm just seeing some of these notifications here in the mini feed. All right, we got Zach with 2 grindstones in play now. Just in case, a little bit of redundancy.
Yeah, a little redundancy. Unfortunately, the second grindstone doesn't help you win the game.
Right.
That much harder. And Roland playing that Spirit of Labyrinth again. Making good use of it.
Passes turn.
Fury crashing in.
And
another source to plowshares from Roland. He is chock full of them this match.
He is. All right. Zach up to 22.
Yep. Though Roland does have that pretty beefy Spirit of the Labyrinth with 3 power. He's going to start chunking at Zach pretty soon and equipping that Jitte to it. Oh, and another Fury, though. Man, so much for that plan.
Yeah. Roland's cards are so shiny, can't even see my camera right now. Unbelievable.
We got another Stoneforge Mystic. Believe that's a Cauldron Complete, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it looks like it's an all art. I believe it's Cauldron Complete though, based on the info there. Come on back, Blacklist.
Thanks for the follow, short fat friend. Everyone needs one of those.
Thank you. It was a lion sash, actually. That Roland pulled up.
Okay.
Got another Spirit of the Labyrinth.
It's not quite at play.
Takes
there it is.
There
Now it's there.
It's like in chess. It's like in
Right,
chess
yeah.
It's until you let go.
Exactly.
Until you let
yeah.
go.
If you haven't let go of the piece, it's not technically a move. All right, Stoneforge gets in, hits for 1. He's gonna keep that Ancient Tomb tapped down here. So Zach a little choked on mana right now, actually.
Yeah, Roland is doing what Death and Taxes does best, and really managing his opponent's resources.
Yep. But he hasn't. I don't think he's played a Wasteland, and I think Zach has just been really short on mana this entire game.
Yeah, he's been and another Fury.
Wow, a Simian Spirit Guide. Okay.
Damn, that was a good Fury. Doing it for the evoke cost though.
Wow.
Because Zach does not have the mana really.
Right. Just clear the board.
You know, while that was that's
Thalia.
a nice Thalia,
Yep,
especially
Thalia will
when
be good.
Zach's already choked on mana.
Yep.
But yeah, I believe that was all 3 of Zach's Furies that we have seen.
I think so. Yeah.
And so Zach is now out of Furies.
we got
No more
Goblin
Furies
Welder
left
here,
in
I
his deck
believe.
list.
All right.
Now that Goblin Welder is not going to be long for this world because that Jitte still has a counter on it.
Indeed.
And
And it's getting equipped.
crashing in, going to get some more counters on it.
Now he's gonna want to chump here. He's gonna chump block.
Yep.
He's gonna pump the Thalia.
Now, having 3 counters on that Jitte is pretty useful because it means it's going to be very hard for Zach to keep a Painter Servant in play, especially with all of his welders biting the dust.
Yep.
Now, Zach did find another land. It was a very useful land in Urza's Saga.
Right.
So that is going to give him the little bit of mana that he needs, as well as allow him to possibly put up some defense against this Thalia. Though by the time that Urza's token comes online, that Thalia is going to be pretty big with all those counters on Jitte, meaning it's not really going to be able to stand up to it. But it does delay it a little bit, which
Right.
might be just what Zach needs in order to find his combo and
Yep.
somehow find a way to make it stick.
All right. And goes Thalia. All right. We're just keep taking those counters up. That's
Yeah.
really all he's doing right now. Is just keep the counters up.
I think that's smart because Roland knows that Zach is running ensnaring bridges in his deck.
Oh, sure. Yep.
And
yep.
this way, if Zach, throws down a ensnaring bridge, he can crash in with the Thalia and then pump it to finish him off.
Yep.
And there is the Lion Sash coming into play as well. Lion Sash actually really good against Zach with his welders, even though his welders haven't been able to stick. If they were able to stick, that Lion Sash would mean they don't have very many targets to choose
Right.
from.
Right.
Actually, any targets to choose from. Yep, yeah, that's correct, Shade. Roland's putting counters on the Jitte. You can see he's at 5 counters now.
Oh, and here's a Painter Servant.
There is the Painter Servant tapping out for it, which means Zach is not going to be able to activate.
Right.
I'm guessing we're going to see Roland remove that Painter Servant post haste. But he does have time. Zach is tapped out.
Another land for Roland. I bet he would love to see a Wasteland come up.
Oh, and Roland also, I see a Source of Plowshares in his hand. Probably not that scared
And
of that.
Batter Skull, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think Roland's too worried at this point.
Mm-hmm. And then I believe it's also got a Council's Judgment in there as well.
Yeah, he's got lots of removal.
Yeah, yeah.
If I was in Roland's shoes, I would really be fighting over the Painter Servant, though, since Zach does. Yep, and there we see it. Source of Plowshares.
Yep.
It's not really worth using a Council's Judgment on a Grindstone when Zach already has 2 in play.
Right, right. All right, Thalia getting in again. Just chunking away a little bit by little bit.
Yep. I don't think Zach is updating his scorecard again.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a little time for the people to update the iPads for us. There we go. All right.
There we go. Big chunk of life.
Yeah, that could happen. That could happen.
Yeah, Lion Sash wasn't printed the last time we had Leaving a Legacy open up, and it looks like Zach is scooping it up at
So
that.
we're going into game 3 now.
Pretty exciting. I would say pretty lopsided matches each one. Zach won game 1 pretty handedly, and Roland won game 2 pretty handedly.
Well, I thought that Zach would be in a better spot when he got out that really early grindstone, but
yeah,
honestly, that the Ancient Tomb being tapped down for most of the game by the Rashad import really like bought Roland a ton of time, and Zach really got choked on mana there.
he did. Yeah, Zach had some unluckiness of of getting mana screwed, but also Roland drawing like a fiend all of that removal, making sure that Zach just could not keep anything in play.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. All right, we're gonna let these guys shuffle up. I'm gonna go take a look and see what we have for charity, Jerry. If we need to eat some hot wings.
All right, Pat, take a look. We'll be posting the link up shortly if people would like to donate. We're going to be getting the hot wings. We're probably going to start eating the hot wings after round 3. That way we can do a whole bunch of them all at once. Yeah, I would agree. I do think Zach is favored overall. Just having that combo finish really helps. You know, both decks have their prison elements, but the big difference in my eyes is that Zach can win in a single fell swoop, whereas Roland does have to get the damage in. Both players are drawing their opening hands. We got another. We got Wasteland Plains. Roland drew another Spirit of the Labyrinth in his opening hand. How many Spirit of the Labyrinths is Roland running? Oh, he's running the 4 Spirit of the Labyrinths. No wonder he's drawing so many.
Yeah, he's feeling it. He's feeling it
Full
today.
play set of Spirit of the Labyrinth.
I couldn't find Michelle. I think she's out putting a fire out somewhere. So, got a 104-player tournament today. So she's got a lot going on. So we'll find her. We'll find her in the next few rounds.
We'll see. Roland is not running any Urza Sagas today. He's running the 4 of Wasteland, 4 Rashad and Port, a full 4 of Caracas, 2 Fields of Ruin, 2 Iganjo, Seat of the Empire, and 16 Plains. Now, Roland does have Grafdigger's Cage and Leyline of the Void in his sideboard. I'm wondering if he brought in the Leyline of the Void, seeing the Welders from Zach, or if Roland feels like it's not as necessary. He more has those Leylines for things like Dredge and Reanimator.
Yeah.
Not so much for the value.
Right. All right, so I missed what Zach had out there, but I got an early Swords from Roland there.
And I do not see any Revokers on Roland's list here. Oh, no, I apologize. He's running a 1 single Phyrexian Revoker main. Yeah, that's a little bit unusual for Death and Taxes. No Pithing Needles and only 1 Revoker. So really relying more on the Spirit of the Labyrinths for those slots. I believe that's an Alt-Art Abrade, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. It's hard to tell with the...
I don't think that was a braid. No, I don't think that was a braid. I'm not sure what that was.
Yeah. It's hard to tell. We had to lower the resolution of the cameras in order to keep the stream from stuttering. Twin Shot Sniper.
Oh, okay. Good call.
Thank you. Not a card very often seen.
I do love that Chad has dozens more sets than we do, so it's always extremely helpful.
For sure.
All right, Zach plays a Great Furnace, I believe, and maybe an Engineer, I think.
Yeah, I believe that is Goblin Engineer.
Furnace gets wastelanded. Perlet on 1.
That is going to make it very hard for Zach to cast some grindstones.
Yes, indeed.
Zach does have lots of removal,
And his
but
blast as well.
yeah, and his blasts, exactly, which is his primary removal source. He does still have the abrades. He was only running 1 twin shot sniper, so that has already been played. Yeah, basically putting Zach on 2 copies of abrade as his out at that point.
He does have Fury, right?
Oh yeah,
I guess
that's
he has
right.
the Furies.
I forgot about the Furies.
So the
You're
Furies
right.
do kind of play around that a little bit, which is nice. So
So-
he has a few more outs to it.
Those should have come in or should have stayed in after brought in off the sideboard.
Mm-hmm.
There's an Ancient Tomb from Zach, helping out his mana. Tapping
Alright.
for 3.
Magus.
Ooh, Magus. Now, Roland has plenty of planes, but it is going to prevent him from Rashad importing or wastelanding Zach. So Zach should be okay on mana for the rest of the game as long as that Magus stays in play.
Right.
Though I do see a Flicker Wisp from Roland, so if he really wants to, he can get spicy there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right.
I
Wait.
believe we're going to see the Flicker Wisp here.
Bang.
Going to do the Recruiter, get some value off of it. Well, we'll see. I believe it's going to be the Recruiter. And Roland is left with a single Wasteland in hand.
Yep.
Zach is responding. Ooh, there's the Abrade. Abrade on Recruiter, Flicker Wisp trigger, fizzles.
How did he cast the Abrade? Did he have a Saving Spirit Guide in hand again?
I don't see one in the... Yeah, I don't know. Are we missing a mana somewhere? It's interesting that he would use the Abrade there instead of on the Sanctum Prelate, though.
Right. He drew a plane for turn, looks like.
Roland's flooding out just a bit.
Flicker Wisp, I mean, doing a pretty good impression of Delver right now, so
That's true.
It's not nothing for him. And I believe he played another Wasteland there. Or I'm sorry, maybe it was a port. All right, Zach playing out another Great Furnace, which is just a basic mountain.
Thank you for the raider, Mario. Appreciate it. Hope you've been good, man. I haven't talked to you in a while. And we got a Karn out of Zach.
Okay.
Man, this is going a little bit back and forth. I feel Roland's running out of steam, though.
He has been flooded out the last few draws, so.
Yeah.
And is this
It looks like a liquid metal coating.
Okay, yep.
Which means
Roland is on borrowed time right now.
Yeah, that liquid metal coating is gonna start doing some work.
All right.
Oh,
Karn.
actually, I take that back.
Karn goes.
Karn goes with bye-bye. What's that? Is it
We
Batter
see
Skull?
Yorion.
Oh, Yorion.
Yep.
There he is.
Now Roland with some real power on the board here.
Yep. Not much value off of Yorion, though, because it's not like there's anything for the Flicker Wisp to do either.
Right, right.
Roland needs some comes into play abilities.
Right. All right. Zach with another mountain. We see liquid metal coating here. Or I'm sorry. Is that
I see
Microsoft- is that
Yeah,
lattice?
I think that's actually a bridge.
Oh.
That doesn't matter. It looks like it's getting removed. I thought it was a liquid metal coating.
All right.
Man, I just can't keep up with all of these alternate art, secret layer.
Well, Bridge didn't stay. Yeah, Roland going to work here. I think Zach is on 1 card in hand right now. Another Great
Ooh.
Furnace. Yep.
You know, I was focused so much on Roland's hand, I didn't really realize just how little steam Zach
Yeah,
had
he
left,
had
too.
been flooding out. He had that Karn, but because of Roland's threats, he was able to just kill that Karn outright.
Yeah, rough for Zach. Game 2, he got screwed. In Game 3, he got mana flooded.
Yep.
Roland is also flooded here a bit. But that, I believe, is a Batterskull in hand.
Yeah, I mean, Roland is not even worried about that at this point. I wouldn't think with Yorion and Flicker Wisp in there getting damage on every turn.
Yeah, not to mention the Skyclave either.
Yeah, he's
got plenty of power on board, and it's not like Zach has any sweepers to deal with it.
right.
I think Zach's hoping for an ensnaring bridge off the top, and
Yep,
doesn't
off
find
the
it.
shake. Wow, nicely done by Roland there.
Yeah, very nicely done. Good stuff. That was an awesome first round. Sorry for the technical difficulties in the beginning.
Yeah, doing our best to keep it going here.
Doing our best.
So that was awesome. Round one. Roland takes it down 2-1 on Yorion Death and Taxes, and yeah, we'll be back here for round two in a few minutes.
Just a few minutes.
Awesome.
See y'all
Thanks
then.
for hanging out, guys.
starting. All right, we're back, and I am joined in the booth this round with Zach. How you doing, man?
Good. Yourself?
I'm good. Glad to have you back with us. And we got a Yorion on Yorion action for this matchup.
Yes, but it's on the
Go
wrong
to
camera.
overhead. There you go. There we go. That's a little bit better. A little
Much better.
sneak peek of the follow-up matchup.
Yeah.
We got Tom Kessler going out strong with a Aether Vial. We got Death and Taxes Yorion versus 4-color Yorion.
Yep, decks with a lot of tutoring that have a lot of repeatability in their cards.
Yep, exactly. And Tom is bringing out the Lion Sash, which we saw last game to put to some use. How useful do you feel that is against 4-color Yorion?
It's probably on the low end of things.
Yeah.
There's obviously going to be some interaction because, again, in like a 4-color Yorion Zenith pile, something is going to use the graveyard.
Right.
They just have a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
But overall, it's not going to be as good as it can be.
Yeah, looking at the list, all I really see is Room Map Excavator is really the only thing it might affect. But
Are there any like Uros in the list?
I'm not seeing any, but it is one of those looks like a commander deck type
Right,
list
exactly.
with
A lot
like
of ones,
a lot of
ones.
one-ups. So I might be missing something, but I do not see any Uros or anything like that. Really, just the Room Map is all I'm seeing right off the bat.
Yeah, so Lion Sash has a nice thing going for it that Scavenging Ooze always had, where it just has a good floor.
Yeah, it's like even when it's not graveyard hate, it's still just a pretty powerful life-gaining equipment / creature.
Right. So it's definitely going to have a little bit of interaction.
Yeah, for sure. And what would you say is kind of the favored deck in this matchup?
Truthfully, I don't know. Only because this is just going to be, in my opinion, probably pretty close to a 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
They are both decks that play to the board. They are both pretty powerful. And they both have cards that are immensely problematic for the other player.
Yes.
So I think this is just going to be a lot of, as Yorion decks tend to go, a lot of grinding, a lot of value, and whoever comes out on top in that war is just going to end up winning it. I think if I had to give it to a particular deck here, I think Zenith is probably a little bit more powerful, but D&T has a lot more cards that can immensely swing the matchup immediately. Like I'm sure like Kessler's list, do we have like a Spirit of the Labyrinth or something?
Yeah, taking a look, Kessler's list. Yes, he's running 4 copies of Spirit of the
Right.
Labyrinth. And
Cards like that can just, I'm going to vial this in, brick a brainstorm or something like that, and just
Right.
end the game.
exactly. And actually, now that I've had a chance to kind of look at Gabriel's list a little bit more, I do see there is also 1 copy of Life from the Loam.
Okay,
So
so,
that's
that's a
Sash
nod for
target.
Sash.
And then there's also a couple of Uros. They were hiding in
They
there.
were hiding.
But there are some Uros in Gabriel's list.
Yeah. I think overall, the Zenith deck's probably favored, but I think D&T has more than a puncher's chance here.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at last round, Painter Servant was favored against Zenith, and
Or against
against D&T, and D&T still came out on top. So
Right.
D&T is definitely one of those decks you can't sleep on. They're never really quite out of the match.
Yep. And we have a great turn here from Tom.
Yeah, Skyclaving, and then being able to swing in with the Spirit and adding some tokens onto that Jitte. That's
Right.
pretty good.
It means that this is going to be protected against any damage-based removal with
Yep.
the GT, and Gabriel may have a hard time climbing out from underneath a GT without the ability to draw extra cards.
Right, exactly. Especially, that Jitte pays dividends, and it's knocking down Gabriel's defenses. He can't get his Ice Fang Coatls online.
Right.
Even things just like Birds of Paradise.
Well, even things like Endurance, something
Yeah.
that's a big threat that would normally come down here and eat an attacking 3-1, suddenly gets eaten by an attacking 3-1.
Right. Yeah, definitely. We saw Jitte put in a lot of work round 1, and it looks like in round 2, Jitte is going to be doing a lot of work as well.
A legacy staple for a reason.
For sure. Still remember when that card came out.
Yeah, that was a messed up limited format.
Right.
That was when I started playing Magic for the second time. And
Yep.
I was like, what is happening? What are these cards?
I remember going to that pre-release and getting that card in the pre-release and being like, oh, I guess this is okay. I'll try it out. And it's like, oh, Absolute bomb status.
Yep. Oh, okay. Gabriel is tapping some mana at instant speed for, looks like, that endurance, actually.
Yep. Let's see if that endurance actually stays on board for very long.
Again, with this GT here and the shuffle effect not doing a ton.
Yep.
Okay.
Just like we said, that endurance dying. And hopefully the visibility is a little bit better for you guys. We fixed the overhead lighting to hopefully reduce the glare. Hopefully that makes it a little bit better for you guys viewing it at home.
Yep. So we still have this Vial on 3. Okay, so Tom's using his actual mana to cast a Stoneforge, and Gabriel is considering what to do. Haven't quite seen the cards in Gabriel's hand. He keeps them pretty straight up and down. That's just fine. Looks like we have a Force pitching a Teferi.
Yep. That's a big pitch to that Force. You know, you don't want to be just tossing those lightly because it is the only copy in Gabriel's list.
Of Force or of Teferi?
Of Teferi.
Okay. Well, Teferi's not great in this matchup.
That's true. That's true.
The instant speed interaction aspect of it is kind of lost, and yeah, I guess bouncing a Vial or something like that is good, but it's kind of our damage has been done.
True. Oh, man. The chicken wings have just been delivered. The chicken wings. We'll be doing the hot sauce challenge shortly. Once we get a chance, we'll get the donation link posted up on here. I'm going to talk to Pat on how we can do that. So if you viewers at home would like to donate to the Hot Wings Challenge, you can. All proceeds going to the Room to Grow charity.
That's a good thing. Meanwhile, Gabriel has cast an arrow, gained some life, drawn a card, and then looks to be passing. He's passed the turn and is being attacked.
Taking a look, prismatic. Yeah, 4 times prismatic endings.
Yep. And it's a very good card and very good in this deck as it scales up pretty much better than any other deck in Legacy.
Right. If only the Wizards had released that purple color.
Yeah. So we have a second Spirit coming down here, making sure that Gabriel cannot use cards like Uro to keep getting ahead.
Right. And at only 8 life, I believe Gabriel is dead on board.
Right. I'm sure that he has something to stop dying, but I'm not sure it's something that can pull him out.
Yeah. Looking at his list, I don't see very much that could help him in this.
Well, even cards like the aforementioned prismatic ending, just taking threats off of the board.
Yeah, I mean, he could take the spirit that's equipped, but...
Well, you have to take the GT.
Oh, yeah, true. No, he's just going to scoop it up instead.
Okay. Yeah, the GT is the problem there, because the GT stops all blockers.
True.
And is just a lethal threat on its own.
Right.
So, as they're both going to sideboard, why don't you pass me one of these lists? We'll see what's going on here. I have Gabriel's list in front of me. Sideboard consists of some Carpet of Flowers, which are not good here. A Force of Vigor. We could easily see a Force of Vigor, especially after getting roughed up by some artifacts that game.
Mm-hmm.
Pyroblasts are no good. Surgical's no good. Urian, no, I think that's going to stay on the sideboard. Flusterstorms are no good. Seeds of Innocence, which is good, again, for the same reason. Another way to blow up all those pesky D&T artifacts.
For sure.
Veil of Summer, definitely not coming in. But the big hit here is there are 3 Plague Engineers.
Ooh, that is going to be useful.
Yeah, a lot of 1 toughness things out of D&T.
And coming out of Tom's sideboard, we have the Yorion, of course, but that's not coming in. We have a Containment Priest, a single Path to Exile. You know, if Tom feels like he wants a little bit more removal, I could see in this matchup. We have the Wandering Emperor, 2 Council's Judgments, a Peacekeeper, 4 Leyline of the Void, which I don't think is worth the spots.
No, not here.
A Grafdigger's Cage, same thing. 2 Deafening Silence, not really for this matchup, I would say, unless you think Gabriel is just going to pop off one turn. And then
It doesn't seem. And
yeah.
A lot of it's creature-based.
Oh, true, exactly. So not very useful. And then also a single Serenity.
Okay, so it looks like from Tom's end of things, this is going to be what's bad rather than what's good.
Right.
And like I saw, he just put a Council's Judgment in. So it looks like my guess is he cut a bunch of bad cards, put in some removal.
Yeah, probably the 2 councils or maybe 1 council and then a Path to Exile.
Yeah, I could even see something like a Grafdigger's Cage, because if he's able to sniff out the Zeniths,
Yep.
that counters Zenith as well as hits Oro.
Yep. And
So it's not entirely, like, it's not the best card in the world, but it is a card that will brick some amount of Gabe's deck.
Right. What would you think Tom would cut, though? It's not like most of his stuff is dead in this situation.
Well, that's kind of one of the things about D&T. All of their... or not
All their stuff is kind of useful.
Yeah, all of their stuff's kind of built to be 7s. Things
Right.
like Lion Sash and whatnot, where it's like, oh, is this the best card in this matchup? No. But is it worth keeping in? Yeah, probably. So, judging by he put in some removal, my guess is we're going to be looking for like one of bullets or that type of thing that just aren't quite as useful.
Yeah, things like Cather Commando.
Right, like something like that where Gabe is unlikely to have a glut of artifacts and enchantments.
Players are shuffling up.
Yep. D&T is the beatdown, but a very slow beatdown.
True.
They're not going to be coming out of the gates incredibly fast. They are going to lose a game that goes forever, though. So Tom does have to be cognizant about his ability to win the match. But again, I think this is a slightly tilted in Zenith's favor matchup, but as we just saw there, if D&T does its thing and hits the cards that are important, it's going to take over.
Yeah, I think what we have some follow up here, just that D&T can't sit on its back feet.
Yeah, exactly. It will lose on turn 20 or whatever.
Yes.
And I know that sounds insane, but that's kind of how it's going to go sometimes with these two decks.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I first started playing Legacy, my friends told me Legacy is one of those formats where you either win on turn 3 or you win on turn 20 sometimes. Yeah. That was in the Miracles heyday, but it still holds true.
Okay, so it looks like players are just starting, and Gabe has gone and gotten a Tundra. But why?
Yeah. That's probably. I was thinking that's probably the easiest way to do it. Yeah.
Oh, to cast the Ponder.
I just set it up with Michelle too, so we're all set there.
Sweet. Yes, Zenith is on 4 times Prismatic Ending.
Yep, we got that one earlier.
4 Solitude, 4 Prismatic Ending. Or I'm sorry, nope. I was looking at the Death and Taxes list. 4 Prismatic Ending, 4 Brainstorm Form Ponder, of course, 4 Force of Will, 4 Swords to Plowshares, 4 Abundant Growth, and 4 Ice Fang Coatl, and finally 4 Green Sun Zenith, making up the 4 ofs. Everything else is a 1 or 2 of.
Okay, so Tom's first turn is a D&T Classic, deploying Mom.
I love playing Mom.
Okay, and
Swords to Plowshares.
Another Legacy Classic.
And a Green Sun Zenith for the Dryad Arbor, it looks like.
Yep, unless there's another 0 in there that I'm not thinking of, but I think that's the only legal target in Magic. A green 0-drop. So, Dryad Arbor going to be coming in here.
That does put Gabriel on a pretty significant mana advantage.
Yes.
Which is not something D&T wants to see, seeing as how it is a mana denial deck.
Right. I think in this matchup it's going to be a little bit less of a mana denial deck. Obviously, it can run into situations where it is, but these 4-color decks play a lot of lands, have a lot of access to lands, and have a lot of basics in them.
True. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of basics out of every deck so far that we've had on coverage. And Stoneforge Mystic from Tom.
So let's see what Tom goes and gets here. My
Well-
guess is it's going to be the GT.
No, it's the Lion
he's gone for
Sash.
the Lion Sash. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's going to just want an additional threat and have some answers for something like an Uro, which could just push Gabe even further ahead.
Right. I also find it interesting that both these decks are going tit for tat as far as card advantage goes. You know, anytime one of them
Right.
does something to gain a little bit of card advantage, the other one matches it.
Yep. Well, that's how this is going to go, especially with current iterations of D&T.
Yeah.
Every card either gets you a card at like medium value or denies your opponent cards at medium value.
Right. Death and Taxes, the milk toast of Legacy.
Kinda. But it's been that for years, and it's been successful for years. So, don't knock what works.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, this is actually our second round with Death and Taxes. Tom Kessler is the current first place ranking player in the tournament, which, even though it's round 2,
Yeah.
still is something.
I believe he came in second in the last one of these.
Yes, I do believe at the last Leaving Legacy Open, he did come in second place. He might have actually won a previous one as well. He is definitely no stranger to top 8 at the Leaving Legacy Opens.
No, not at all.
Very good player.
Yeah, local player, good friend of mine. And he is deployed to Thalia, and is that a Caracas? Yes.
Yes, Caracas and Thalia. Name a more iconic duo.
Well, that ends up being a pretty good turnout of Tom.
Yeah, I like it.
Because while Gabe started out with a nice suite of, here's my answers, oh no, he has fetched the black land.
Oh. You don't see too many Bayous in the format anymore.
No, there's not a ton of green-black decks, and that's a Plague Engineer.
Yep, there it is. Big oof.
So Thalia going, I assume we've had human named.
Yes.
It's probably a better name than soldier. I can't think of any soldiers in this deck that aren't humans.
Bird soldiers. Well, Flicker Wisp at least isn't human.
Nope.
Weird, creepy claw wing thing.
Oh, God, have you seen the extended art from the Double Masters?
No.
Oh, it is horrifying.
Nightmare fuel.
They've somehow made it worse.
It's like all those memes of like angels from the Bible. It's like,
Yeah,
I said, do not be afraid.
Yeah, it looks like a biblical angel picking a guy up off the ground and flying away with him, which is, in fact, the worst thing you can imagine. Like an air spider.
Yeah, I am kind of surprised he didn't, choose to bounce it with the Caracas, but maybe he wanted to leave up a white for Swords of Plowshares or something like that.
Yeah, I am actually kind of wondering that. That's not normally the type of thing he misses, but it's entirely possible he just missed it. So, a Kildara complete being grabbed off the second Stoneforge activation, or the second Stoneforge trigger. So, what that's going to do is make this Stoneforge a target.
Both players being pretty cagey with their hands. Not really sure what either player has too much, other than that Cauldron complete.
Yeah, so we know that Tom has a Lion Sash and a Cauldron complete.
You got a Ponder out of Gabriel, firing that off before Spirit of the Labyrinth comes down, I'm guessing. Looks like he's choosing to shuffle. Oh, maybe not. Nope, choosing not to shuffle.
Not to shuffle, likes one of the cards, at least one of the cards.
It looked like he put it back in the same order, too. I didn't see him change order.
I may have swapped a card, but he sometimes just right.
Yeah. He was like, well, all right. Don't worry, Holt, we have not started the hot sauce challenge yet. I just checked, and I believe we're up to about $120 raised, so definitely going to get some hot sauce on camera. Remember, our goal is $500. We're going to be posting after this round the link for you guys at home if you'd like to donate to see Pat and I cry on camera as we eat the world's hottest hot sauce for charity, of course.
World's hottest natural hot sauce. I could, again.
Keep saying that like other people are just an unnatural hot sauce.
Look, man.
Because you're a psychopath. Okay?
I could have brought pure capsaicin. I have pure capsaicin at the house.
That's called pepper spray. That's not right. You don't do that to people.
Oh man!
Use it to flavor chili.
Next year we'll just have hydrochloric acid. Will be the challenge.
Some good old H2O2. It's an important last two.
Oh, yeah, Zach, Chad is wondering if you brought us some ice cream to help dilute the spiciness.
I did not. I've been spending the past week actually making ice cream nonstop, so I left it at home today.
I know, speaking of, I actually still need to pick my order up from you.
Yes, I still have your order from last time around. I need to get that to you at some point.
I can't wait. I'm excited. For those who don't know, Zach in the Booth is a great custom, or what is the word I'm thinking of?
Let's go with boutique in this
Boutique.
case.
That's what I was thinking of. Boutique ice cream maker of some delicious flavors. Yes, thank you, Oathbreaker. I was looking for artisan. Artisan ice cream.
I posted that link on the Facebook page, by the way.
The link to...
For the charity fund.
Okay, so
Ah.
on the Facebook page right now, we have a link to the charity raffle to see these two idiots love their hot sauce.
Yep, so if you would like to go over to the Leaving a Legacy Facebook page, there's a link there to donate. Pat, do you want to put it in the chat? We'll put it in the Twitch chat for you guys as well.
Okay, so we have a reader here on the Lion Sash that has entered play.
Yes, Wilson, I'm actually the booty teak. that is me actually.
Okay, so while this Plague Engineer appeared pretty frightening at first, as it's very good against death and taxes, it has successfully taken care of Thalia, and that is it.
Yeah, that Cauldron Complete, that's looking pretty scary. That Flicker Wisp, kind of scary. That Lion Sash, not scary yet, but definitely has the potential to be scary.
Does Gabe actually have a way of getting rid of the Caldara Complete?
Taking a look.
I know he can get the token with prismatic endings and stuff, but if he can't get the actual Caldara Complete off the board, this could be a long-term problem.
Right. I mean, he's got the sword. He's got a lot of ways to answer the token, but no, not the Cauldron Complete itself. He does have a Collector Roof, so
Okay,
he
that'll
could
make it so you can't equip it.
so he can remove it's a two-part answer,
Yeah.
but remove the token and then Collector Oof to prevent it from re-equipping.
Oh, there's the Seeds of Innocence. So it's going to get the Lion Sash, but Caldara's indestructibility is going to keep it there.
I feel Luniel's making a science joke that I'm too dumb to understand.
Gabe. Oh. So it looks like they're waiting to get exact wording because Seeds of Innocence is very old. And it may say sacrifice, it may say destroy. I'm unsure.
And what does Seeds of Innocence do again for our listeners?
It's like a Shatterstorm effect where it destroys all artifacts.
Yep.
But everyone gains life or equal to the artifacts destroyed this way.
It's so funny in the current meta with all the artifact decks being popular that we're just going through the annals of Magic history looking for interesting artifact removal cards. Like, I was just going through a bunch of my bulk because I had a bunch of meltdowns.
Oh, those are great.
I had a bunch of meltdowns in my bulk box, and Bob Huang asked to borrow one for me. I'm like, oh, it's in my bulk bin somewhere. I can't just buy one. He's like, dude, they're like $20.
Yeah,
I'm like,
like
oh,
$20.
in that case, I am going to go through my bulk and look for those meltdowns.
So,
I only found one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
so Seeds of Innocence does in fact destroy all artifacts. That was cleared up. So the Caldara stays. The only time I've had Seeds played against me anytime recently is on Magic Online, where it does it for me. So.
Yeah, we love Paper Legacy too. That's why we're really happy to do these events. It's a good time. If you haven't had a chance to make it to one of these, make sure you make it to a future one. Also, I don't think we mentioned it on the cast, but we have a bunch of bounties in the room.
Yep.
We gave out about $160 in store credit to various local celebrities. And if they are defeated in their match, they have to give their opponent a gift card with a random denomination between $10 and $50 for just winning that particular matchup.
Yeah, always good to have some extra stuff going out there to the player base, keep people in the room.
Yep. Plus, we got the raffles. We're raffling off a Secret Layer Scalding Tarn, as well as 3 Judge foils donated from the head judge, Sean Calvo. We got a Parallel Lives, a Stranglehold, and the... Oh, I'm blanking on the Zareth or something. It's the dinosaur, the Judge foil dinosaur.
Oh, okay. So we have a lot of like EDH staples in that.
Yeah, I feel most Judge foils these days are EDH staples, but
It's good for judges.
yeah, it's good for judges. I think all in all, it's probably about $250 in raffle giveaways that we're doing today as well.
Yep.
Yeah, Zakama, that's what it is. Thank
Zakama.
you, Oathbreaker.
Oh, that's right. Of course, it's Sakama. I tried to get that on Twitter, and someone is sitting on it. So again, here we're kind of glossing over this game because unfortunately for Gabriel, he has fallen a little bit too far behind and is seeing his life total just dwindle down to that Caldara and really have no long-term answer for it.
Not to mention, Tom's life total is ticking up and up and up, making
Right.
it, it's like burning the candle from both ends.
Right, exactly. Where Gabe, even if he stabilizes, can't end quickly. Where, like, there's a Urion, or sorry, not a Urion, a Uro in the graveyard, and like that can come back, but because of the wording on Caldara, it can't even block it more than once.
Right.
So even if Gabe gets this online, his graveyard's going to run out too fast.
Exactly.
It's just going to stall and buy time. So he needs to do the incredibly hard feat of Magic where you both defend yourself and get ahead.
The 4 color Zenith deck is running Loam.
Yes, there was a single copy of Loam.
Yeah, 1 copy of Life from the Loam.
Yeah, I guess a Loam and an Uro could, with enough mana, fuel Uro constantly.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a pretty big reach.
Right.
Because even then, that doesn't even stabilize. Or, sorry, it only stabilizes, but it takes every piece of mana every turn. So, land put in off the arrow from Gabe.
I don't know why it's not telling me how many viewers we have right now.
I don't know. I assume there's a lot of you out there. Hello, a lot of you out there.
Hello, the lot of you. And we got a prismatic ending on the token, but still going to need to find that collector oof to make it really stick.
Right. Well, Tom doesn't have enough mana to equip it right now.
Oh, we got 138,000 viewers according to Luniel. That's pretty good.
That's a good number.
I'm going to change my name to Amaranth. 138 viewers. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We had to close down all the chat features on our side in order to make sure the video quality stays high.
Okay, so this is interesting. Tom can't quite equip the Caldara yet.
No, not quite enough mana. You're right. Though he is still presenting lethal. Oh,
Well,
actually, the
there's an Uro on
Uro
the
is going to
board.
swing in, so that's going to gain him the 3 life. So, there's a vial.
Oh, so Uro will gain him the 3 life, but it will not swing in.
Yes, because he does have the Caracas active.
Correct.
Though that does mean he gets to recast Uro.
Right, but it's going
But
to
then
take more mana
Yep.
for the same effect, and then you have to eat it from the graveyard again.
Right, but the point being, though, is that he's going to be able to stay alive.
Right. He will stay alive, but it's not going to be like a normal Uro where Gabe's going to slowly start pulling ahead. He's going to have to spend his mana and not get the damage out of the deal and hope to fill his graveyard to activate it again.
Right. And yes, Plague Engineer is currently on human.
Yep, which is why that is now dead.
Yep. I bet Tom is feeling very frustrated right now. I know how it feels when you're like right on the brink of winning, and then your opponent just barely stabilizes, and you just want to make it across that last couple inches.
I still think he's fine with the current situation.
Yeah.
You want to?
Pat has an announcement.
Hey, we just got our first donation of the stream right to the PayPal. Shout out to Nene666 in the Pox Discord for $100 donated. So yeah, we're gonna be eating some hot sauces.
I believe Roland Chang has also donated $100, so we're already up to the 4th most spicy hot sauce. Remembering our goal is 500. We're currently we have some other donations too, so we're a bit over $200. So almost halfway there, Pat.
Not looking forward to this. This is something that past Patrick agreed to that he really fucked Future Patrick on, and Future Patrick's not happy.
Oh man, we'll after this match we'll go to the booth and we'll show off the hot sauces because they are pretty impressive.
So back on the game, it's exactly like we said. The Caracas has bounced the Uro.
Yep.
Making Gabe have to figure out exactly his turn, and having to devote 3 men. Oh no!
Oh, the Urion.
Okay.
Now, do we think Plague Engineer is going to change from human to
Elemental?
Yeah, I was going to say whatever the hell Flicker Wisp is. I forget.
It's possible.
Shouldn't that Dryad Arbor also bounce?
No, you don't have to.
Oh, that's optional. Yeah, you're right.
Right.
See the Green Sun Zenith, I believe on 1.
I don't know how much that was for. I thought it was for.
Oh, I guess for
Okay.
2 for the Collector's Oof. And there it is. That Cauldron Complete just went into the useless bin.
Well, until Tom finds some way to deal
True.
with. Like, there's Solitudes, there's Plows, there's.
As my mama always said, being useless isn't forever. Just partial.
It does give Gabe his window here. Okay, looks like he is naming Elemental.
Yep, there we go. I keep thinking the logo from Gaming Etc. is a bottle cap, and I'm like, why are there bottle caps on the table? I'm not sure what Big Bird is. Oh, Yorion? Yes, Yorion is in his hand.
Yep. Yeah, Urion is in Tom's hand.
I've never heard Yorion referred to as Big Bird before.
Big Bird, Sky Noodle.
I have heard Sky Noodle.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Ooh, Mother of Runes.
Yep, now able to come down freely. Now that Plague Engineer is swapped over to Elemental.
Wow, Builder of Burn is calling a loss for Death and Taxes already.
I don't think it's a loss yet, but it is slipping away.
It is, which is very frustrating, being on close to 30 and your opponent close to dead.
Well, this is what we said at the beginning, where inherently the 4-color deck is a more powerful deck. And given a ton of time, it will slowly pull ahead.
True.
And it was able to find exactly what it needed to start to get out from under the Caldara and stop being beat down.
Yep. And I believe that's naming human. So now he has a elemental Plague Engineer and a human Plague Engineer. That's going to be very hard for Tom to get things to stick now.
Yep.
Yeah, like we said, 4-color can win on turn 20, and we are closely approaching turn 20.
The weakness of Gabe here is still that his life total is really low.
Yeah, too bad Tom isn't running a double gut shot in his list. Yep, that is true. Flicker Whips does still reset a Caldra.
Yep. Flickerwish still resets Caldra, as well as the ability to get rid of the oof in the long run. Like, again, his deck has a lot of answers, and we saw him board in more.
True.
So all it takes is one to get rid of that.
Wonder what Tom has in hand. He's got 2 cards that he's keeping close to the chest.
I'm wondering what Gabe's thinking about here.
Yeah.
We have a Green Sun Zenith going on. He's clearly almost out of gas at this point. He just needs to figure out exactly what the last piece is to stop Tom from finishing him.
Other than Uro, I wonder if he has any other life gain.
Well, I know he has the... Oh, looks like the card he may be getting. The dry... Or is it... I forget the thing's name.
Night of Autumn?
Night of Autumn, yes. It's
Oh, yeah,
Dryad.
the gain 4 life.
The gain 4 mode.
Yeah, that'll give him a little bit of a buffer.
No, looks like he's Night of Autumning to take out the Vial, and then using a Wasteland to get rid of the Caracas.
Yeah. I could see that, deal with the unexpected. Vial represents a certain amount of threat at instant speed.
Right. It also represents, like, the ability to have, like, some combat-related blowouts. But with that Caracas gone, the Uro will inevitably stick the next time.
Right.
Well, I guess a different Uro will, because one of them's been exiled, but...
Yeah. How do you want to do that? It'd be easier just to pull the wing out, put sauce on it. That's what I was thinking. Just do did you get paper pools with it? I don't know what's in there. No.
Okay, so Tom just passing back. This does look like at this point Tom's playing for information.
Man, that's so frustrating for Tom. One swing away with Flicker Wisp.
Yep. But that's how it goes. It's a razor's edge in these things. Like I said, I believe this is a close matchup, slightly favoring the Urian deck, and this is kind of why.
Yep.
I will say these players need to start getting cognizant on time, as neither player, especially the Urian deck, like, it doesn't win fast.
True. But winning round 1 is huge.
Right.
That just makes round 2 a little bit breathe easy as long as you don't lose it.
Right, but well, Tom, I don't know the time in the round, the extension they've gotten or anything like that.
They got about a 5-minute extension.
But as this goes on, Tom on D&T is going to be able to close out a game 3 faster than Gabe. So Gabe needs to, keep the pedal on right now and make sure that he has enough time to win this match.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the oof is gone.
Yeah, Solitude coming down. I think first time we've seen that resolve in this matchup.
I think it's the first time we've seen it.
Yeah. Thalia.
I assume one of those is still on human? Okay. Okay, so a Flicker Wisp has come in, died, and reset the Caldara to get the germ. So this Caldara is back out there, and it is still 2 lands from being equipped, which is important.
Right.
Because one of the ways that Gabe ends up losing this game from this spot is that Caldara makes its way onto the Solitude.
Exactly. Uro doesn't look so impressive now. Oh, is that a prismatic ending? There's the
is.
prismatic ending. So still got to find more lands for Tom.
Yeah, that Wasteland doing double duty. Yeah, I'm not sure he can keep his head above water long enough at this point.
Right.
He does, if I recall, have the Urion in his hand as his only card. I don't think we've seen that this game.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen it at all.
So if it's a Urion that he had put there, we know he put it there, and I don't recall it being discarded or exiled to anything. Unless, nope, because that Solitude was hard cast. Yeah, I think that single card's a Urion.
Oh, Looney's saying that Yorion was played and countered.
Oh, that's right, it was countered.
I missed that. I was too busy dealing with the chicken wings. The real MVP. And scooping it up. I believe that puts them both on 1-1.
Yep.
Let's update the record here.
Just click. There you go. Looks like Gabe's going back into his sideboard, or at least back into his deck. Maybe he's decided to make a change in how he boarded. Though, I'm not going to lie, from looking through it, it seems pretty black and white to me. Maybe he's changing which card he cut, not which card he brought in. So both players shuffling up. And Tom getting the play. Does that change it for you?
I think so. I think the fact that we're drawing close to the end, Tom is going to play much more aggressive, and being on the play is going to help him in that way.
Makes sense.
I think also being on the play gives you a better chance of resolving a turn 1 Mother of Ruins and having it stick, which is useful.
Yeah. I think this is going to come down to, again, a very similar thing where Gabe's deck is more powerful, Tom's deck is more cohesive. If Tom's deck does its thing at a faster speed... Oh, looks like Gabe is going back to, I believe, mulliganing here. I think he drew a 7 and looked.
Well, I guess, Andrew, I think we are actually a 5-color Yorion deck. It's a very, very light splash, but that black is important for those Plague Engineers.
Right, it's just the one land, I believe, for a Plague Engineer.
Yeah, single bayou. Single bayou. There are the abundant growths, though.
Right. Yeah, that's just one of the tricks you get to do when you do these 4-color decks that are pretty evenly 4-color. There's a lot of different cards in these decks, a lot of different colors. You kind of get the 5th one for free on like a single pip sideboard card.
Yeah, and also the red splash is very light as well. Just 3 Pyroblasts for the red splash.
Oh, it's just so it's all sideboard cards? This is actually just like Bant Urian Zenith?
You get pretty much, yeah. So Plague Engineer and Pyroblast for the red and the black in the sideboard, with one Bayou and 1 Taiga. The rest is pretty much Bant.
Yeah, I know sometimes you see a 4-color Omnath in these lists.
Is there an Omnath?
It's just a good Zenith target.
Yeah, I don't think there's even an Omnath.
Yep.
Yeah, no Omnath.
Okay, so Gabe starts with a Zenith into a Dryad Arbor, and then immediately gets the Dryad Arbor plowed.
Yep. No mana acceleration for you.
Nope.
That Spare the Labyrinth is also pretty damn useful.
Yep. Looks to be a Field of Ruin on Tom's side as well.
All right.
Not super great in this matchup. Again, it's a pretty basic heavy.
See a Force of Will in Gabe's hand, and I think I also saw a Brainstorm. Vista. Prismatic Ending.
There's an ending. So that means this is getting planes.
Yep. Stoneforge. What are you thinking? Jitte, Kaldra, Batterskull?
I don't know. Last time he went for Line Sash as an additional cheap threat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did go for the Line Slash, you're right.
I think at this point of the game, he's just valuing the ability to have more plays.
Yep. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if he was a little shaken by Uro clawing.
He's not shaken.
No? All right.
Players, that is time in the round. Active player, finish your turn. Then there are 5 additional turns. If you have a time extension and are not in the feature match, please raise your hand so a judge can come over.
As you can all hear, that's time in the official round, but not time in our match.
Yep. We got 5 rounds left. Or 5 minutes left, not rounds. Speaking of, there is actually 5 rounds left because this is a 7-round tournament today.
Okay.
7 rounds of Legacy followed by top 8. Lots of Legacy.
So 10 rounds of Legacy. And we actually got in for round 1 this time.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to happen. It went off left.
Pat is running around like a madman setting up the Hot Wings challenge, so I don't know how much time we're going to have since this one is going to match. We might do the Hot Wings after next round when we have a little bit more time, but we will be eating some hot sauce.
Okay, so again, we're seeing a jockeying for position here where both players are just trying to remove each other's threats and be the sole person on the board, which I believe is why he went and found the Lion Sash. It just gives him another 2-mana threat, another thing that needs to be answered in the long run. Whereas if you get the better card in the matchup, the Kildara, you just need to kill the Stoneforge Mystic, and then you get stuck with the Kildara in hand.
Right.
Here, I believe Tom valued just having 2 additional threats, essentially using the Stoneforge Mystic as a upgraded, like, Elvish Visionary.
True.
Just get any old card.
There is a judge watching the match, standing over it. We have a judge in the feature match area, guys. Three from Gabe, playing out Extractor. Or not Extractor, Excavator, I mean.
But no fancy land to go with it, just fetch lands.
Just fetch lands.
And probably not for very long, as we are seeing...
that Sash eat him.
Yep.
Wasteland on the Savannah. Crashing in with the Sash, eating the Savannah. Yeah, Excavator's not going to be able to do much.
Nope.
Just a jump block at this point. Good chow. Oh, and a Jitte. That Sash is looking pretty mean. So, Zach, if you were playing in the tournament today, what would you be sleeving up?
Well, we all know the answer to that. I would be playing Red Stompy because that's what I play in Legacy. That said, given infinite budget and access to cards I don't have, I probably would have played the Displacer Kitten Karn deck because that just looks fun.
That Displacer Kitten looks so much fun. I want to play it so bad, and then it's like 1,500 tickets on Magic Online.
I have played. It is fun.
If anyone wants to loan me some kittens, I'd be eternally grateful. And Urza Sagas too.
So again, the sash growing, making sure that this excavator can't keep getting multiple lands out of them.
Yeah. There is a Primeval Titan in Gabe's deck. Also, I apologize. There is also an Omanth. I am seeing it now.
Omnath,
Locus of
Locus of
Creation.
So that's the 4-color one.
That's a 4-color one. I'm sorry, guys. That's hard to keep up. This thing looks like a commander list.
It's what you get to do when you play Zenith.
Also, I'm looking at the handwritten copy one, so it's deciphering hieroglyphs. Tom might be able to... Ooh, there is the Plague Engineer.
Okay, so I'm unsure of what's that's naming, but the important thing here is the word Death Touch.
Yes, exactly. And he wasn't able to get any counters on the Jitte beforehand. Ooh, that's Skyclave, though. That's big game.
Yep, that looks like it's going to immediately deal with that.
Yep, and equipping the Jitte. Ooh, boy. Crashing in. Needs all the dice. Oh, nope. Oh, no, yeah. Thought he was taking the excavator.
Yeah, it looks like Excavator's time may be done here.
Yep, a little bit of chump block.
Yep. So what can Gabe do to hold on here? That's a cantrip.
Little draw. Little draw. Let's see what happens. Looked like a Green Sun Zenith that he drew, but it was real quick. I might get that wrong.
All we know is he has this force.
Yeah.
He keeps putting that on the front. Oh, is that a... That looked like a crop rotation to me, but there's no way there's a crop rotation in this deck, right? No, that's a Zenith. There's
Yeah,
Zenith
it was a
there.
Zenith. Yeah, no crop rotations.
Okay, so Gabe with a Zenith gives him a lot of options.
True.
Corey A, if you could come up to the register. Corey A, please come up to the front register.
I still think Collector Oof is probably his best target, but it's not quite enough, I don't think.
I don't think so. Maybe trying to set up a big turn off of getting a Omnath.
Yeah. Switching the Jitte over to the Skyclave.
Yep, presenting two different threats.
Right.
If your name is Corey A and you turned in a list, please come to the front register.
Yeah, we've now hit the math portion of the game,
Right.
where every life point really matters.
A fetched land can be the difference between life and death.
Especially with these scalable things like GT and
Lion
Lion
Sash,
Sash.
yeah.
it's so easy to get an extra single point of damage in there because essentially that Lion Sash just kind of converts one white mana into
Yeah, and Gabe
damage.
Gabe has a couple of creatures in his graveyard.
Oh, it's just permanents.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It is just permanence.
Yep. That's the upside of this over
Scavenging Ooze, yeah.
Ooze.
I don't believe it's turns yet. They at least haven't put the dice out. Waiting on the judge to call for turns.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, sending someone out. Yay.
We have a great little relationship in the booth. Whoever isn't holding a microphone ends up being the the call boy of the other two.
Okay, so it looks like we have an endurance.
They're in turn 3 right now.
They're in turn 3.
Turn 3.
We need to make sure they get. We need to make sure they get the big dice out there.
Yeah, they have one. I'll let you throw it on the.
Okay.
I just don't think they have to.
Yeah, so I guess we are in turn 3. They just neglected to use the turn dice. It's like herding cats, these players.
Yep. So if this is 3, then Gabe will get 4 and Tom will get 5.
Right. So with that, Tom could still possibly win here.
Yep. And he eats all the counters to do the maximum amount of damage while he can.
Yep. Now, as long as Gabe doesn't draw anything too spicy, this should be Tom's game.
Well, we know he has a Green Sun Zenith.
Yes.
If he has a land, he could. Trying to piece together. Nope.
Nope.
He
There's the
he
handshake.
picks it up. Almost able to survive, but
Not quite.
not quite.
Oh, that was a tight matchup.
Yeah.
Tight matchup. We were going to do the hot wings after this round, guys, but because this match went long, we do want to just keep bringing you more legacy action, so we are going to do the hot wings challenge after next round.
Right.
That means you still have more time to donate to the charity drive if you want to see Pat and I increase the spiciness level.
Yeah, so here we are going to go on a very quick break while we wait for the next round. And then in between matches, they'll be doing their hot sauce challenge. So we're going to go on a very short break while the players gather up for the next round.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get some spicy action. Maybe we'll get a non-death and taxes matchup for the next round.
Yeah, we've picked these based on the names, not on the decks so far.
Yep.
So apparently some good players have thought Death and Taxes is the place to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. See you all next round. Hello, hello. We've returned.
Hello, what's up, guys? So we got friend of the cast. I would say our largest, enemy podcast in the New England area.
Ooh, enemies now.
Ian McCune on Nia Depths, and Daniel. Is it Weiser?
Yes, Dan Weiser on Blue Red Delver.
Love it, love it.
So we finally got Death and Taxes
Off
off
camera for a
off
minute.
camera.
You know what? It's funny. I did not expect to see it be so. Well, maybe it's just selection bias and it seems prevalent, but I've seen a few people playing it today.
No, there's actually a lot out there.
Yeah.
I think Death and Taxes is a pretty reasonable deck. It has answers. It's certainly a different play style to a lot of other decks. Here we have Dan leading off the titular card of Delver of Secrets.
It's my favorite turn one play behind Monastery of Swiftspear.
So it's not your favorite turn one play, is what you're saying?
Behind Monastery of Swiftspear.
Oh, okay, so you're second.
Yes, my second favorite.
Noted. So
So Ian's playing Green White Depths today.
Yep.
And he's 1-1. And he was saying that he won in the mirror,
Okay.
which he was very surprised because he was told that he's never really played it before in a tournament. And he
Yeah.
was told you're probably going to lose the mirror match by someone who's pretty familiar with the deck, and he actually
Right,
won the
right.
mirror match, which is impressive.
The mirrors tend to be
Just close the door.
pretty complicated in specific interactions. Okay, so Ian just plays a land and passes, and Dan has a second Delver, but doesn't flip the first one. Sorry, just
Update some of the stuff.
getting some. Here we go, round 3. Okay, so one of the Delvers hitting the bin off of a Swords. So yeah, this is essentially, we have it listed here as Nia Depths because it does technically have red in it, but the red is
library.
just for sideboard cards.
I like library.
Yeah, Library is a powerful Magic card.
It's funny. Ian said this is. I don't know if he said it's his first time not playing blue, but that was the impression that I got. That he is very uncomfortable in a non-blue deck. So.
I know it is not his first time. I've
Right.
seen him play Death and Taxes before.
Okay.
But he is a very much a blue mage.
Big time. I actually was gonna, if I was gonna bet what he would play today, would have been like some kind of Stoneforge deck.
Yeah.
I was very surprised to see him on depths today.
Happy. I think this is a pretty good deck, and has a lot of really complicated decisions in a shortened span. This is one of those decks that it's not going to make 1,000 decisions per match. It doesn't have Brainstorm. It doesn't have Ponder. It doesn't do that type of thing.
Right.
But figuring out exactly what line you want to take and being able to know exactly when to divert off of it to something else is very important in these type of decks.
Yeah, I was just going down Daniel's list, and kind of one of the effects of having such a heavy blue meta is that a lot of people are running in their Blue Red Delver decks Pyroblast main, and those aren't going to find a target against Tom's deck.
Right. That is
Which
one
is
of the one of the advantages
Yeah.
of being a non-blue deck at the moment.
Yes,
Is
and
that many people are either having main deck Pyroblasts or having literally 5 Pyroblasts in their board.
yeah, I mean Daniel has 2 main deck Pyros, and then another in the sideboard, and 2 red blasts in the sideboard.
Yep. And we're starting to see, though not in this matchup specifically, Hydroblasts, like Blue Blasts, starting to see more play to counter Red Blasts.
Crazy.
Quite literally what they were intended for.
Right. Yeah, but that definitely speaks to a certain kind of meta that we're in right now, though, for sure.
Right, where Blue Red Delver is very clearly the best deck. Not that other decks can't play, but Blue Red is the top dog. So
right.
we have a force coming down to stop this knight.
Yep.
So
Looks like Ian has out a Thespian stage, a Savannah, and I'm not sure what that.
That is a Yavimaya.
Okay, thank you.
So everything is forests.
Yep.
Everything are forest. Everything is. Magic cards are weird with plurals.
Delver getting in. Dragon's Rage Channeler for the turn. And another Brainstorm.
Yep. So we're going to see a lot more selection here. And again, this is what I said about a bunch of small micro decisions in these Delver decks.
Mm-hmm.
Have to make a lot of decisions right, but it gives you the opportunity to undo some mistakes and have a lot of selection.
Yep.
Whereas something like Ian's deck doesn't have as many decisions, though he does have Library, which gives a lot of decisions.
Totally, yeah. Yep.
But it's more about figuring out what your role is in the matchup and what lines you can take with the cards you have.
Mm-hmm. All right, so he's looking at his 3 off of Library here. Keeps just the 1.
Yeah, his life total is under some pressure.
Right. Yeah, Channeler and Delver can do some work for sure.
Right. I believe it's an active channeler.
I know he's got a Brainstorm. I think he has a Ponder in the sideboard as well. I'm not sure.
I believe we've seen a Ponder. We've seen a Brainstorm. His guy got plowed. It may not actually be active yet.
Oh, we got Mazavith.
Oh, well, that
is a good card.
Yep. It's looking at this wasteland, but it's going to eat the wasteland.
Right.
So the trick here is, unless Ian has any other plays, he's going to force the wasteland on this Mazavith and then make a copy of the wasteland. Oh, no. Dan is okay just giving up the damage.
Oh, okay. All right.
I was about to say that Mazavith is tapped. Not that it matters, and then I realized, nope, it actually does, because there's an Urborg in play, or not an Urborg, an Urborg effect in Yavimaya.
Right. We do. So it's worth noting also that Dan has access to 4 bolts in his deck, so he's got a little bit of reach. If it has a hard time closing out towards the end of the game here. Wasteland, Ponder, and Brainstorm. He sees off that Ponder there.
Yep. But
he's going to take the Wasteland, which I actually kind of like here. He's going to fetch, shuffle the top of that deck.
Oh yeah, Wasteland's a great find.
Yeah.
Because right now, Ian is using that Maze as a floating removal spell of just the best creature. And using the Thespian stage to choke Dan's Wasteland in play. So the more Wastelands that Dan can keep around, the more interaction that he has with the important parts of Ian's deck.
Right. Oh, yeah, and he, Murktide Region on the board as well.
Right. And that's the type of thing where it's a floating removal spell, where it's always going to hit the best thing, and when there's an 8/8 in play, that's the best thing.
That's the guy, yep, for sure. Yeah, Ian's under a lot of pressure right now.
Right. And because of finding that Wasteland, Dan is now free to Wasteland the Maze on his turn and not risk getting 2020'd.
Right. Yeah, I think Ian's kind of I don't know what Ian drew for turn. His own Wasteland.
Of his own.
That actually makes it kind of interesting.
That means that he can force a fight.
The problem is, though, is that even if he does, he's going to lose his Maze. And Daniel's just representing lethal on board right now.
So, looks like it's targeting the Maze. So remember, again, because of the Yavimaya, this can tap for green, which is an unusual feature of Maze. Okay, so this is a play that Ian can make here. Wastelanding the Waste, forcing Dan to pick what's going to die. So if something like a crop rotation exists in Ian's hand, it's going to result in a 2020 hitting the field.
Yep.
Because this Wasteland has to be used proactively.
Yep.
Or I'm sorry, reactively instead of, or no, proactively instead of reactively. Yeah, and there's the crop rotation on the first thing. So very good maneuvering by Ian.
Big time.
Getting a Dark Dex doing the thing,
Yep.
making it 2020.
Oof.
That said, because of the situation, it's not over.
No, it's not. Daniel can certainly have some. I mean, does he have a hand right now?
No.
Okay, so he's got nothing
He's
in his hand.
burned everything.
Okay, so he's got. I don't think he has a creature in the graveyard right now, so he doesn't have Delirium for his Dragon Rage Chandler, correct?
I do not think so,
Okay.
especially after eating all those cards. But he will get a creature if the 2020 bounces with anything.
Right.
So, interestingly enough, I was talking to Dan earlier.
Ponder.
Can you check his list for Brazen Borrower numbers?
He does have one in the main, I believe. Sorry, two in the main.
Two in the main. He upped it
Yep.
this morning.
Okay.
I was talking to him earlier about that, and he decided that with the amount of lands in the area and in the room, that he wanted more ability to interact with Merit Lage specifically.
So looking at his hand now, I didn't see a Brazen Borrower come up. I saw a Delver, I believe.
I believe it was Delver Land Expressive Iteration.
Okay.
So my guess is we're going to see EI technically sees the most cards here more than shuffling.
The problem here, though, is that it doesn't matter what he draws, right? He's not going to have the mana to cast his...
Right. He's just looking for his access to a Brazen Borrower.
Right.
So he's looking for the most possible access to find the Brazen Borrower.
Delver, Daze, and Land here.
So a creature has gone in Dan's yard off of the Surveil.
Mhm.
He may have accidentally given himself Delirium, which means that that is going to suicide in. I think that's what Ian was checking. Nope, it
Yep.
looks like because of something was removed from the Murktide, it must be one short of Delirium.
Okay. Yes.
We're gonna be getting spicy today.
How much do we have right now?
Enough.
And enough to do all 10?
I don't know.
All right. Anyway.
The rest of the booth doesn't seem happy about
Yeah.
this situation.
No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right, so what does combat look like from here now? Because Daniel still has, 2 flyers. Do you think he suicides in here with his creatures, or do you think he waits and just tries to buy time?
He has to wait.
Okay.
The situation here is that he needs to find an answer for this 2020 or more threats.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now, if he attacks with everything, he dies on the crackback. If he attacks with 2 things, it's not worth it.
Right. Oh, Night of the Reliquary. Oh, and it gets
Ooh.
dazed.
That was a crucial days because,
Yeah.
again, you have Ian's list in front of you. I have Ian's list in front of me. And we're waiting to shut this door before I discuss specifics that they might hear. Thank you. Looking through the list, there is a main deck Sajiri step.
Okay. So if he does find another crop rotation, he can step
Right.
and, yeah.
Or that night, if that night had resolved.
Oh, right. Yep. I forgot about that.
So we know there's... I think Delirium may have gone online with that daze now. Yep, and we see... Because one has to attack, he might as well attack with 2.
Right.
And try to push him into bolt range. Has to leave one back for the blocker.
Another channeler. So Ian's looking for a step or some kind of crop rotation effect.
Step, a crop rotation effect, what else is on this list? He has an endurance. An endurance would be very good here.
It's worth he found a fetch land. It's worth noting that this is giving Daniel a lot more looks at finding his Brazen Borrower, right? Like
Right.
he is just doing a good job of buying himself time right now. So we got Green Sun here.
Okay,
Green
so,
Sun for 3.
Green Sun for 3 is either it may be endurance just to put these things on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah.
His options here is every creature in his deck once he hits 3, which was Reclaimer, Knight of the Reliquary, Sylvan Safekeeper, Excavator, Knight of Autumn, and Endurance.
Man, this is a game that I thought was going to be pretty heavily in Blue Red Delver just because he came out with a pretty decent start, but Ian's done a nice job of stabilizing here. And
yeah, turns out 2020 is pretty good at stabilizing the board.
Indeed. All right, so Daniel has to chump with his Delver of Secrets, leaving him with 2 Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yep.
He's got a Volcanic in hand and, Lightning Bolt.
That is not good enough. So those things are now just 1/1s.
Right.
So if Dan bolts him in the head, flips 2 things to get Delirium, he still doesn't get it because that Endurance has reach. So I think he needs to bolt him in the head, get lucky off the 2 triggers, flip it, and block. This needs to be non-creature, non-instant for both of these. Okay, so he can't get Delirium off just those.
Daniel slow playing it here a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know what he's deciding at this point.
There's
it's
the Brazen Borrower. Oof.
But he
rough.
knows he's not getting another turn.
Right. Wow. What a nice game for game 1 there. That was great.
Yep, that was a good game 1 between Blue Red and Depths.
So now looking at these sideboards, if I am Blue Red Delver, what do you bring in here? Well, we're certainly cutting our Pyroblast we have on the main board here.
Sure. So if I'm looking at this deck, we have the Pyroblasts are not great, and by that I mean terrible. And by the nature of Delver, everything else tends to be pretty good. So it's more what wants to come in. Out of Dan's sideboard, he has a Court of Ire, which doesn't seem great here, and the Festivities, nope. Energy Flux, nope. Force of Negation, unlikely. Meltdown, unlikely. 2 Price of Progress technically hits stuff here, but this isn't like a land situation where they have a lot in play at a time. So if Dan wants to go incredibly aggressive, like if that's the slant that he wants to take, I could see those maybe coming in. Coming in for sure is a Submerge.
Yep.
And then there is Unlicensed Hearse, which I don't think is coming in, but there are 2 Surgical Extractions where if Dan wants to play the game of Wasteland, your combo piece, Surgical Extraction it, that one's on him. Some Delver players like that plan, some do not, because the card without the ability to put either Depths or Stage in the yard is kind of medium, but if that works, it cuts them off the combo, which is their main way of winning. Yeah, you do still need to deal with the beatdown plan of like Elvish Reclaimers and Knight of the Reliquaries. It's possible the Hearse comes in for that reason.
Okay.
If he goes full in on like stop your combo and then eat your graveyard so your guys never get the power up modes. But that's a specific plan, Delver player to Delver player.
Right.
There's so many different ways you can board with this deck.
Right.
So we know at least a couple cards coming in for the Pyroblast. Everything else is pretty stock in the sense that there's like some Brazen Borrowers. Those are definitely staying in.
Yep.
Bolts are okay. There's some targets for them. They have some reach. It's a lot of, what Delver is, which is just 9 out of 10s.
Right.
There's
right.
Brainstorms.
Right.
There's
right.
These are cards that are not getting cut.
Right.
So that's really on each individual Delver player. As for things from Ian's side,
I like the chokes.
there's definitely some chokes. You can take that route. Again, some players don't like choke against Delver. Some do. It really depends.
Is it just too slow? Does it feel like it's too slow?
Yeah, it depends
drop there.
It depends on what type of game plan you're playing again. Whether if you plan on being the full-on control deck and having the chokes and playing a control role and resolving them, it's the way that you play the game. I'm sure the endurances are coming in, as those cards are very good. The Scavenging Ooze is probably coming in, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the Drop of Honey come in as well.
Okay.
So Drop of Honey / Porphyry Nodes for everyone who knows what one card is but not the other. Actually, kind of surprising that it's actually Drop of Honey here. only because this is a green-white deck and Drop of Honey costs like $500.
Yeah.
And Porphyry Nodes is like 20 cents now. But I guess you do have slightly better access to green, so if you have it, you have it.
Ian's an old school Magic player too, so he's got
Right,
he's
I'm
got
sure
all
he has
the
his
old.
Drop of Honeys.
Yeah, he's got all those sweet old cards.
But yeah, out of Ian's deck to come out, again, this is a very similar situation where all the cards really have a lot of purpose. I'm sure he can shave a specific like land here or there. Like he may not want his Beseju Who Endures, that type of thing.
Right.
And then maybe depending on how he feels about like the Green Sun Zenith package, like a certain card could come out. Like he may not want his Knight of Autumn.
Yep.
He may not want his Sylvan Safekeeper, that type of thing.
Okay. I really liked him being able to lead off in the early turns with his library. I thought that helped out.
That helped
Ian
out
quite
tremendously.
a bit. I think he only kept one extra card the entire time he had library out,
It
but
was just having the selection of making sure that
100%, yeah.
you have the right cards.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I remember the first time I played Legacy, I didn't think that it seemed like a lot of, I don't know. It didn't seem that useful to me when I first started playing Legacy, and then I realized how much selection it gives the lands players. It's a huge benefit for them.
Right. Having fetch lands in that card essentially means that you're in like a not quite as good as a Brainstorm every turn,
But close.
Yeah.
All right, leading off on Dragon's Rage Channeler for Daniel here. Ian in his typical, I put my library in the middle of my playmat.
He's the only person I know that does it, and he's the only person I know that can get away with
Corey A,
it.
we have your cards and list ready for you at the front register. Corey A, we have your list ready for you at the front register.
Yes, I was also very surprised when he said he was on depths. I thought if I was going to put money on anyone playing any decks in this tournament, Ian playing some kind of Stoneforge Mystic deck would have had my money on it. But he's right here in the 1-1 bracket, doing all right for himself, playing some Naya Depths.
And frankly, playing it pretty well.
Yeah, that was a great game one. It was really fun to watch.
Yep. And he did the right thing, which is knowing how to jockey for position with Wastelands.
Yes.
And knowing when to set up your opponent to have you force them into a move.
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, this is a Legacy tournament. These are good players. They're good with these interactions. But especially when you pick up a deck you're unfamiliar with, sometimes you miss those things.
Totally. Yep, totally. All right, Dragon's Rage gets in there. Daniel replays as Volcanic Island, plays another Dragon Rage Channeler. Yeah, Ian's never afraid to run the days check. Ever.
No. I believe I taught him that one well. Not that I've taught him a ton in Magic, but I have played into days against him hundreds of times.
Mm-hmm.
And every single time he's like, why do you do it? Well, I have to make you have it. If I
Right.
play scared, then you start with ley line of sphere resistance in play. And
Yep.
I can't live that life.
Yep, 100%. 100%. All right, Force of Will. Interesting. That's the Sylvan
Reclaimer.
Safekeeper? Oh, Reclaimer. Sorry.
That's Reclaimer. Dan leaves it on top.
Smells like so much chicken in here.
It does smell like a lot of chicken. I'm actually starving right now. Like, smell the chicken makes me
dude,
hungry.
These first couple are going to be great for you guys.
I know, I'm excited.
I'm not excited at all.
I'm hungry.
I mean, I'm hungry, but yeah. Jerry, are these hot sauces supposed to be refrigerated? Because I feel like they are.
No, you'll be fine.
Well, all right, great. Just looking for a way to get out of this challenge.
These hot sauces are, so hostile to life that you don't have to worry about it.
You don't even have to bottle them. You can just leave them in a bag somewhere in your house. All right, so Dan on a ponder here.
Yep. Just again, doing the Delver thing of sculpting all your cards.
Delver, Bolt, and I'm not sure what the third one is.
If you would like to sign up for P Modern right now, you can come sign up.
So spicy there, antibacterial indeed.
That
Indeed.
is true to some extent. You do need to work on fermenting them.
All right, Delver Secrets is the follow-up.
Yep. Dan doing the same thing as last game, just putting pressure on the board, using his cards to stop Ian from interacting and getting ahead in any way, and then hoping that he can cross the finish line.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he didn't attack there with Darcy. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, same here. I'm trying to think of what he could be playing around.
Knight of Autumn?
That is a Knight of Autumn.
Okay. Yeah, there's a speaker like directly over where we stream from, so there's nothing we can do about that. We try to cover the mics, but you guys are gonna hear the announcements about as loud as we do. All right, Dan resolving expressive iteration here.
Okay, so we
What
have
is that top card?
Unlicensed Hearse.
Oh, right. Okay.
So it looks
As
like
you can see, I have not seen that in paper myself. So.
it looks like he did bring in his copy of Hearse, which means that he's likely on more of a plan of interacting. So puts Days to the side, and it's just going to pass here. Well, likely attack and pass.
Now, so Dragon's Rage Channeler has Delirium at this point, correct?
Judging by the amount of damage taken, yes.
Yes.
That did just put we've seen a Ponder, we've seen a Brainstorm, we've seen Land. Yep, yeah, you should have Delirium at this point.
Okay.
That is something that is slightly hard to track from the booth. That's much easier to track in paper,
Yeah.
like when you're at the table.
Totally.
Because someone just goes, yeah, I have it, and you go, okay.
Yeah, indeed.
I did make a counter for Emrakul once when I played it at a GP.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I didn't need to keep looking at my graveyard and giving away if I was trying to count for Emrakul or not.
Yep.
So I made a Delirium counter with all the types.
Oh.
So that I would always have
this
it
is
there.
Baby Emrakul, right?
Yeah, the one that gets reduced.
Oh, we got
There's the
Daniel
Drop
reading
of
Drop of Honey. Chat told us that is a little bit more expensive than we first thought.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's about $900.
$900 now.
It's insane.
I can tell you they were 4 to 5 before the pandemic.
Yep.
Obviously, some things have changed.
Just a few. Daniel's sitting on a land. I didn't see the other card in his hand.
That's the Unlicensed Hearse.
Oh, right. Hearse, okay. But putting a ton of pressure on Ian's life right now.
Right. Which is good because, unfortunately for Dan, like this Hearse isn't actually doing a lot.
Mm-hmm. Ian's got the pen out.
So Dan choosing to leave it on top. And there's the Drop of Honey.
Yep.
Taking out the 3/3 Scry Machine. Which is an interesting thing. I believe that triggers off power.
Okay.
Or is it? I can actually just look it up.
I'm gonna look it up because I actually.
I'm
Shocker. I don't own any Drop of Honeys. At the beginning of your upkeep, destroy the creature with the least power. It can't be regenerated.
So, the choice here that he had to make was whether to kill Delver or kill Darcy. And Darcy, taking that out, you kill the Surveil mode.
Right.
But you also kill the has to attack mode.
Sure,
So
yeah.
if you have access to something like a Endurance or making the 20/20, it may be better to do the opposite to be sure that you're going to clear out another guy for free. But in Ian's case, it looks like he just wants to get rid of the objectively better card and not deal with, and not try to play a little tricky.
Right. So Ian's going to take 3 here off of Delver, it looks like.
Yep.
Puts him to 4. And ponder and land in Daniel's hand. So he's got a couple looks at cards here. Oh, Murktide Region, I'm sorry.
This is another reason why it could have been better to hit the Delver, because this would have shrunk the Darcy.
Right. Now that on Ian's turn, that is just going to get killed, right? That Murktide Region is going to get destroyed.
Nope, it's lowest power.
Oh, lowest power. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
lowest
Drop
power.
of Honey eats lowest things first.
Right. Oh, nice job, not missing the trigger there.
Nope. So now it comes, can Ian figure out a way to survive this Murktide? If he survives this Murktide, he's going to win this game, because that drop is going to put Dan in a situation where he can't deploy threats
Right.
for a couple turns as it slowly eats away at this Knight of Autumn and Scavenging Ooze. And then that'll give Ian enough time to likely find a way to make it the indestructible 20.
There is one creature in the graveyard, is that correct? Just the Delver, looks like?
Yeah, there's an interesting interaction, unfortunately. If you eat the creature from the yard to gain a life...
Just an announcement that we do have pizza available at the front register.
Nice Pyroblast there for Ian.
Yep, that's exactly what he needed.
Yep. Nicely done. Scooz ticks up.
Yep.
Eats the, what's that? Yeah. Yeah, is the other game already over? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, so that Power Blast there is going to do exactly what I said,
Yep.
where this Drop of Honey is going to stop Dan from committing threats.
Mm-hmm.
He does have a weird situation where he can keep growing that hearse, then play a creature, crew the hearse, and attack with it. But it's actually kind of hard to crew in this deck, because you can crew it with things like a flipped Delver of Secrets, which you won't have a turn to flip.
Right.
A Dragon Rage Channeler, which he doesn't have Delirium.
Right.
A Murktide Regent, which
He can't cast.
he can't cast.
Right.
Which leaves Brazen Borrower and Snapcaster Mage.
Right.
Brazen Borrower's flash is quite good here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But-
And it's worth noting Ian's is sitting at 6 life right now, so
Right.
he's still well within bolt range. This is another Murktide? Or no.
No,
yep,
it is
Murktide.
another Murktide, but he
Oh,
can't
wow.
cast it, and
Yep.
he's just going to die to that Scavenging Ooze.
Yep. Very nicely done. Wow. Ian taking down Blue Red Delver in round 3. That was great. What a great game.
That was a good game, and Drop of Honey really showing its power there.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
Where-
absolutely.
Its ability to act as a slow terminate factory. The important part here, Strange, is the fact that it's slow.
Right.
Hey guys,
Because
still taking donations for the raffle.
forced-
right now we have more prizes than people who have entered the raffle, so it is a guaranteed
Sorry.
prize ratio at this point.
Sorry, Jerry,
If
decided
you'd
to
like
get
donate,
on the
got
big mic.
front counter.
Okay, so what essentially the important part is that it is slow.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it does trickle down, and you end up with this situation where if you deploy threats too fast, you can't deploy threats fast enough because of your mana.
Right.
And you have to deploy them one at a time, and they play into the drop.
Right.
Which means you have to hold the threats, which means you're doing nothing.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
unfortunately, like,
you
if
are
that
paying
was
for
a
pizza,
Wrath of God,
using a
you
card
would
or
think
the
it would be
change,
better, but in this
in
case, it
front of one
wasn't,
of the registers,
Yep.
please.
because that would allow
If you are
Dan
paying for
to
pizza,
put stuff
please stand
out
in front of one of the registers if you need change, or if you're
afterwards
using a
and
card.
recommit to the board, and Drop just never let him recommit.
Mhm.
Once he was stuck on 0, he's going to be stuck on 0 forever.
Yes. Yeah. Now, does he have any way to take care of Drop of Honey in his deck?
As a blue-red deck, my
Yeah.
guess is no.
Probably not. Yeah.
He probably has the ability to bounce it, which doesn't solve the problem.
Yep. Well,
Yep.
And I honestly, I think Daniel played well in those games. I think
Yeah, I don't
he missed a Dragon Rage Chandler attack, which I think might have been relevant in game 2, but maybe not because I don't think he even
I
had,
think it was for 1.
yeah, so it didn't even have delirium at the time, so I
Yeah.
don't think it would have mattered that much. But man, what a close game! Honestly, I thought both players played really well, and that was really fun to watch.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where this Naya Depths deck is not exactly built to beat Delver,
Right.
but has the tools to do it, and
Totally.
Ian found exactly what he needed.
Yeah.
Cards like Drop of Honey in game 2,
Yep.
and finding that second, or using that Wasteland in game 1 to beat 2 Wastelands. I think if Dan had made any mistake over the course of that, it was that he used one of his Wastelands. If he had
Right.
sat there on 2 and played a slower game, Ian may not have been able to force him to open himself up to a crop rotation.
Yep. What do you?
So-
The PayPal link for people.
Oh yeah, it's just at Patrick Hugo. Here. Oh, that's on it.
Sorry, just getting through all our donation stuff, because these guys are going to be having some spicy wings probably pretty soon.
Yeah, I
is
think
my
we're gonna be
guess.
setting those up in a second. So we'll probably cut out of here, and we will get to the eating wings portion of
Yeah,
the
these guys will
cast.
be back in a couple minutes. Need to go wrangle Jerry.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, we'll be back shortly.
yep.
here. Come sit, Michelle. We got Michelle from Gaming Etc. behind us here.
Owner
Jared
and
here.
tournament organizer.
Slide over, Jared.
I'm out of frame already.
Sorry, I'm in frame. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
All right, so we are doing the first. We're gonna do them in batches today because
Yes.
we won't be able to do all 10 within like between rounds.
Right.
We won't have enough time.
We're gonna do three wings, 3 wings, 3 wings.
Yeah. So today right now we're doing the classic hot sauce. This is the lowest of the hot sauces. I believe it's 1,800 Scoville units.
Yep, it's right around sriracha level.
It's like the heat. It's basically the heat level. And then we'll.
10?
Like 10 Scoville
Oh,
units.
10
What
is
is the
number 10 is
that we're doing today?
Oh, that's
2 million Scoville
yeah,
units.
Yeah. And then we'll follow up with the Dawson's hot sauce, which is
I really like
cedar
that one.
smoked garlic. That
Yes,
sounds good, actually.
smoked garlic hot sauce, very nice, very yummy.
And then the third one we'll be doing in this batch is the Clark and Hopkins Calabria.
Calibria. Yeah.
Calabria.
Calibria.
All right. So we got some wings here.
These are the lowest hot wings.
These ones I'm not afraid of.
Are you gonna do all of them with us? I thought you were just coming in for.
I think I will tag out at probably like 6.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right. So we're just gonna do.
Hand me a.
Oh yeah, here you go.
Thank you.
I want a flat. All right, so we're just gonna dip meat sauce basically and eat them.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah, no, we
batter
have
them
to,
up.
Like, come on.
Oh, we got
Here we go.
Cheers 'em.
Cheersing the wings.
Alright, so it's this one?
Yeah.
Yep, this is the first one. Get it all up in there, yeah.
All right.
Ready?
Wing.
No, I got 30 something. I'll get more if we need to.
Oh my god, they're so hot. No,
That's quite nice.
it's fine.
That's like what you would expect at like a Chipotle on the table, about that level of spice.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
You guys are eating a whole wing per thing.
Yeah, I'm starving.
That was good.
Only for you guys. I do not eat meat on the bone.
Really?
No.
That's the best way to eat food.
Grosses me out.
Okay.
I don't even eat off the bone.
It reminds me that, like, of what it is.
I think it's good for you. That's good. Don't you want that?
To remind me that I'm eating
An
something.
animal, yeah. Respect.
Did I never give you a trash
No,
can?
we have a bag right.
No, actually, no.
That white bag right there. You use that one right in front of you. That white bag.
We are also really based on the rate of donations coming in. I'm guessing we're definitely hitting the 500.
I'm gonna have to go around the world once or twice.
I just had to keep calling people scumbags.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, Michelle was calling people out and saying
Yeah,
you're horrible if you don't donate to children.
Michelle is a great fundraiser.
Yeah. All right.
All
so
right, we got the
Oh,
smoked
another
garlic.
wing.
Oh,
This is the Dawson's. This is the smoked garlic.
smoked garlic. This is a good one.
I went pretty hard on that one.
This one is actually, I think, my favorite of the bunch.
It has a nice flavor, like as soon as you touch
Oh,
it.
that's good.
Yeah, really good flavor. Just a nice light hot sauce.
So can you guys even actually feel this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can feel it, but definitely primarily the flavor.
Yeah. I'm not like a spicy food guy at all.
But you can feel the spice.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well.
Yeah, for sure. But it's not like oppressive.
Like, I'd say slightly more than sriracha.
Yeah, I get behind that.
So I like spicy food, but so we're only on number 2, and I could not eat a plate of these.
You could not have a plate of those.
Oh really? I liked it.
I would have to like.
It
eat
definitely
some,
builds.
Stop. Eat some. Stop.
I just like smeared it all over my lips, so I feel my lips are definitely tingly.
Yeah. I should have like brought some Vaseline
Right?
or chapstick, you know.
Exactly.
All
Do you
right.
have anything, any water or anything here?
All right. So this is the third one. This one. So just the look of the sauce. This looks a little bit more. It got a little bit more body to it.
Yeah, it's a little thicker. Looking at the I just felt that in the back of my throat. We have the Clark and Hopkins Calabria, inspired by the maker's travels to Italy. Calabria channels Bella Italia with sweetness from the tomatoes and a dash of mushroom powder for umami.
Umami.
Calabrian chili flakes could contribute to a subtle heat and transport you to the Mediterranean. 15,700 Scoville units, making it. It's roughly.
What's the last one?
The last one was 7,000 Scoville units.
About double.
This is about twice as spicy as the last one.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's get it in there.
Party mode.
Nice coating in there. I like it.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Alright, I definitely
Yeah, that's some spice. Still some good spice, but yeah.
I didn't get too much on there.
No?
I feel like that one wasn't as spicy as the previous
I
one.
agree.
Hmm.
I think this was less spicy than the last one.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did you get the first? Did you get the first? Or was I was the first one to dip in there, right?
The first one to dip in.
But I mean, maybe.
It felt like the other one was a little bit spicier than that one.
I agree.
Okay.
Good though. I like
Very
the
good.
flavor.
Very good flavor.
So far, all three flavors. Actually, out of those three, the classic is like the one I could like live without.
The classic's just hot sauce. Like I said, it's
everyone has a classic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought they were all really good.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go to round 4,
Mhm.
and then in between next round we're gonna go sauces 4, 5, 6.
4, 5, 6.
All right, guys. Thanks for
Also
hanging out.
We're gonna start pre-modern too.
Yeah, pre-modern.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Maybe we'll get some pre-modern matches on camera if we can have some time. But yeah, we have a pre-modern side event going on.
Sweet. Yeah, that'd be awesome. All right.
Bye.
We will be back soon with more Legacy.
Yeah, those were fine.
Just looking at the chat, I'm gonna take a drink, but it's not because of the hot sauce. I'm just thirsty.
We're just kind of dehydrated. We've been running around. I've been like climbing up ladders, like unplugging halogen lamps, and it's strenuous.
I saw Jerry in a drop ceiling today. I think it's something I thought I would never see in my life. Jerry was in a drop ceiling. So.
Yeah, just swinging like Tarzan, grabbing the wires.
When we do the final, so Ian noticed that I've been growing out the lettuce. You know what I mean, a little bit in the back there.
You definitely got business in front, party in back.
This is the
going
most
on.
hair I've ever had in my life, for sure. He gave me some pit vipers. So
Players,
when we do the last dab, I'll be wearing the vipes. You know what I'm saying?
Excellent. Also, for next round, to give you guys a little sneak peek, we do have a Displacer Kitten combo deck in the room today. So I'm going to try and get that on camera for next round.
Sweet.
See the newest combo deck to
Is
hit
that
the
what
legacy scene.
Roland just played against last round?
Is that what he just played? I didn't watch, but
I saw him playing against a combo deck.
apparently there's 2 of them in the room today.
I mean, that was in Joe Dyer's article. We talked about on the podcast.
Yeah,
this
we
past
talked
week,
about
so.
like something spicy for people
Yeah.
to bring. So, people showed up and
we got the next 3 hot sauces lined up too.
yeah, what do we got? Let's give a preview.
We got Los Calientes. Okay. That's going up first. And then we got the Phoenix, which is Angry Goat Pepper Company.
Excellent.
And then we will be doing Queen Majesty's Cocoa Ghost Hot Sauce.
Yeah, that's a weird one. It's a chocolate-based hot sauce.
chocolate. Is it good?
Yeah, it's very good.
I smell no chocolate, Jerry. I'm just going to say there's no chocolate in there, but it's all right. It'll be a good time. All right, so we're going to get the next match set up, and then we'll be right back, guys.
We'll be right back with round 3 or 4. What round is it?
Round 4.
Round 4.
leave you guys in here. You guys are good, right? Yep. Okay.
Hello, we are returning here with our first round 4 feature match between Ezra Christensen and JC Abbott. I am joined here by Freya, who unfortunately had a bad tournament herself,
Less than good run. Less than good run.
but has allowed us to have another person in the booth and bring us some nice legacy action as these players shuffle up.
Heck yeah.
So, what deck did you decide to play today?
I was playing Mono Black Depths. It's pretty variance heavy, which I've found. It's really interesting and has some interesting lines, and enjoyed exploring it a little bit. But yeah, did not draw so well. So.
Yeah, that happens. It's Magic, and at the end of the day, you can't win them all.
Right.
Right. So, how do we feel about this?
Yeah, I
we
feel
have these are players are both 3-0.
Yeah.
I believe this was table 1 or 2. So we have a Naya Depths deck against a Oops All Spells.
Yeah. Naya Depths is not known for its combo matchups.
No. It does have some tools here and there, but
Yeah.
at least the good thing from this end is it's not Belcher.
Right.
It's actual oops. So cards like Endurance mean things.
Yeah. Graveyard is relevant. There's more ways to interact. There's more access. Yeah.
Right. So JC leads off on taking some damage for whatever the backside of Aghanim's Awakening is. And then Grief Pitch and Cabal Therapy.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Right. That's kind of a nightmare for Ezra here.
So they did have the endurance. That's unfortunate.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is these lists, I don't know how many Ezra has main.
Right.
It's normally
I think it's
normally
literally
one.
like one endurance main.
Ooh,
yeah.
that's
They
rough.
happen to have it, which is pretty wild. Dark Ritual, 5 mana. Spy. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Turn 1 with Disruption.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
So don't think there's
yeah,
anything
I don't
that
think there's
Ezra
any-
can do on here.
Right. There's no hits. We know Ezra's hand. He's going one card by card, but we don't have any lands on this list, right? It is in fact.
Yeah, no,
It is in fact properly built. Oops, all spells.
yes, there's no
Okay,
actual
all right.
oops mistakes
Yeah.
going on.
Oops, I put a land in my deck. That would be a much worse deck than Oops
Yeah.
all spells. Let me tell you.
Oops all spells and one land is a
And one-
much worse.
And one land.
Doesn't come off the tongue as well.
No, it doesn't.
I am kind of wondering why they're flipping one at a time. But
This seems like a big waste of everybody's time. This seems like it's a 2-minute matchup if we just, do the thing. But maybe they're trying to put on a show for the camera. Want everybody to see each individual Magic card one at a time. Thanks, JC.
Yeah.
Appreciate the,
appreciate it.
the showmanship.
So I will explain the combo here for anyone who's unfamiliar at home. What's going to happen is JC is going to flip over their entire deck as they play the Balustrade Spy, which causes a player to mill until they hit a land. And as the deck's name is noted, they're only spells.
Right. No lands.
So no lands. And a bunch of Narcomoebas have flown into play here as they come into play when they are milled. Now, a Dread Return is going to be cast from JC that is going to bring back a Thassa's Oracle. And as they have no cards in their deck, they will win the game. That simple.
Yeah.
This is about as glass cannon-y as
Yeah.
a combo deck gets.
It's very AB. It's very glass cannon.
Right. The hard part about this deck is not executing a combo or anything specific. It is
Not
going
running into Force of Will, really.
right. Your constraints are in deck construction and getting to combo.
Yeah.
You have things like a Wild Cantor to kind of float mana in between turns, Chrome Moxes, Dark Rituals, Lotus Petals, those type of cards. It does play Pact of Negation as it's like on the stack interaction.
Right.
And then it has Thought Seizes and Cabal
Griefs.
Therapies
Yeah.
and Griefs
Yeah.
as ways to attack the hand. There is a Bridge from Below in here, so you get like extra zombies to continue to cast all of your Cabal rituals in case there's multiple cards you need to beat.
Yeah,
But-
as Zach was noting, we it's not Charbelcher, and the trade-off really is that you go through the graveyard, but your combo only costs usually 4.
Right,
instead
costs
of
4 instead of
the
7.
the 4 and then the 3 like Charbelcher, or having to make goblins, God forbid. Which this deck does not need to do.
No. But you do get that trade-off of going through the graveyard. So cards like Endurance are a problem where they are just dead weight against Belcher.
Yeah.
But having the grief there stopped it all.
Right. So really quickly, sideboard on the Nine Adept side is going to be really important. They have Pyroblast. They have a main deck Red Elemental Blast. It's not incredible, but if they need to fight through like you said, a pact or something, it can potentially do something.
Right. The Naiadepts deck is going to have more of an issue in that a bunch of their cards are actively bad in this.
Yeah.
So they are finding anything that
Anything
has
that does
any way of it.
any text. Yeah.
Exactly. So if something...
Deafening Silence. There's 2 Deafening Silences.
Those are great
definitely
here.
coming in. Collector Oof stops a lot of the fast mana. Endurance. There's 1 main and there's 1 side. That'll help. We're obviously not going to see Choke. Seeds of Innocence doesn't really do anything. I don't think you want Force of Vigor. It just blows up mana, and hopefully they're cracking all their mana basically right away.
You may end up putting it in over something bad because there's
Yeah.
literally a chrome boxes.
Yeah. You might be able to just get
Again,
that here
this,
and there.
it's more of a symptom of it's probably a 3 out of 10, which is not a
Right.
card you board in.
Right.
But if your deck's full of 1 out of 10s, then the 3 is the upgrade.
Right.
And on the Oops side, this is basically a dream match for them, but out of their sideboard, they have copies of Fatal Push, a Force of Vigor, some Tormod's Crypts, 2 more Turn Timber Symbiosis, which is the green version of the land.
Yep.
And I assume that's to fuel
That's
these.
just to cast the spells, yeah.
Right, to board into these Veil of Summers and Xantid
The green
Swarms.
spells, yeah.
Right. And Veil doesn't seem good, Xantid doesn't seem good.
No.
So Turn Timber's not coming in.
Right.
Then Tormod's Crypt, that's probably a no. Nature's Claims, maybe just
Yeah,
defensively.
They want to have an answer to Deafening Silence, right?
Exactly.
So-
Like a lot of these decks, even if you don't know exactly what your opponent's on, having cards
Right.
like Force of Vigor and Nature's Claim often are going to come in the blind
Yeah.
solely so that you don't lose a game 2 to a hate piece that you didn't expect.
Right. Usually when you're playing these kind of more all-in combo decks, you trim a ritual here, trim a discard spell here, and bring in some answer cards just so that you're not caught flat-footed with anything.
Right. The only question I have here out of their sideboarding plan is if they brought in the Fatal Pushes, very specifically for Elvish Reclaimer,
Yeah.
but I don't think it probably has enough targets overall to be worth it.
Yeah, Reclaimer's a little slow in this matchup. You can get Pog and things like that, but you have to have it, not be something sick and have to have 2 mana up and things like that.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it ends up being a little bit clunky here.
Yeah, and the Oops deck, unlike the Naya deck, doesn't really have bad cards here,
Yeah.
in the sense that all of their cards kind of have a purpose.
It's all business, yeah.
Yeah, it's all business. So every card that they shave from their deck is lowering their ability to combo.
Right. Typically want to do small adjustments with combo decks.
Right.
Too many of your moving pieces are necessary.
Right. I'm looking here, and the only card that I could see that I actively don't want is the Bridge from Below, because you're not going to need to cast all of your Cabal rituals
No.
against a Naiadepts deck. This
Right.
isn't a blue deck where you're going to run into the issue of you
Cabal Therapy, yeah.
you
don't
Cabal
want-
Therapy,
right.
you hit Thoughtseize, but then you see you hit Force of Negation or whatever, and then you see Force of Will and Daze.
Right.
And you're like, oh no, I can't beat both.
Yeah.
This is kind of, you're going to name Endurance.
They're going to have
and-
one thing, and they're
Yeah.
going to get it, yeah. Are we on mulligans? Is that what happened? Or did we
Yes,
take your hands
yes.
there? Okay.
These are mulligans.
Okay, I blinked for a second.
Yeah, and that's what's going to take in this, because Oops is going to look at their hand and go, do I do the thing?
No. Right.
Am I doing the thing next turn? No, I
Keep
should
going.
mulligan.
Yeah.
And then on Ezra's side, a very similar situation of, can I stop the thing? Or
Right.
can I do something that is powerful enough to cross your fingers and hope to turn 2.
Right.
And the Naya Depths, unlike the
Doesn't-
other
yeah,
Depths
it's not known
decks,
for doing
is
that.
not known for the speed of which it produces a Merit
Right.
Lage.
Right.
Again, if this is a mono-black variety or a green-black variety, if you can make a turn 1 20/20, you can keep those hands and go, okay, do you have it?
Yeah.
Because
exactly.
I did.
Right.
But Naya is not known for those.
No. Definitely more built for the, onboard fair beatdowns and things.
Right. Naya, as it stands, is much closer and almost a descendant of Maverick
Yeah.
rather than a descendant of the other lands decks.
Right.
And again,
Going to
at both players tossing back to
Yep.
5. Okay, this is getting closer to favoring
Yeah.
Ezra now.
Yeah. Ezra just needs to find one piece.
Right.
JC needs to find ways to string something together without falling to whatever Ezra's mulling into, which is pretty rough.
Right. One of the downsides of an oops deck like this is that you need one of your 8 pieces to go off,
Right.
and then you need some amount of lands and some amount of mana and
Yep.
maybe some amount of disruption.
Right.
And to find all of that in 5 cards is pretty difficult.
Yeah.
Whereas Ezra here gets to their range expands in what they can keep, because as JC's clock gets slower, things like Elvish Reclaimer become
Yeah.
better.
Right. You start turning all those cards on. You can sort of see some of these, but yeah, there's a Nature's Claim. There's Spirit Guide. Lotus
There's the
Petal.
bridge.
There's some mana, but
There
yeah,
was
I
the
don't-
bridge from
I don't
below
know
in
if
that.
there's a.
They are setting 2 aside, so it looks
I
like they're
think
keeping.
Yeah, I think they're keeping here.
But
Ezra going to 4.
it looks like Ezra's going to
Oof.
4. Oof.
Yeah.
This is when it becomes rough in the sense that once you're on 4, you're kind of just looking for a hate piece.
Right.
As even if you're like JC probably can't combo until turn 3 or something like that, on 4 your fair game plan is not going to be fast enough.
Yeah. And JC can start just like stripping your hand. If you're low enough on cards.
Right.
Cabal Therapy becomes like a real card advantage card.
Exactly. And worth noting, similar to Dredge, currently in Modern, more formally in Legacy at this point, but you run into situations with mulligans in like Oops All spells where cards like Narcomoeba and Bridge from Below and whatnot are already mulligans. You don't want them in your hand, so putting them on the bottom doesn't really hurt.
It's actually beneficial in the case of things like Narcomoeba.
Right.
You don't want them to be stuck in your hand.
This deck actually has a legitimate problem if it draws 2 Narcomoebas.
Yep.
I do not believe it can keep its
Yeah.
hand, regardless.
If you have a bridge, so that's one of the other applications of bridge.
Oh, yeah.
You sack a Narcomoeba, you get... Well, no, because
No,
you only have
'cause
one bridge.
you only have one
you
bridge. If
Need
there's-
you need 2 bridges.
Yeah, you need 2 bridges. I guess you can play into the I've made enough mana and can Wild Cantor, like,
Right.
literally cast it.
Yeah, just
But-
outcast it.
It is difficult.
I mean, your combo piece, if it's a Balustrade Spy, can be sacked. So if it's
Sure.
Balustrade Spy and 2 Narcomoebas, you can still drip a turn. Because you can sack
yeah.
the Spy. Easy if you don't want to Cabal
Right.
Therapy anything. If
Right,
you're just comfortable just going for it.
Looks like Ezra kept their hand and it
What did
played
they do?
a
Mox Diamond and pass?
diamond, pitch depths, and pass.
Okay. They have a mana.
Which is a weird opening to keep on 4,
Yeah, it is.
but
Weird to have
we'll see if there's a reason for it.
Yeah. Hopefully they have.
To me, if
Yeah,
I
you can't hold a crop rotation either, which is really awkward.
right,
Oh, is JC just passing though? JC's passing.
Yep.
All right, so this is again getting back in Ezra's favor again.
so if I'm JC here, looking at what Ezra did and just playing a diamond and passing, this screams that there is a piece of interaction.
Yeah, something.
Whether it is kept green card endurance or kept crop rotation, it's just like I'll need to draw the land. You just don't keep a hand without lands in this deck without
Right.
a reason.
Right. Especially when you're a crop rotation deck.
Right.
So leaning more towards it being endurance. But then what do you hold up the Mox Diamond for? I guess maybe for Pyroblast or something, but that doesn't do anything to their combo. That's weird. I don't know if I would have
Yeah.
played the Mox Diamond there if they don't.
Yeah,
have
that's an
any
interesting point.
1 mana
is-
spells to actually cast proactively.
Yeah, if you don't have something to cast, maybe it's so you don't fall victim to a Thoughtseize. But I'm a little unsure as to
Why? What do you mean? What about Thoughtseize?
if JC
if
Thoughtseize
Thoughtseizes
the
your box
diamond itself.
Yeah, and then you have no green sources. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. All right, so we found the grief.
Pitching a
finally,
grief.
Finally, take a look and see what's happening here.
Okay, so that is what happened. There was both the Pyroblast and crop
So,
rotations.
Again, the crop rotations are great, but they don't do anything if they don't have mana.
Right. But mana is on the board now.
Yeah. So now the problem is now they have lands,
Right.
And they can crop rotate for a bog here.
And we've seen a Pyroblast, which basically is locking that diamond down.
Yeah.
But because of that, means that JC kind of has to fight fair.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yes, that's an oof.
Yep.
Just gonna reduce our mana significantly.
Right. It's going to Stone Rain both players, which is good for Ezra in this case.
Yeah.
Especially as JC has not played any additional lands.
Yeah. Turns out there's not a lot in that deck.
Nope. At least main deck, there's 4 Agadim's Awakenings,
2 Symbioses.
2 Symbiosis.
There's no Seagate? No, there's no
I don't see any
because they're not
Seagates.
casting blue spells, I guess. Okay.
Yep. And then I assume they brought in the other 2 Symbiosises if they brought in the Nature's Claims.
Probably.
Okay, so
Spirit Guide, what are we doing?
Spirit Guide, these petals cannot be cracked.
No, do not crack those petals. Do not. Hold on.
Hold up. And there's
Right, there we
Ezra.
go. Good.
Okay, good. We don't need to run out there screaming.
Yeah, that's not a thing we can do here. Sorry, JC.
Yeah, and I think JC forgot about that it works on mana abilities as well,
Yeah.
and hucked away a Spirit Guide into the Aether.
Right. Yeah, I don't think we're making use of that red mana this turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a weird thing about a lot of those cards where some cards specifically say that they don't work on mana abilities, and some specifically say that they do.
Right.
And in this case, it is a 2/2 version of Null Rod, which does in fact hit mana abilities.
Right.
As opposed to something like a Pithing Needle.
Right. So we drew pact. We know.
Yeah, we know
Ezra
the pack.
has a Pyroblast, so that's covered.
Yep, the pack is checked as long as Ezra does not crack that fetch land.
Yeah.
Because, as you see, they've turned their diamond upside down.
Yeah, right.
Representing that it
They
is
can't
not.
use it. Yeah.
That's something that I do a lot, actually, when I play a Chrome Mox and don't imprint, because I just need it out of my hand or something similar.
Yeah.
I'll just turn it upside down as a way to be like, no, this doesn't do anything. I assume there is actually a Taiga or a... there's a Taiga and a Plateau in this list.
I almost bought a Plateau to play this deck.
I know someone who actually just got 2 Plateaus to try to play Red, White, Death, and Taxes.
Nice.
And goddamn, how's Plateau finally making its comeback?
All right, so I guess this matchup is not going to be as over as quickly as we thought it was going to be.
Nope. There's the Taiga.
Yeah, Ezra having like any clock here is really good. So that collector oof. Oh, and now we have, what are we doing here? Sacking Caracas, maybe making a white, possibly.
Yeah, I'm wondering what this is
I don't know.
going to go get.
We also tapped the red source.
Yeah, this is
a weird play. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I guess, yeah. We can cut them off of mana.
Seeing that they've pitched a Spirit Guide for essentially nothing, and these things are locked out, I don't hate this play.
Yeah.
I certainly...
They would have to have like a lot of rituals and another Agadim to do, I think.
Right. They also need a way to start, because these petals aren't allowing them to start, so they need an actual land to go off.
Yeah.
It feels weird saying an actual land about Terminator Symbiosis and Aghanim Awakening. The least actual land, actual lands.
Actual black X land, yeah. I do love those cards though.
I think those cards are very
They're
well
very
designed.
sweet. Yeah.
I think there's a couple ways that double face cards can go wrong, and those are not one of them.
No. Yeah.
The abominations from Strixhaven are one of them. But
Or Mystic Sanctuary.
sure.
That's not really the same thing. But
Yeah, not the same.
Still.
That's again more of a fetch land problem than anything else.
Yeah.
That
Yeah. Wait, is that a plains tapped for that? Or is that a weird forest?
is that
Or
I have no
mountain?
idea.
I don't think that's
Can-
a plains. I'm pretty sure that's not a forest. I'm pretty sure they can't do whatever they just did.
Yeah, can you go check on that one?
They just casted a Sylvan Library, but I think it was off of a plains or something.
They may have turned the
stage into
a green
source?
source.
Okay. All right. Well,
I didn't see them do it, but it could have just been verbally announced at end of turn.
yeah, it doesn't super matter at this point because they're moving
No,
on.
no.
But,
I think
it
JC
must have been, yeah.
Yeah, I think JC understands that none of this really matters unless they can go off.
No. Sitting on 2 paperweights and some cards that are uncastable right now. And so we're getting rid of one of them for good measure.
Just in case.
Get him. Get him.
Oops is up again right now.
Yeah.
Oops is up a game.
Yeah. This is supposed to be really, really good for Oops, but they both had to mull really low.
Yeah, both players mulled low, and the card situation ended up that JC had a bunch of artifact mana into an oof, and has not been able to come back since.
To be fair, if JC had like real brass balls and just went for it, I think he wins that game because the crop rotation didn't do anything on turn 1.
Right.
But it's hard to tell that they're not holding an endurance at that point.
Exactly. You have to figure something is going on when your opponent goes
Hold the 4, play a Mox Time and pass.
Mox Time and pass.
Rammed Up Excavator.
That excavator is just going to get the wasteland and end this game.
Gross.
Huh. It looks like Depps is going to quite literally steal a game too.
Yeah. We kept the Excavator in though?
Again, when you're dealing with a bunch of your cards being really bad, you got a low floor to...
But like none of the work card has like power and toughness. And like
Well, that card has power and toughness.
It does. It has 2 power and 3 toughness. I just don't know that that's where I want to be.
I'm not sure the knights were cut is the question.
No, but what do you cut before ramming up Excavator? That card reads like control, anti-control tech to me, but
Sure, Swords to Plowshares are certainly not being...
right utilized to any real effect.
Yeah, so those are almost certainly gone.
Yeah, I think power toughness is better than Swords to Plowshares for sure.
Sylvan Safekeeper is likely gone.
Yeah, that's a 1/1.
Um,
I guess you don't have that many cards to bring in. We said they're bringing probably 4 to 6 cards or something.
let's see. Going through it, the Deafening Silences, the Oof, the Endurance, maybe... No, there's no reason for Glacial Chasm or Tower. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, like I
maybe
said, they
Force
get-
of Vigors.
Right, and they brought in Pyroblast. We saw the Pyroblast.
They also have a main deck Pyroblast.
They do have one, but it's
they
a-
probably brought them in just
but
because...
You will note they have a red Elemental Blast main, and they have
Oh,
Pyroblast
yep.
sideboard, and I do believe that was a Pyroblast.
That was a Pyroblast. You're
So I'm pretty
correct.
sure that they boarded in the Pyroblast, which I think, to be fair, is correct. I think they're better than a lot of piece of cardboard in that deck. So
Right. Yeah, so it looks like they probably have 6 cards to bring in and 6 cards to take out, so the
Yeah.
Excavator probably made the cut.
fair. Just a lot of those
Oh,
cards
yeah,
in that deck look real clunky in this
It is
matchup.
not good. It is not good.
Now with JC on the play in this game, you think he's got a sizable advantage?
JC has a sizable advantage either way.
In general, I mean, this matchup's horrendous. Ezra has 2 0-mana interactive cards.
Yep, and 4, 5, 1-mana interactive ones.
Yeah.
And those aren't even the best.
No.
Right.
And Ezra deck is full of Thoughtseize style, or not Ezra's deck,
JC,
JC's deck is
yeah.
full of Thoughtseize style effects.
Right. Even if he has
So-
to pass turn, he can probably take the 1 card that matters and
Right.
fade the hate and go off next turn.
The actual, I believe the best line for Ezra to win is to keep a hand, hope that JC has to pass turn 1, which is rare, and then play Deafening Silence.
Yeah.
Because Deafening Silence is the card that is hardest to answer out of the Oops deck,
Yeah.
where everything else, like Endurances, because of the combination of Thoughtseize effects, you get to often check beforehand.
Right.
And Endurance isn't the type of card that can be played proactively. You need to do it while all the bad stuff's going on.
I mean, you could technically beat a Deafening Silence if you played around it correctly.
Right, it's possible. It's just hard.
Yeah. You'd have to just play a lot of mana up front.
Right. And this deck is not very
Not
good,
known
as
for-
noted, of having
right.
permanent based mana.
Yeah.
Something actually like the modern version of this deck is better against that card.
Yeah.
Because it plays more of the lands. And
Yeah.
because they don't have the access to the rituals.
Right.
But because there's, we're playing Legacy, rituals are the name of the game,
Right.
that card is just a little bit better.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Ezra reached for their deck and then considered it. They do have to decide second, though. It looks like JC's taking a mulligan.
No.
Oh, it's
looking.
looking like it's a keep.
Yeah. The hand is down on the table.
Yep.
It's usually a sign.
Sean Calvo, raise your hand.
Yeah, it's a little loud in here, huh?
Yeah, we have a speaker in here.
Yeah. I don't know my tools that sound disconnected.
Just
There's no need for it to be in here.
really blasted at us, yeah. Looks like the reach for the deck might have been like just a nervous tick or something. They were rearranging their deck a second
It's
ago.
possible.
Just straightening the cards.
Or again, it could be one of these borderline hands. And
Yeah. They
frankly,
were-
a borderline hand out of Nihadepts is probably pretty
Oh,
keepable.
yeah. If it looks like it does something.
Anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally anything.
Like, oh, JC going down again. So
Yeah,
how it goes with
happens.
these Oops decks,
Yeah.
where you need very specific cards.
Right. A specific number and type of those cards.
Second mulligan now?
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to 5. Yeah.
So, but the thing about a deck like Ezra's in a situation like this, which may have led to that like hesitation moment, is one land, Deafening Silence, 5 blanks is keepable, where
Right.
it is not keepable against basically any other deck.
Yeah.
So you can have those moments where you go, yep, I just have to hope this is good enough. You have
Yeah.
to go, my endurance, yep, I'm doing nothing about this, but I have to hope it's good enough.
Right. And there's hands that JC can win with if through hate on a 5 for sure.
Oh,
But,
most certainly.
it's not easy though. See, there's the
Especially on the
Narcomoebas.
play.
Want to put those in the bottom. Oh, there is a push. They did bring in push.
Okay, yep, there's a push on
Yeah.
top.
I don't know about push in this matchup.
After seeing Oof,
Yeah.
you probably
Fair.
want it.
It's safe to say they have some kind of creature that's going to mess you up.
Right. The weird aspect is that push doesn't actually even really hit all of them in this.
No.
Especially not Oof, because it's really hard to get the revolt trigger if you can't sack your
Yeah.
pedals. Oh, we
Oh,
have...
we're wastelanding again.
Okay.
All right. So JC's first turn has been invalidated.
Yeah.
Not only is JC's first turn been invalidated, turns out that they do have the mana, which is good.
Yeah.
But this could have been a situation very similar to last game, where on a mulligan, they kept a mana light hand
Yeah,
and
and
ended
just-
up falling to a wasteland.
Right. Yeah, it's weird to see Wasteland have like so much actual text in this
Right.
match. But sometimes you gotta pass.
Yep. And that's it, is that because of the way this deck is built, it's built to go off in one turn. So any way where you can kill mana that is stored in between turns, and I know that sounds weird with lands, but when this deck's only playing 8 lands, that is kind of how they function.
Right.
Okay, just passing back and forth.
Yeah.
A little bit of jockeying for position.
No deafening silence, so it might be an endurance hand. Still don't know what the hate piece is that Ezra kept.
I don't think they would have kept on Wasteland no follow-up.
Yeah,
so.
no. Seems pretty clunky. Oh, this could be an end of turn corporation kill.
Yeah, the setup is there with the Yavimaya.
Yeah. Fetch into forest into corporation into stage copying depths.
Yep.
It's like you played this deck.
A little bit. I don't really play the Naya version, but I thought about it.
Yeah, that is a line that goes throughout many of the versions of Depths.
Or it's Orborg instead of Yavimaya.
Yeah.
Oh, alright, so we're imprinting the Fatal Push. We have 2 mana.
Okay, it looks like we have a start.
2 mana. Alright, Cabal Ritual. Cabal makes 3 in theory.
Yep.
No responses here. Now we're casting the Spy. Interesting. Are we
Is this
passing?
a spy pass?
What is this card's actual text, says Ezra?
Is it 2/3?
Yeah. So they have to pay 1 to actually activate it,
Right.
and they have to sack itself to the ability.
But now that there's 2 steady sources of mana in play,
Right.
this means that JC is likely willing to expose this to removal, which has almost certainly been boarded out,
Right.
rather than play it and have your land Wasteland.
Yeah. No, I think this is heads up play by JC.
Yep.
But if Ezra kept any sort of interaction or has the combo here, it's over.
Yeah, note that this one is ground-based. It is not Balustrade Spy. It does not
Correct.
have flying.
No flying here.
This is
What? No.
what?
Ezra, buddy.
They floated the mana.
They floated them out the Dark Depths. Okay, so it still works. I don't know why they did it like this, but
Yeah, it's a weird
it looks
sequencing
weird.
way.
Anyway,
but
they floated the green off of the Dark Depths. They floated the green off of the Yavimaya. Okay, yeah, this is. I would have just
same effect,
fetched it, but yeah, fair.
instead of you end up with a different
a dual
land.
in play instead of Yavimaya, which is reasonable. Yeah. Okay, so they did float. Okay, that makes more sense. Well, seems like this is probably it.
I don't believe there's.
I don't think JC.
I do not think there's a
has
card
an
in
answer.
JC's deck that gets out of this. That's not 100% true. Oh no, they don't have access to mana.
Yeah, no.
If they had access to mana, they could Nature's Claim their own.
Right. Go to 24.
Go to 24.
Yeah, there's no green mana source at this point.
Wow. And Naya Depths.
Well, Naya Depths took it down.
Takes it down.
Wow.
And, the Narcomoeba just sitting in
Just
hands.
sitting in hand, and the that packs. The endurance was there. Yeah, we basically knew the endurance was there, and a Pyroblast. Yeah, that was gonna be a tough one for JC.
That was gonna be a tough one for JC, but if the combo wasn't there, JC had it because 2 packs means that the endurance doesn't do anything.
Yeah. You play through endurance and through Pyroblast.
Right.
Although, yeah. Yeah, if they don't know the corporations, for sure. Do we have another match?
I'm figuring that out.
Oh, yeah, looks like the same thing.
It looks like we do have another match.
Okay, so this is another Depths deck.
Can you
And
can you have them go switch the life pad?
Bomberman. Okay.
Our names are not accurate on the screen.
Oh, is it not?
No, because we never got a chance to set them up.
Yeah. Okay.
So
does look like a Depths deck, though. I think that is accurate. No, that's a Coatl in play, so that's not Naya Depths.
Well, we have the lists here, so
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can look over the other lists, and we can figure out exactly what's
Pardon the
going on.
Production quality here. This person wrote their name real hard to read.
Good. So
They are playing some kind of a Bant Devoted Druid combo mid-range deck. Like four color Druid, we'll call it. And
Sure.
then it's Rude, who is a
that's
classic local guy who loves him some Wargoger Dragon.
Dragons.
Yeah. Dragon.
with a new card.
He did it. Rude added a new card to his deck.
Oh no, there's a new card for a dragon combo.
Which one?
Abdel Erin. It's one of the legends from the D&D set.
I have not heard of this card, but I don't really follow these spoilers very closely.
Okay, so we aren't going to have the names up for the moment.
Yeah.
Yep.
We know one of them's rude. I just don't know. I don't know who this person is because their name is pretty illegible.
Can you get them to move the life total pad so we can see it? Okay, so we're coming into something kind of starting. So to go over,
Do we know what game we're on?
I have no idea. We'll figure that out.
Here, do you want to hold this so I can shout at Pat?
Yeah, sure. So we're just trying to get our information at a quick swap over, and the players are in the middle of a game. It's kind of hard to pick up there. So on your right side of the screen, we have Rude Hannigan, a very good... Is it Hannigan? I forget his last name. Rude's a very good dragon player. And on the other side, we have a devoted druid combo deck going on. So...
This is game 3, I've been
This
told.
is game 3. Okay. So I'm going to go over the interaction here with the World Gorger Dragon combo that now only plays one World Gorger because Abdel is a better World Gorger, essentially. What Abdel does is when he comes into play, you exile any number of non-land permanents you control, and you make a 1/1 for each non-land permanent exiled this way. And then the permanents come back when Abdel goes away. So you do the exact same thing with Reanimate Dead, or
Animate Dead.
Animate Dead.
Right. Or
So
Necromancy.
Or Necromancy. You Animate Dead on that, blink out the Necromancy,
Yep.
make a 1/1,
Right.
which causes the Necromancy to come back,
Right.
to pick up the Abdel,
Yeah.
to blink out the Necromancy,
Right.
to make a 1/1, so you have infinite 1/1s.
Yeah.
So it's a one card. Instead of it being World Gorger something and Necromancy,
Yeah.
Necromancy and Abdel
Yeah.
does it on its own.
Right. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I guess the other thing about that, though, is you can't have clean infinite mana like you do with World Gorger. So you can't necessarily win in the same turn.
Yeah, looking at the list here, it doesn't seem like there's anything to gain
There's no
haste.
okay. There's no outlets for infinite mana or anything, are there?
Not that I can
Sometimes they used to
see.
play like Una, Queen of the Fae or something.
No,
as a
no,
one-up,
there's no Unas. There's looks like Abdel,
Grizzlebrand.
Gristlebrand,
Yeah,
World
it's
Gorger
pretty,
Dragon.
pretty streamlined.
Yeah, this
what's
is-
Shriekhorn? Is that a mill card? That's a mill card, right?
Shriekhorn is a mill card. Yes, it's artifact for 1. Comes in with 3 counters. You can tap it and remove a counter to mill a player for 2.
Okay.
So, over the course of its life, it'll mill someone for 6. Oh, that's a kill.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
With either
Abdel or. So that is their don't pass skill.
Yeah.
I guess they pass,
I mean,
but they.
Yeah, that's reasonable at 1 mana. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's actually really cool for this deck.
Yeah.
Because that allows you to both mill yourself to try to get stuff in your yard, and is also the kill.
Right. Yeah, not having to worry about playing weird cards like Una in your deck is pretty handy.
Right.
Rude used to play like Leech Ridden Swamp and
Right, and here we just see 14 swamp.
Sunscorched Desert. He definitely has put Sunscorched Desert in play against me before.
That is 100%
And I was pretty
happened.
upset about it, to be honest.
Yeah, I have a pretty good lifetime.
Hey guys, just a reminder this
And
will be
hi,
the last
Jerry.
round to donate because we are going to be pulling for the raffle after next round. And
Okay, now that Jerry is no longer clogging the airwaves. Yep. So in this deck, Rude also has a bunch of hand disruption in the form of like Unmask and Grief.
Right. Gotta play that stuff.
And you can end up in a situation like this where you just kind of put a Gristlebrand in play.
Yeah,
and-
you can do the classic reanimated thing.
Yep.
Make a
where-
7/7 win the game.
Exactly. It doesn't need to draw 7.
Yeah. The Coatl has. Are there not enough snowlands in play?
Oh, there certainly is now. That's the third.
Yeah, that's the third.
So the Coatl checks this, but
Okay.
you run the risk of...
You still just draw cards
Yeah.
and stuff. And they have
well, Rude's at 3. Rude cannot draw cards.
Oh, I see.
But chucking in means that you gain life that maybe puts you in a position to cast a second reanimate.
Right. And he somehow picked up his bunch of endurance. He must have reanimated it.
Yeah, it had to have been animated with something.
Jerry, raise your hand.
What do we? they were discussing something.
I think they're just trying to.
Yeah, we're blocking. We figured it out.
Yep.
Cards go to the graveyard.
I think it's just where everything
Okay.
ends up.
Wait, why is animated in exile?
That I don't know. I'm going to assume it deserves to be there for some reason because Rude doesn't make those mistakes. That when you're known for only casting Animate Dead.
Yeah, this is his bread and butter for sure. I mean, it probably doesn't make a difference, but. Oh, what do we?
Flashback therapy.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, it was animated with something that puts it back to its controller's hand when it dies. I'm going to assume that's some weird text on Dance of the Dead.
What?
Hold on, let me look it up.
Because that's what that therapy just hit. So that had to have gone back to player one's hand. What?
No, dance just makes you pay an upkeep cost. Dance of the Dead makes it like come to play tapped and you play an upkeep cost or something like that.
Yeah, I thought it had another line of text where when it died, it went somewhere weird.
It might.
Those
But
cards are all
they're all
both
pretty-
unplayable and weird.
Yeah.
They only work in this exact situation.
Right.
So no one knows what they actually do.
They're like third string reanimate cards, except when you're playing War Grudge Dragon, and then they're the best.
Yep. Okay, so we have a Druid, and we now have a Green Sun Zenith. So the Druid, notably, summoning sick.
Yeah.
So unsure if they can get anything that combos with this specifically off of Green Sun Zenith.
Yeah, I actually
Ponderbrain Swift reconfigured.
like a Leovold or something. Yeah, I don't think they combo except for the Swift reconfiguration. So, I mean, Swift reconfiguration doesn't care about haste if they were to have it, but
Worth noting, they can get a Grist here, and
oh, interesting.
use
and then kill it,
Grist
kill
to
Grizzlebrand.
kill the.
I mean, the deck has a lot of colors, huh? I forgot the deck is also playing black.
Right. You can use the Grist to kill it, or you can kill the Animate Dead.
Right.
I'm unsure of exactly what their configuration is
Nope,
at the
they're
moment
just
to do
getting
it.
a Leovold. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, they might not have kept in.
Right. We are in
Grist or
game
something.
3.
Right.
This is certainly a niche situation. I don't think Grist is good in this matchup otherwise.
Yeah.
Though, I don't know.
I don't know if Leovold's better.
Rude did show us a Rotting Regisaur, and there are 4 of them in Rude's sideboard.
Rotting Regisaur. I love Reggie. I'm a big fan of Reggie.
We always
Reggie's a real gentleman.
Yeah.
Holds the door for you as he kicks your face in.
We always called him Sir Reginald
Sir Reginald.
because he was an honorary knight in the Knight's deck and Standard because he would hold an Embercleave real good.
Yeah, he did. You can teach the other guys how to hold those swords.
Yeah, and now, in this deck at least, the discarding card is viewed as an upside.
Yeah.
Just, your classic 3-mana 7/6 up with upside.
Right. I love Reggie. I forgot there's a Regisaur.
So Griselbrand punching in to gain some life, but unable to draw extra cards because of the Leovold.
Well, there's a Swift reconfig in there, but it doesn't do anything currently.
Yep. For
neither.
those unaware at home, Swift reconfig, what it does is it turns something into a vehicle with an equip cost.
With a crew cost.
With a crew cost, sorry.
Yeah. A really
so
shitty crew cost.
The joke is that you turn your opponent's guys into vehicles and they then have to crew them. So like this Griselbrand. However, in the exact case of there it is, just turning the Griselbrand into a vehicle. In the case of Devoted Druid, turning it into a vehicle means that it is no longer a creature, and vehicles that aren't crewed don't die. Doesn't matter how many -1/-1 counters are on it.
Yeah.
So it makes infinite mana.
It does. It also doesn't care about summoning sickness, which is pretty
correct. Cool. Because vehicles
don't
have summoning sickness, so they become creatures.
Yeah.
But being used for its intended mode here of turning Griselbrand into a car.
As Wizards intended.
A tapped car.
Beep, beep, I'm a Griselbrand.
I was going to say, yeah, beep, beep.
What's the crew on Swift Reconfig? I want to say it's like 5.
It's like 5.
It's like so much.
It's essentially Swords to
It's supposed
Plowshares.
to be, right. It is a flash 1 mana?
Flash 1 mana.
Yeah.
It's like a Swords to Plowshares, except instead of giving them life, it gives them the ability to either crew their guy or have a answer for it.
Right. And they can still use it for other things, like if it's a mana dork
Right.
or whatever.
Yeah, that's the other thing is the creature doesn't actually lose its text.
Right.
It kind of just loses its power and toughness.
Right. It would still be pretty good if Rude could draw cards here, but they Leavold's still in play, so. It's good to see that Rude cannot be shaken from this tree.
No.
This guy's been playing Mortgage Dragon for like 5 years.
Yeah. As I said, by nature of our decks lining up in interesting ways against each other, I've always had a pretty good record against him.
Yeah.
But that's mostly because he's tried to kill me with Piranha Marsh a lot.
Doesn't
And
work as well through
Doesn't
Blood
work
Moon.
as well through Blood Moons.
No.
But this version is a lot scarier to me.
Yeah.
14 basic swamps.
Yeah, too many swamps. Yeah. Leech Ridden Swamp is the card.
Yeah, Leech Swamp, Piranha Marsh, Sun-Scorched Desert.
Yeah. I think Piranha Marsh is the one you have to pay for.
Oh, is that?
I think it's the one you have to have 2 permanents for.
Oh, okay.
I think
maybe
Leech Ridden is the ETB one, I think.
Yeah.
There's too many. They're all really bad.
Yeah, they're all garbage. They all come into play tapped except the colorless one. Okay.
Do we Cabal Therapy away our Grizzlebrand?
That's what it looks like.
Dark Ritual, we're going to try to bring it back.
Nope.
What? We're going to hardcast a Grizzlebrand? Okay.
This game has gone off the
That's
rails.
thinking with portals. Oh my
For a
God.
while in Modern, I played the Goryo's Vengeance combo deck,
Yeah.
and you'd be surprised how many times you'd look down and figure out,
Nice
oh,
prize
this one.
payout page will be posted, but it's first is 2,000.
Okay, that was the announcement for prizes. They're going out to top 16, which is pretty cool.
Good first place prize.
Oh, yeah.
$2,000 for playing a day of Magic seems nice.
Yeah.
Okay, Leovold trying to
Getting in
chip
there
shot
again.
back.
Wait, why is the Grizzlebrand tapped?
It attacked.
Already?
Yep.
It just came into play? They're playing real fast, huh? Trying to get this done. There we go.
Yep.
The fist bump.
Like the fourth, we tuned in halfway through game 3, and I think
Yeah.
we saw 4 different Gristlebrands in play. Well, I
pretty
guess
good.
one of them was the same one 3 times.
Right,
but,
right. We can rebuild. Stronger, better, faster Grizzlebrand.
And yeah, it looks like they're going to sideboard here, or D-sideboard here, so that definitely
That
was game 3. That's
Yeah,
what we
that was
thought.
game 3. Right.
Oh, yep, here you go. Have the deck
All right,
lists.
Jared, I'm gonna do the next 3 hot sauces in a minute as well.
There you go. Hot
Yep.
sauce time.
Yeah. The podcast crew is going to be back in here eating a bunch of chicken, having a bunch of hot sauces, being sad about the situation.
Yep.
But they thank you for the donations, and hopefully we're going to come back with round 5 soon.
Enjoy your Schadenfreude in the meantime.
Yeah, enjoy your Schadenfreude. Yay.
How about now? All right, now you can hear us.
Did you do it the whole time or just
I just that.
we put the
I don't
rings
know.
on the okay.
All right. All right.
Chocolate
So,
based.
yeah, chocolate base.
Players with the
This is a
players
giant
at
wing.
Tables 1
That is a big
and
wing.
17,
That's a lot of sauce
please
on there.
report
Woo!
to
Well, I mean, we're doing it, right?
area.
We were supposed to do it, so.
Oh
let's
yeah,
go.
we're doing it.
17, report to the feature match
It
area.
tastes like chocolate.
No, doesn't taste like chocolate.
As for the rest of you, we are in round 5 of 7. You have
Okay.
50 minutes.
I mean,
you may begin.
I believe in the next 45
As a
seconds I'm gonna be in
reminder,
pain, but the taste is good.
If
Yeah,
you
I like that.
do anything
That's
other
good.
than play a game of Magic,
Yeah, I'm
to
gonna put
settle
a
the
little more
results of this round,
My nose is
we're
tingling.
going to have a very sad, long conversation, and I would prefer not to have that.
What?
I don't know what you're talking about. I just got hot sauce in the brain.
Oh
I'm
man,
starting to get a little sweat.
no, definitely was wet.
That's good, though. I actually like that
All right,
one.
I'm gonna do a third where I'm gonna put a little more on.
Oh boy.
So it must be something about the kind of spice that bothers me, because this one isn't as bad.
Yeah,
I agree.
it's still a good heat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Michelle, talk us through what you're feeling.
I don't. I was okay. Every once in a while, it gets me in the back of the throat, but I'm less of a pussy than I thought I would be.
I feel it on my tongue.
I feel it in my lips. I have not been very good about getting the chicken wing in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kind of doing in and around, just in and around. Yeah, just in and around my mouth, and I'm definitely feeling the spice on the lips.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got like little needles,
Yeah.
pricking my lips and tongue.
So now we're getting to we're getting to like the big boy stuff now, right?
Yeah,
That
so-
was- ooh, not yeah. I'm getting it.
like all 6 of those, like those 6 are enjoyable to eat. The next 4 are like experiments in pain.
Like that was 71,000 Scoville.
So
Ooh,
does
the
it
Cocoa
tell
Ghost.
you on, like,
Oh,
does
fuck
it-
you, Cocoa Ghost.
Does it say? Oh wait, is the next one ghost pepper? So does it say on here like now it's just a
Yeah,
you're
so
an idiot?
that.
You know how there's
Oh, Pat's bailing.
No.
Pat's bailing.
I still
So that was just Queen's Majesty Cocoa Ghost. So
like his chocolate milk.
speaking of, I believe that means I win the last person to take a drink challenge.
oh
No,
I
I'm not
took-
drinking this.
I
I'm not drinking it.
took a sip of Diet Coke. I didn't know there was a challenge.
That's a sub game Jared and I are playing.
Sub game.
Diet Coke does not cool it. Milk cools it. Diet Coke is just Diet Coke.
All right, Michelle's still in it. But yeah, that was just the Queen's Majesty Cocoa Ghost, a chocolate and ghost pepper based at 71,000 Scoville units.
Whatever that means. Yay.
And yeah,
It's a lot.
next round we're doing 7, 8, and 9, and those are 8. I think is actually the spiciest.
When I'm gonna tag out.
Like 8 is literally battery acid just on your tongue.
You know what? I got a little too brazen with that. I had 3 dips on that.
You got a lot.
I did
of
3 dips
chocolate
on the Cocoa Ghost. That was too many.
Too
Yeah.
many dips?
Too many dips.
You
Oh.
you took almost all of it.
Yeah. It's getting me.
Pat's over here dabbing.
Yeah, I'm,
Just so you know, though, it's literally because he ate almost all of it.
yeah, I'm starting to cry a little bit. It's all right. We're good. All right.
Woo!
All right,
I'm
we're
gonna,
coming back after the next round.
Lordy. Woo! All right, we're gonna go get your next matches. We are actually doing Displacer Kitten for the next feature match. I want to get that on camera so you guys can see how that deck operates. We're gonna go get them set up, and we'll be right back.
Thanks for watching the last Leaving Legacy Open.
Yeah.
All right, we're back for round 5.
So we have John Nickerson on Displacer Kitten Combo.
Yeah.
And Alex Dalton on Jeskai Control.
So this kitten combo is something that's fairly new that's come into the meta. We actually had Joe Dyer on last week's episode, and he had highlighted it in this article this week on This Week in Legacy. So I'll be interested to see how it does against a control deck. I think you have the deck list over there, right?
Yep. Here, you can take the Jeskai one.
All right. So let's see this Jeskai control deck. Yep.
These on the right people?
Should be.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, they've both played cards that are in both decks.
Right.
So.
Yep. Yeah. No, we should be good here. Yeah. So this Jeskai control deck we're looking at. It's got a Mentor in there, a Timeless Dragon, a couple of Hull Breachers, Snapcasters, Wandering Emperors, Narset, Teferi. I mean, nothing crazy in here that I see.
Right.
The Days Undoing, Shark Typhoon, that, normal run-of-the-mill stuff.
And then on John's side, we have a Displacer Kitten combo, and I'm going to run through it incredibly quickly for those who are unaware. So this is the version that's using Teferi.
Oh, okay.
So this isn't the artifact-based version.
Oh, gotcha.
So there's a version that can blink with Karn.
Right.
To do a whole bunch of tricky stuff and end up with an infinite kill. This is using Teferi Time Raveler, and what's going to happen is you get a Displacer Kitten in play, which is a 2/2 for 3 and a blue, and when you cast a non-creature spell, you blink something instantly. So you exile and it comes back.
Yep.
This has Teferi Time Raveler, and that's the combo of this. So you get the cat in play, you play Teferi, you use Teferi to blink a 0, which is in this case like a Mishra's Bauble.
Yep.
You return the 0 to your hand, then you play it again.
Draw.
So
Right.
you've drawn off of the Teferi, and you use the kitten to blink the Teferi, and now you have the same setup you had before, except you have drawn 1 card. So you will draw your entire deck. Additionally, there's like Monastery Mentors in this deck, so if you do that with a Monastery Mentor out, you have a pile of guys. The Teferi itself stops your opponent from interacting easily. And then since you've drawn your deck, you now get to pass the turn with a handful of like Force of Wills and whatnot to make sure that your opponent can't do anything because you have a Teferi in play and a handful of Force of Wills, and then just kill them with whatever you have left over from like the Monastery Mentor. So this is essentially a Jeskai control-ish mirror, where where one player has a small combo package built in,
Right.
and the other player has like a package of like wheel cards and Hull Breacher.
So this is more like kitty control than this Displacer combo, essentially.
Right. The other version is like a mono blue artifact based deck or a blue white artifact based deck that uses Karn and Displacer Kitten to loop LED
Right.
to get infinite mana and then kill you.
All right, so John's got out his Mentor, and he's forcing that Wandering Emperor.
Maybe? I can't tell from my angle. Or is that a...
Oh, no, it's a Swords. I'm sorry. It's a Swords of Plowshares.
Oh, that's the new art on Swords.
Okay, and Pyroblast back. Blast the Force. Swords the Mentor. He does get a token out of the deal.
Yep. Which is the upside of Mentor.
Yep.
And then you get in a fight over it. Even if you lose the fight, you end up with some guys in play.
Yeah.
In a matchup like this, that's great because
totally.
those guys represent a real clock.
All right, Alex with another Volcanic Island. Let's see what he's got going on here. Now, is this like in this kind of matchup, because John does have like this kind of combo built in where Alex doesn't really have that, I guess he does have like the Days Undoing with the Shark Typhoon and stuff, which isn't necessarily a combo, but does allow him to refill his hand and create like some real threats on the board. Is Alex going to kind of sit back here and sort of play the control game, or do you think he's going to want to be a little more aggressive in this game?
So I think if he was on a different style control deck, he would have to figure out a way to not eventually lose to the combo.
Mm-hmm.
But for the card he just played, that Narset is a huge issue for John.
Mm-hmm.
Not only is it great against like the traditional things, you know, the Ponders and the Brainstorms and stuff like that, and locking out the additional draws, you can't combo with Teferi doing.
Right.
Well, I guess that's not right. You can, it just doesn't do anything because you do not draw the additional card.
Right.
You're just going to do an infinite number of things.
Right.
If you already have a Mentor in play, it'll be fine because you'll make a infinite number of guys.
Yes.
But you don't draw your deck. Like, you don't
Right.
get to do that aspect of it.
Now, when you say draw your deck, does he have anything in there that like allows him to win with no cards in his library? Or do you mean literally just like draw a bunch of cards?
Well, you draw until you feel safe.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
you proceed to do the loop with like a Monastery Mentor or something like that out to get 20 guys, and you have 2 Force of Wills in your hand and a Teferi down, and you
you're
can
like,
pass the turn.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Perfectly fine.
Gotcha.
You could deck out if you wanted to.
Does he have anything in there that's like a payoff for that? Does
Nope.
he have like a no? Okay.
Nope. I guess you could put like a Thassa's Oracle or something
Right,
if you
yeah,
wanted,
but
but you end up in a situation where how many times would you have lost if you just, you know, took your foot off the gas?
Right. Totally. That makes sense. So it looks like they're discussing this ponder that's going on here.
Yeah, it probably is just figuring out exactly where they are.
Yep.
Narset can get a little confusing over
Right.
trying to draw a card on your opponent's turn versus your turn. And but that Narset is a very important card in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a nice draw for Alex. He is running. He's running 3 of them. That's either a 2 or I believe it's a 3.
I could believe it as a 3.
Yeah, running 3 of them in the main deck there.
Again, not only is it a good card in this matchup, it is a card that Alex has cards that I'm going to use a loose term of combo with.
Okay.
Of things like Days Undoing, where you're going to mind twist your opponent's hand.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Your opponent doesn't get to draw the 7. You get to draw your 7.
Right. Exactly.
Yep.
Same thing with like Hull Breacher works with that.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the list, we do really only have the 1 Days Undoing and 2 Snapcasters, but I believe Days that XLs. So yeah, it's very minor here.
Yeah.
They're not going all. Alex isn't going all in, having like 3 Days Undoing and trying to do this every time. They're just playing Narset and Hull Breacher as good cards.
Yep. Oh, here's his own Teferi here. It looks like he's been chipping away at that Narset too, trying to take that down so he can hopefully get rid of it. But
Right.
knowing Alex, he might have another one in his hand at this point.
So this is interesting in that if that Teferi resolves, which I don't think it's going to because of this.
Yeah, there is a
unless
force
there's
here.
a fight back. No.
Yep.
So in the situation where that resolves and stays on the board, you end up in a weird case where because that token has prowess, a Displacer Kitten and a spell would have been lethal.
Oh,
A
right.
Displacer Kitten and
Right.
a 0. Because you wouldn't have done anything. You would have just
But you
cycled
get
through
that
spells
infinite-
over.
Yeah, you get that loop going and
Right. You
Yeah.
don't draw the card, you don't get ahead, but your guy would just be
huge.
Yep.
Yep.
It would be one shot.
Yep.
So that is something to watch for. But again, both of these lists, they have some combo-ish aspects to them, but realistically, they are both Jeskai control lists.
And John with his own ponder here. Looks like Island. I couldn't see the other 2. All right, Mountain was one of them. Trying to see what.
What was that you were looking for?
I just want to see what Alex could have here to kind of. I mean, neither player really has a controlling presence right now in the game.
No.
Now that Narset's off the board, Teferi didn't make it. There's just one mentor token here that's going to be crashing in. Here's a ponder for turn.
Yep. The important thing here is that Alex seems to have flooded a bit more, and because of that, John just has more cards left.
Right.
Neither player is in a particularly strong space, but John just has more cards, and I'm going to assume he can convert them into some type of advantage. Nice.
How much work is his monk token going to do in this game? It's stuck around longer than I thought it would.
It is stuck around, but it hasn't resulted in much other than being part of clearing out that Narset.
Right.
Ooh, 4 mana. I think there's only one 4 mana card in the deck.
Is that the dragon?
Or
is it?
Was there a Wandering Emperor in that? No, it's a
Supreme
it is
Verdict?
a Supreme Verdict to kill a token.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Alex understands that John's plan is currently to sit here and beat him to death with exactly that one thing. Oh, speaking of the Wandering Emperor. Wandering Emperor seeing a real amount of legacy play.
Right.
Due to it being, well, a good card. Just straight up, like, it is a good card, but it also has the additional legacy upside of not being blue or red.
Right. It was just funny the way you said a good card.
Yeah.
And just kind of paused after that because that made me laugh.
It's a card that on its face it doesn't do a lot. Or I shouldn't say, it does a lot, but it doesn't do things that are of legacy level.
Right.
But the fact that it has flash, the fact that you get a nice interaction, you can fit it in whenever and not go down on all your counter spells and hold up your mana and everything. It provides threats like we're seeing here, and it is not blue or red, so it can't be blasted.
Right.
Once this is down, it's hard for a lot of decks to get it off of the board. Is that the kitten? That is a Displacer kitten.
Yes, it is.
In 2/2 mode.
Oh, wow.
Yep, there.
Alex
Good
just
job,
packing it
Displacer
up?
kitten.
Oh, wow.
Power and toughness.
All right, now we're going into game 2 here.
Yep. Worth noting that in that particular case, something like a kitten and a Wandering Emperor means that every non-creature spell you cast, you make a 2/2 or something like that, because you blink out the Planeswalker and you do it. So it does have some side synergies other than just being a combo piece, but it's mostly a combo piece.
Yep. But enough to close out the game there for John.
Yeah, a 4-mana 2/2 was enough.
Yep.
Again, Alex just kind of controlled the early game, played an Narset, never really found anything of super importance, just kind of interacted and cantripped to death and ended up having too many lands.
Yep.
Where John did exactly the same things, except ended with spells, which is kind of an issue with like both of these the Jeskai control style decks. Of sometimes you just spin your wheels a bit too much and you don't find the stuff you need, and because your deck is very air heavy comparatively to other style legacy decks,
Right.
you just you draw too many lands, and the wrong piece of interaction, like having to Supreme Verdict a 1/1, stuff like that, and you just find yourself with no cards in hand facing down 5 power.
Yep. In these sideboard games here, definitely think Alex wants to keep in something like Narset. Is he going to bring in maybe an extra days on doing that in that case? That seems pretty decent against John.
Yeah, I could see trying to be like do a Days Undoing thing if he has cards he considers bad. Going over the sideboard, a lot of these decks have what I will call an issue, though it's not really an issue, where all of their cards are kind of generically good. It makes sideboarding things in and out very preference-based.
Sure.
Obviously, there's some good and some bad, but things like Flusterstorm. Does Flusterstorm come in here? Well, John does have a lot of targets, but are they the targets you want?
Right.
So it's very preferential to the person, where Alex may be the type of person where that single Flusterstorm only comes in against Storm.
Sure. Yeah.
So it's really hard to tell. There's Red Blasts and Pyroblasts that are certainly coming in. There's 2 Ruinations that could come in, depending on how he feels his opponent's mana is. I don't think so. Normally, if you see... It wasn't in that particular game, but you normally assume they have a bunch of basics.
Mm-hmm.
Containment Priest doesn't do anything. Dress Down doesn't do a ton. So yeah, my guess is from Alex's side, we're looking at like some blasts and maybe a Savine's Reclamation as just like more grinding, go long type situation, and possibly a Day's Undoing if he feels that he wants to be on like the Mind Twist plan. But again, very, very person to person. From John's side of things, again, we're looking at some more blasts, both Pyro and Hydro.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he wants his Rest in Peace. Don't think he wants his Energy Flux. Doesn't want his Deafening Silences. Doesn't want his Stony Silences. Doesn't want his Surgicals. Probably not his Graph Diggers or his Supreme Verdict. So, yep, this is mostly a match
Just
where both
kinda run it
players are
back.
going to board in a bunch of blasts
Right.
and just have more interaction for
Yep.
the other person.
Yep.
Which, again, is why a card like Wandering Emperor is so good.
Right.
Because even in post-board games, if I'm looking at John... So John has a Wandering Emperor in his deck. If I'm looking at Alex's list, cards that cleanly answer Wandering Emperor consist of... I'm still looking. Force of Will. And some Force of Negations. That is it.
Mm-hmm.
Once it is in play, you need to attack it to death. And there's no like Council's Judgment or anything
Right,
like that to
right.
get rid of it. Meanwhile, on the other side, a very similar situation where like these prismatic endings miss it, and that's kind of what they do. Yeah, it's just counter spells again.
Let me pull the Twitch chat here. We haven't had it in a minute. Oops, that's not it.
So, players have kept their hands at this point, started up. We'll see a Ponder from Alex's end.
Did he shuffle that Ponder?
Looks like what he's doing.
Okay. I wasn't sure if he was fetching out. Oh, that's all right. I see Prismatic Vista. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't help that I believe they have the same color sleeves.
Yeah. All right. Jonathan's off with his own Ponder.
Yep, Ponder. Return Ponder.
Quickly
Yep.
shuffles that in.
Likely they're looking for lands or looking for spells and saw the opposite because there was no decision to be made.
Yep. Worth noting, I saw at least one volcanic in that the 3 cards each palm, so it's likely that
He's
looking for
probably
some
land
action.
heavy looking for spells.
Yeah. If I was going to take a guess. And he found a brainstorm, so that's not nothing. That'll do. It looks like he does have some action in his hand, though, so.
Yeah. Maybe he's just looking for a specific card then.
Sure, yeah. Alex with his own brainstorm.
Ooh. And Alex is brainstorm locked after not finding a
This
land.
is a land drop. That's rough. That is rough.
That puts John... Oh, okay. A Resolving Ponder.
No lands in that either. He's going to shuffle that. He knows he needs to hit a land drop here.
This is a matchup that can go very long, so I understand it, but I'm surprised that we didn't see any interaction on that Ponder there from John.
Yeah.
Even something like a Force of Will. You don't normally Force of Will a card in that spot, but knowing your opponent's brainstorm locked
Right,
is...
and missed a land drop.
Yeah,
like,
it's really tempting.
Yep. Maybe he just looks at his hand and thinks he's like far enough ahead where he doesn't have to. Ooh, is that a surgical?
That looks like a surgical.
Interesting. Okay.
There's There's 2 surgicals on his sideboard.
What would you bring the surgical in for? You think?
I wouldn't
you think
bring
it would
in
be
the surgical.
Yeah.
I don't get that move at all.
So I mean, well, it's maybe he's just trying to like pull like maybe the Narset was that big of a road bump that he just or speed bump that he just wants the surgical. I don't know. I truly don't know.
The only thing I'm thinking of is Narset, but I don't know. I know some people just really like boarding in surgicals and fair matchups.
I mean,
and
I do.
I'm not one of them.
I do, but
I hate
it's
it.
usually not a good idea. Don't get me
No.
wrong. All right.
I don't think I've ever boarded in surgical that isn't a combo matchup.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, I hate boarding in against life from the loam decks.
Yeah, that's interesting. When we said we were gonna have Displacer Kitten on here, I thought this was gonna be like one of those, quick combo kills. But we've seen like a little bit more of a grindy matchup here, just based on the fact that it really is more of a control deck than,
Right.
than a combo
This
deck.
is a control deck that is using Displacer Kitten as a single card combo. Well, it isn't a single card combo.
But in the shell of the deck, right?
Right.
Yeah.
This deck already can run Teferis. It already wants Teferis. So the fact that you could already want to play those means that playing the 2
If
copies
you
of
randomly
Kitten.
used a card
Right.
to the worst card game that exists as like a token, something you let time this account.
Okay, so we
EI
see
here.
Yeah, we see an iteration.
Force, Pyroblast, and a Ponder, I believe.
That's what it looks like.
Is that a Rest in Peace? He doesn't have a Rest in Peace in his sideboard, does he?
Yes, he does.
I think he brought a Rest in Peace as well.
I'm unsure as to why. Did he think he was facing something different?
That's possible. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe that's not what I saw, but it looks like it.
Because I'm looking at this list, and out of Alex's end, the only cards that interact with the graveyard in any way is a single Mystic Sanctuary,
Snapcaster.
2 Snapcaster
Yeah.
Mages. Yeah, that is weird to me. Maybe he thought he was facing something different, like some other type of Jeskai combo.
All right, so Alex hits the second land drop finally.
John did use that time to pull ahead both with the EI and the Narset, so...
And the Narset's going to make it difficult for Alex to kind of claw his way back.
Right.
with
Every
Ponder's
ponder
Break.
and brainstorm and whatnot that he draws from here on out, they don't have real text on them.
Right. Which in a control mirror especially is painful, I'm sure.
Well, it's more than just being in a control mirror. Certainly losing your selection is important, but I think one of the big things is that he's down lands.
Oh, yeah.
He actively needs to find lands.
Yep.
As anyone who's played control mirrors can tell you, having mana is incredibly important, and that Narset's just locking things up.
Another Wandering Emperor in play for us.
Yeah, John drawing his single Wandering Emperor twice, and putting it to good use both times.
Mm-hmm.
Here, more as a cleanup crew.
So he's gonna impulse with it's an impulse, right? With that Narset, I believe.
Yes.
Top 4.
Yeah, but for instants and sorceries.
Right.
Or maybe it's non-creature. I don't remember. But can't get lands, can't get creatures. I know that. Pretty sure it's non-creature.
All right. Gets with another token.
Yep.
Oh, he's got Teferi in hand as well. I believe that's a Teferi. All right, he's going to play Ponder.
Yeah, this is just John's game to lose.
Yes.
It would take an actual miracle for Alex to pull back here.
Yep.
Because this is one of those things about these Jeskai, like mid-range to control decks, is they're not Reanimator. They can't win from a low base.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
Wow,
it looks
yeah.
like Alex just showing, here's all the cantrips that Narset shut off.
Yep. That is especially rough.
Well, it's going to happen some time. You keep a one-lander hoping to get there. You don't, and let's see. Looks like our backup matchup is already finished.
All right. Well, hey, you know what? That gives us plenty of time for Hot Wings, Jerry.
Plenty of time for Hot Wings.
All right, we'll do that, and we're going to do that next. We'll be right back, guys, with another
Pass me that?
Ready? You ready to chug that?
Yeah, well, lemons. So actually, hot sauce is a base,
Okay.
believe it or not. So the acid in lemonade actually counteracts it.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't buy that.
I watched all sorts of like science, like YouTube science videos. They were real science. It was Gordon Ramsay. I trust his food science.
Man, I don't know about that, but all right.
Should I close the door? Or
All right.
You ready?
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to, look.
Okay, yeah.
Should I close this?
Yeah, please. All right, so the first, we're back to the hot sauces.
Back.
We have 7, 8, 9. I can smell the heat in this one.
So this is 7.
This is 7.
Come-
This is
come
13,
on.
13 Angry Scorpions. We have our friend and head judge.
Head
for this one,
judge.
right?
Yeah.
Sean Calvo is joining us.
Sean also is the one who donated the beautiful Judge foils to the raffle,
Nice.
which we're going to be raffling off once we're done in here.
Yep.
And
And we also have Bob Wong as witness.
yeah, Bob Wong wants to see us cry, so he's off camera right now. Bob's off camera. Watch
Sure
it.
you guys don't want to do the raffle first because they're going to be able to talk.
Well, I think that's going to be kind of the entertainment.
The non-feature matches or something.
So we are going. What do we have? Angry Scorpions.
Angry Scorpion. This is number 7 on the list here.
Yep, 13 Angry Scorpions by Jekyll and Hyde. What do you? It's not a brewery. What do you call like a hot sauce? A hot sauce emporium?
Hell.
Yeah, hell.
What else would you call it?
109,000 Scoville
and,
units.
And just so you know, the first hot sauce we started with was 1,800 Scoville units.
yes, so
We're
we
up
are
to
now
109,000.
we are now 100 times hotter than the first hot sauce that we did today.
This is a point of clarification. What do we have to help after the hot sauces?
Choose your weapon.
this kind gentleman on the top.
Choose
Yeah, I'll
your
grab this
weapon.
guy. Sure.
All right, boys.
These wings have a lot of breading on them. I'm not a huge fan of that. All right, so this is to number 7, 13 Angry Scorpions. Cheers.
Yes. Cheers.
Cheers, gents. I'm not going to do what I did last time and
did
get.
you do?
So I had some, I bit it off, and then I'm like, oh, everyone else is done, so I had more of it and then ate it, and then I did it again, and then it all hit me at once.
Yeah,
It's bad.
some of them are a slow burn. You're like, oh, that's fine, and then you're like,
Yeah.
Probably more than I want to have.
no,
So,
that's
all
plenty.
right,
That's
so
plenty.
Is that enough?
I think we're good. I think we're good.
What? You gotta get more on that. What are you
I
talking
gotta get
about?
more. I got both sides on there. All right, fine. Call my bluff.
Listen,
Call my bluff.
People,
I'm not calling
yeah, people have been very generous with their donations, so I'm giving
That's
them
true.
their money's worth.
That's true. We did blow past the $500 mark.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I'm happy. I'm not happy.
All right, you ready, gents?
All right.
Yeah.
Cheers. 13 Angry Scorpions.
Not bad. Yep.
So this was nice because right now it has some flavor.
There's the heat.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Heat's a coming.
Just sweet though.
It's very sweet on the front end. It's almost like a barbecue sauce.
I like it.
It's good, and now my tongue is on fire.
I haven't gotten to the fire yet. There it is. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Ugh. I still
What
have
do
more
we do
hot.
with these?
Trash bag right there.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So it's a build. So it's basically like it's barbecue sauce.
Thank you.
It's barbecue sauce for like the first 30 seconds,
Yeah.
and now
Make me hiccup.
it's building.
That's a.
Woo! That's still tasty though.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's good. Oh, I feel like my mucus production is like kicking in.
It's on the tongue right now.
Yeah.
Oh.
You going for that? Going for that milk, Pat?
Oh yeah.
You going for that milk? I want to point out I have not reached for the milk yet. I have not reached for the milk.
I still have it teared up. I can't see. Oh shit. Jerry, open my milk for me.
You need help?
No, it's all right.
I got it. You got it?
Whatever you do, don't touch your eyes. Don't touch your eyes.
Yeah.
Teared up. Oh, it helps. I sold my kids chocolate milk.
It's like kind of hard to breathe. Like like my mucus is like in the back of my throat to like
My heart
counter.
is racing.
I'm crying. Oh.
No, this is it'll get you.
Are you ready for number 8?
As ready as I will.
So what I've been told is that
Number 8, I think, is the most painful. Like it might not be the most, like it might not be the hottest.
But it's just heat.
Yeah, there's no flavor. It's basically just like dunking your chicken wing in battery acid is how I would describe it.
Have you had it before? Or is that just
by word of mouth?
No, I've had it. I've had it before. Only once. I've only had it once before, and that's all I dared to have. That you don't have to do that much. That's a lot. You know, Pat's over here. Pat's over here like a ketchup bottle, like boom. Boom.
So, our friend Zach, who eats the number 10 hot sauce on his eggs like it's a normal thing to do, says this is the worst one we're eating.
Yeah, is he joining us for number 10?
No, Zach, by the way, said he wasn't going to participate because it would just be considered lunch for him.
Right. No.
He's a badass. He's a badass. All right, gentlemen, choose your weapon.
These are all really large.
Oh man, the first one hasn't stopped.
I think it's dying down for me.
It's
But I'm having
dying.
a little trouble talking.
Good luck with your announcements.
Yeah.
Guys, this is... Oh my god.
You ready for this?
No.
Do you need a second?
Nope, go ahead. Go for it.
Cannot say that I've had battery acid before, so.
Alright.
Are we ready, boys?
Cheers.
Cheers.
Fuck me.
Mm.
Oh, it's terrible. Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
It hasn't really kicked in for me yet. I think it's gonna get
Gino
there.
Batista, we have your list ready up front. Gino Batista.
I can smell the heat, but I think this one's like dulling. Either that or it's just sneaking up on me.
You guys' savages.
Like
that's
it's definitely
terrible.
there.
That's terrible.
Like it's just bad.
Oh.
There it is. Oh.
Oh. Oh no.
Ah!
No.
Oh.
Oh no. I need another drink. Another milk.
Oh.
It's in the back of my mouth.
Yeah. No, that's why I didn't notice it because it wasn't in the front.
Yeah.
It's like, you know those like Listerine like mint sprays things
Oh,
where
yeah.
you like dip? It's like if you did that, but instead of like a Listerine thing, you just did pepper spray. Is like how I would describe it.
That's terrible.
It's gonna blow my nose off screen.
That's terrible.
I want to take like a comb to my tongue.
I don't want a tongue right now. Honestly.
Like one of those tongue scrapers.
Yeah. Do we got any tongue scrapers?
No, I left mine at home. I would have brought it if I knew.
I have tears. Oh, no. We have to do two more.
There's two more.
Kidding me?
It's not going away either.
No, it's here to stay. It's here to
Getting
party.
worse. I'm getting a little dizzy.
Sean's about to pass out.
No, I'll be fine. I just gotta sit back down.
Guys, I'm gonna spend tomorrow on the toilet. I already know it. It's gonna be terrible.
I'm glad I'm not doing 10 with you guys. I need another napkin though. Can I go get it?
I'm out of napkins.
I'll be back. I got my pizza napkins.
Ooh boy.
It's not stopping.
It's not. It just keeps coming.
The sauce is here to party.
Yeah, that sauce doesn't fuck around.
Forget your microphone.
Oh, fuck the microphone.
All right, I'm gonna hold past the microphone for him.
They can hear me. I'm loud. All right. Oh, fuck. That's hot. Oh. How do people answer questions when they eat this stuff?
They don't.
That's the point, right? Did you try to watch them do it?
Fuck you, Bob. Fuck you right to hell.
Bob, you're coming on here for number 10. You're doing number 10 with us.
We'll see.
I think I'm gonna probably take a chocolate milk after this just so that I can talk.
Smart. It like helps for a moment, and then it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There was lemonade and then
I also have, for the emergencies, I have peanut butter mixed with honey, because the peanut butter like gets the oil off, and then the honey kind of cancels out the taste.
Not just eating ice cube.
No, sorry.
That ice is dirty.
I don't care. Bro,
Pat just took dirty ice cube from a cooler and
no,
just.
you don't even refrigerate these hot sauces, dog. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you don't need to refrigerate the hot sauce because it's so caustic to life that nothing can grow in it.
All right.
Pat is asking how many chocolate milks.
I only packed 8, either 6 or 8.
6 or 8 chocolate milks.
are these the first two?
Yeah. Take them. I don't care.
I got all of them. I
No.
just might want one.
Take one. Take one. Oh.
Wait, you've had ice in that cooler this whole time?
Yeah.
My lemonade's been growing warm all day.
That sounds like a you problem. Ooh.
All right, we ready for the next one?
As ready as I'll be.
Let's do it. Extra mean green.
Extra mean green, number 9. This one is this is quite the jump. So the bomb, which we just did, was 135,000 Scoville units. Mean green is 702,000 Scoville units. Let's do it, boys.
This one's also more watery.
Yeah.
All right, Magic Legacy players, that is time on round. Magic Legacy players, that is
Cheers.
time on round.
There's a nice flavor. There's a nice flavor to it.
Pat's gonna throw up.
No, I'm good. Heat
I'm
index
after
4.
the last one.
Oh.
By the way, Pat, chat says you're good because the hot sauce will kill the germs on the ice.
Oh, good. Nice. Oh. That wasn't as bad as.
No, I
as
think
8.
that's because the battery acid burned off all your taste buds.
Yeah. Honestly, mean green is definitely hot. Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's burning. It's growing. It's a growing heat.
Yeah.
But
The bomb was.
Bomb was so strong.
The mean green's in my throat right now.
Yeah.
It's the back of my throat.
it's a nice flavor though. It's a
It has a little citrusy like.
yeah, it's a very fruity
Yeah.
flavor.
Got those nice citrus notes.
It does. It does. It's a
Would
symphony.
would pair with a nice dry white wine.
A Chianti.
This is me just drinking wine and eating hot sauce.
Just stir it into your wine. It's like the single worst experience that I've had with a spicy thing was getting a super spicy beverage and having mild food. It's the wrong way to wash your spice down.
Yeah. Oh, it's growing. The mean green's growing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still there.
It lingers. He's a
I
he's a
think I
lingerer.
think I got some on my lip and it's burning my lip.
Oh yeah.
I should have brought the cooler over with me.
I think the bomb was definitely still the rougher.
Yeah, the bomb is rough because it's an immediate and
Stays.
it's all at once. This one is like slowly building. I feel the slow builds.
Ice is helpful.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. But again, now it's not. It doesn't matter. It only lasts so long. You good? I'm crying. I'm crying. We still have number 10.
So I got number 10 to do.
That's how many Scoville units?
2 million. 2 million Scoville units for number 10.
Players, please
800,000?
remember to submit
This one was
results
700,000.
in the event app.
Almost 3 times as hot.
There it
Legacy
is.
players, make sure to submit your results.
All right.
The bomb just kind of wore off because now I'm feeling the mean green.
I feel it.
Yeah.
It's hot.
All right. Let's go off camera so we can go vomit.
Okay.
We'll be back with
Oh, it's worse.
next round of Legacy. I don't know if Pat and I will be in the booth if we can talk, but we'll try.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh, it's worse. It's getting worse.
I'm gonna take one of your children. close this?
Yeah, please.
Can I be on this side of the?
Sure, yeah. Hey guys, what's going on? So real quick before we start round 6.
Yes, round 6.
We actually had a winner from our pre-modern event won a raffle.
Yes,
Right?
and we had a great turnout. A customer came in, basically said, I love pre-modern, but I can't play in the event. So I'd really like to give away this booster pack of Urza's Saga.
2 booster packs they gave
Sorry,
away, I guess,
two,
right?
Yeah, 2 booster packs of Urza's Saga.
So someone who couldn't play in the event, loves pre-modern in the community so much, came in and said, hey, I can't play the event. Here's some money. Donate these 2 packs to someone in the event. So we got one of our owners. What's your name?
My name is Ben.
Ben. Hey, Ben. How's it going? So Ben got the pack, and then he's like, I want to open this. And Michelle's like, you got to get this on camera. Like, someone's opening a pack of Urza's Saga. So
we could get a meltdown.
It could be anything, even a meltdown.
It could be anything, even a meltdown. So
all right. So
Ben, come a little closer on camera.
Here we go. All right, yeah. We got the pack right here.
Yeah,
Saga.
I like it.
I'm feeling Guy's Cradle.
These cards haven't seen.
An easy $1,000.
They haven't seen the sun.
Guy's Cradles are up to $1,000. Well, so much for ever playing. Oh boy.
All right, so
I hope you didn't have any hot sauce.
Got the commons.
Oh no, I forgot they put them in.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that new pack. That new old pack smell.
Well, our rare is a whirlwind.
All right, let's go.
Hold it up for the Cavs. We got a whirl.
It's all chroma keyed out.
It's
too.
chroma keyed out because it is a green card.
It's not a
black.
super rare. It's not like a misprint.
But congratulations, Ben.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for coming out.
Of course.
Awesome. And with that, guys, we are gonna jump over to round 6. We have our 1 seed intentionally drew into top 8. So we have table number 2. Tom Kessler versus Roland Chang.
Just going to update a couple of these overheads real quick, guys. Just bear with me. It's Tom Kessler, right? Who's he playing this guy?
Yeah, because he had a table turn.
Okay, that's what I believe. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. And we're in round 6 already. Zach was making fun of me for having chocolate milk with my hot sauces, guys.
You guys both want to be here for this? Or?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
All right, we're round 6.
Did you do last round or did you?
No, it's your last one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And I have Roland's on. He's on Yorion taxes.
Do you have the D&D mirror?
Yep, we do. So this should go a while. This should be a good one.
Lots
All right.
of D&T in the room.
Yeah, they are good to go. Thank you.
Lots of D&T.
Yeah, so we got Roland Chang here on Yorion taxes, and we have Tom Kessler also on Yorion taxes. We saw Roland Chang earlier in the event win a 3-game match. I don't remember what he played against, but Roland, awesome guy in the community. I told you he's my plug for my Japanese card, so shout out to Roland. All right, so we got Tom out, who let out with a Wasteland. But Roland turn 1 played of Plains and turn 2 played of Plains, and now he's got a Thalia out.
Yeah, Thalia actually is a powerhouse in that. And just definitely the mirror match.
Oh, yeah.
Tit for tat. I was just going to say Thalia is a real powerhouse in the mirror because first strike is really important.
Yeah, totally.
But both players running out the Thalia. Gonna make those Swords to Plowshares real expensive to cast.
Yep. Hey, I just wanted to while we're getting caught up here, we've had so many amazing donations for the hot sauce challenge that we've done. We've raised well over our original goal of $500.
Yep.
Which is amazing. I don't even think we're gonna hit that, honestly. But I just want to thank some of the people who also donated. Obviously, our friend Roland Chang donated money. Gino Bautista donated money to the charity. I'm sorry, I'm still dealing with that hot sauce right now.
Is growing.
Our buddy Ian McCune also donated money. Daniel Rawlings, thank you very much. And William Godsey, thank you guys very much for donating to the charity event that we're running.
And that was only a small sample. We had several people donate $100,
Yes.
$50. Mm-hmm. So I need to do the totals, but I'm pretty sure we raised about $700 for charity,
that's
which
amazing.
is
That's
awesome.
amazing. I'm so happy. All right, well, we are still in this Yorion Tax and Mirror match. Sorry, I just really wanted to make sure I got to thank the people because I've been meaning to, and we've been just so busy. So thank you, everyone who supported the charity drive. It means a lot. And it's an awesome charity that they run out here at Boston. So thank you very much.
Exactly. And yeah, going back, definitely a mirror match. We got Thalia's and Spirit of the Labyrinth on both sides of the table. Now, Tom is in a slight advantage here because he does have the Caracas to play around with his Thalia. It's not much, but it is an ever so slight advantage.
Yeah.
Though he does have that Wasteland that's not really doing much.
Right. Yeah, and also is not a source of white for him, so that's worth noting.
Yep, though I do see Roland has a Wasteland in his hand, so that Caracas is probably not going to stick around for very long.
Yep. And they're going to trade. Wow.
Yeah, trading.
Thalia's. Okay.
Yeah, and there's the Wasteland for the Caracas.
Oof. That's Tom's only white source right now.
Yep. Tom, and there's another. That's
Followed up
where.
with a Thalia.
That's
Oof.
why Roland charged
Oof.
right in there.
Yep.
Got a Rashad import. So Tom does not have any white mana. Does not have a vial. He's
Ooh, is that Roland's own Rashad import there?
He tapped down.
Or is it I'm sorry, it's Caracas. Sorry.
Yeah, so Tom used his Rashad import to tap down Roland's planes.
Right. And Roland said, that's fine.
Yep.
That's fine. I got power on the board. I got a first striker here. And he's got more mana in hand, so he's not he's not really worried about Tom being able to tax him so much.
Now, it looks like Roland's only mana, though, is a Caracas, and he doesn't necessarily want to play that out into a Wasteland and just have it get Wastelanded.
Well, so that is true, but that would mean that Tom would have to just use his... I mean, he would have a Rashad import that does nothing, right? He'd be... I guess, yeah, you probably know this match a little bit better than I do, but...
It all comes down to how many lands Tom has in his hand as well.
Yeah. If I'm rolling, I think I would like to play out my... If I have something to play this turn, I should say. Yeah. You know what I mean, I want to make sure I'm getting some value out of it. So
yeah, you definitely in this matchup, you definitely want to be developing your board.
Yeah. So spirits trade, leaving Roland with a Thalia on board. He does have a land in hand. Looks like a Flicker Wisp, so something that he can use next turn too. Yeah. Flicker Wisp is a nice little aggressive creature that he's going to have. He's got access to Swords of Plowshares and might be a Recruiter as well. So Roland's got lots of action in his hand right now.
For sure.
Tom is down to one card. And it's okay, and it's a Plains. Oh, so he does find a Plains. Sorry, he had 4 cards in hand, so he's got a Plains off the top of his deck. Searches up for a Stoneforge Mystic off his own Recruiter.
Looks like Roland just drew a Vial.
Yeah, turn 4 is not where you want to be finding your Vial, unfortunately.
It's not. It is really not. Interestingly, Tom does not throw the Recruiter. Well, I guess he wants to keep it for Flicker Wisp effects.
Yeah, so Roland is on taxes. I had mistakenly typed in the wrong deck for his thing, but he is on Yorion taxes, clearly.
And Roland is deciding to deploy his Caracas, and he is tapping out for his own Recruiter of the Guard.
Yep. What would you grab here?
I think you got to grab Stoneforge. You got to go tit for tat.
Yep.
You know, Roland is slightly ahead, and I think by just kind of mirroring Tom's plays, he can keep that advantage.
Yep. Yeah, I like that.
Yep, and there's the Stoneforge. Shuffle.
That was pretty cool. We got to see an Ursa Saga pack opened up on stream.
I know, you don't get to see that every day.
Do you remember the time that we bought a revised starter set and then shuffled them up?
Yep.
You still have that somewhere?
I do still have it somewhere.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's in my closet.
That was probably the most baller thing I've ever done in my life.
Yeah, that was Leaving a Legacy Open 5, I think it was.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
For the intermission, we bought a revised
starter kit.
Yeah, starter kit.
It was basically 2 starter decks, right?
Yeah, it was, and by starter decks, the original starter decks were just 3 booster packs all together
with a bunch of lands. We just mash shuffled them together and then just played a game against each other. It was
fun.
It was
on
fun.
camera,
Yeah,
and we got a Demonic Tutor out of it.
Did we?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, cool.
I mean, Demonic Tutor isn't an underground sea, but
no, I thought maybe we would find some land. But
yeah, it's got in the equivalent of 6 booster packs. We didn't get a single dual land,
but they were in the rare slot though, weren't they?
Also, thinking back to how much that thing is now, I don't want to think about it because at the time
it was a couple $100.
At the time, it was $300.
Yeah.
I think now they're going for 1,500 plus.
You know what though? Hey, you know what? I have no regrets.
No regrets.
Those cards should be in the wild. They shouldn't be behind packs. Just like our friend just opened up an Urza Saga pack. They don't deserve to be behind plastic. They should be out in the wild.
Yeah, I mean, I have a couple regrets, but no regrets.
No, I don't even have a regret.
You don't have a regret?
I also don't have any taste buds left. We still have The Last Dab by Apollo.
We'll be eating that after this round.
Oh, sorry. It has the Apollo Pepper. Oh, it's going to be brutal. Anyway, there's a Magic game going on. All right, so Tom's got his Stoneforge in play. Did chat see what he searched up? We were too busy chatting about other things.
I think we're about to see. It looks like that stone. Oh, maybe not.
Rolling thinking here. You know, Tom has kind of clawed his way back from what looked like a pretty dismal start for him.
It's true. I think Roland is debating using the Swords to Plowshares on the Stoneforge Mystic.
Right.
Yep, and I think that's what. Yep, that's what he is.
I kind of like that, honestly. Keep him, keep the mana tight.
Yeah, for sure. So this is the second to last round before we get into the finals.
Yep. It's been a good day so far.
It's been moving at a good clip too. I was thinking we were going to get out of here at midnight, but
yeah, well, because we normally start at 10. Today we started at 11. Like our first round starts at 10.
Yeah.
Today we started at 11. With 104 players, there's only 7 rounds, so it's not too bad.
I mean, that's still usually. I mean, I just think this meta is moving pretty quickly. We're not really having very many games go to time.
No, they haven't. The only games I've really seen in turns were like some feature match games.
Yep.
Which isn't too bad.
There's the Wasteland for the Caracas. And a Mother of Runes.
Tom's plays his Mother of Runes. Now Roland's kind of on the back foot here. He's got a little bit of power in play, but he is down to just his 2 planes now.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to remove that Mother before it gets out of hand, and it doesn't look like he has any more removal in hand. And also, Roland is mana screwed.
Yeah.
Which doesn't help that Tom has, really developed his mana while keeping that Rashad port in play.
Right.
It's going to be very difficult for Roland to get around that because his own Thalia is acting against him in the removal department. Like, he can't use the swords like he wants to.
Yep. A lot of Roland fans in the chat today.
Right?
But Tom Kessler is also a guy who's top 8 at a bunch of these events.
Yeah.
He's a very good local player. He might have even... Did he win one?
I don't know. He might have won 2 ago. I don't remember. I wish we kept a list of all the winners.
We should.
Also, if you're a previous winner, post up on the Facebook group your trophy. I don't think we mentioned that on the stream yet today. The winner, we have a sweet trophy that has... in it, a display case, and the winner gets to choose their MVP card from their deck, and it will be enshrined in the display case.
Correct. After I just talked about how cards don't deserve to be behind plastic, we're going to put a card behind plastic. So.
Exactly. If nothing else, you're a hypocrite.
Yep, for sure.
Say what you will about Pat.
Okay, so Tom did. Tom, he won the last one. All right, thank you. Yeah, so he won with Depths, Green White Depths. I thought so. It's just
I knew he top 8 the last one. I couldn't remember if he won the last one or not, or the one before.
All right. So now Tom's got an active GT.
Oathbreaker. If Tabernacle's your MVP, you'll be providing the card.
Yeah, which is always an option. If you want to put that in there, that's totally fine.
Yep. You really want it.
All right. Roland plays out his own Stoneforge.
Stoneforge.
What do you grab here? Do you grab your GT?
Yeah, like I said, keep the mirror alive.
Or Batterskull?
No, I think you gotta go tit for tat. I
guess if you grab Batterskull, you'll never actually deal damage, right?
Yeah, that active Mother Runes.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think both these guys are going to end up in top 8 anyway. But
I think they're both live for top 8.
They're table 2, I believe.
I believe they're both undefeated.
It's certainly possible.
And it is a 5K today.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to Michelle. I believe first place is going to receive $2,000.
Cash money, son.
$2,000 cash money.
Yep.
Second place is going to receive $800.
thought it was 1,000. Was it
It's
1,000? I thought it was 1,000.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what's it matter, Pat? You never get below first.
That's true. That's true.
In the words of Ricky Bobby, if you're not first, you're last.
True. And I just am last by not playing. I just didn't play the event.
It's true.
I feel like I won with the hot sauces, though.
I do,
The
too.
burn's gone. The burn's
Yeah.
gone. Yeah, yeah. I feel good. Feel good.
Let's move to the back.
Yeah. Those were rough, though. Those last 3 that we had.
Like, the burn in my mouth is gone, but the burn in my stomach is just starting.
Oh, see, I don't feel that. I have no nerves in there.
Oh, fun thing about the Apollo, by the way. It's so hot that afterwards it actually translates to your pee. So it's going to burn when you pee. But, I mean, you're used to that.
Yeah. It's how, I mean, wait, it doesn't burn when you pee? I thought that's how everyone feels.
Yeah, you should see a doctor.
Does Roland have the most blinged out deck of this event, you think?
I
He
think
has
so.
to, right?
I think so.
Also, like, solid choice in watches, too. So, Roland's always dressed to impress, man.
Is Roland wearing a Rolex?
I don't think so, but it's just a nice watch. I'm not like a watch guy, but I like a good watch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Tom follows up with his Yorion. Wastes.
I think that was Field to Ruin.
Yep. So Tom way ahead at this point now.
Yeah, Roland's real struggling on mana, and he has deployed the Aether Vial, but it's kind of too little too late.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I got the hiccups.
Inverted ninja. That's a great. That is a great idea.
I want to text my girlfriend, tell her to throw some toilet paper in the freezer. I'm like, don't ask questions, just do it. Yeah, that is true. Tom has gone all 4 of his wastelands in play. Roland's got a full grip of good cards that he just
really
can't
does.
cast.
Yeah, he really does. He's just mana screwed right now. I mean, he also has been wastelanded off at least 2 lands I can think of.
Right, and Tom still has 2 wastelands in play.
Yeah, so Roland better hopes he doesn't draw anything other than basic planes for the rest of the game.
Right. Oh, Field of Ruin.
Oof,
Yeah, it's not looking good for Roland.
Yep. Sky Noodle, is that what they call him?
Sky Noodle.
Yeah, and those counters will be able to start killing his Thalia, that's for sure.
Right.
Not that it's doing anything for him right now.
Honestly, Tom might consider. No, he's going to kill it, but he might even want to consider leaving the Thalia out there just because it's working more in his favor.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Tom's not bound up by mana right now, that's for sure. What Roland want to give for a brainstorm right now, right? Love to have a brainstorm. That's the one reason why I can't get away from blue decks, man, is I don't like having to be a slave to the top of my deck. That's why I couldn't play Eldrazi for too long.
Yeah.
Slave to the top of your deck. I don't think he's ever had 3 open mana, honestly.
Yeah.
I think anytime he's had, I should say, anytime he's had 3 mana in play, one of them has always been tapped down with
Rashad and Port.
With Port. So he's been on the struggle bus. All right, another Stoneforge in play.
See what
This
he's
time he's going to
grabbing.
find Batterskull, I think. Oh, it's
Nope,
Jite.
the Jitte. So Tom's killing the Stoneforge. That means Roland's not even going to be able to play this Jitte because it costs 3 mana.
Right.
Yeah, like I was saying, it kind of makes sense for Tom to, keep that Thalia alive. It's working more for him than against him.
Taps down the planes again. Oof. Rolling in a tough spot.
I think if Tom draws another Rashad and Port, it's pretty much over.
Well, I mean, the good news is that he does have his. So now he's ticking it up to 3, his Aether Vial.
Uh-huh.
So it's worth noting. He does have. I think he has at least 1 Flicker Wisp in hand now that he just drew. So Flicker Wisp is nice. He can Would you bounce the Yorion at this point?
I think I would.
Or Mother Runes just protect Yorion. Oh, yeah, it's going to protect Yorion, right?
Yeah, I think you have to Flicker Wisp to bait out the Mother Runes and then do it while you have mana up so you can Swords the Mom.
Yep.
And then try and claw back from there. Because until you get that Mom off, I don't think you're going to...
Right. I don't think he has the swords in hand, though. That's the issue. And even if he did, he's stuck on 1 mana right now with Thalia, so he can't cast it.
Yeah, you got to do it in response to the Rashad port, basically.
Right.
Jitte is just gaining counters.
Yep.
All right, here we see an activation.
Flicker Wisp.
There is the Flicker Wisp, so guessing he's just going to Flicker Wisp the Jitte at this point to reset
at
the
least,
counters.
Yeah, at least get the counters off it.
Yep. Also, it means that Tom won't get the counters for swinging in this turn.
Correct. Yeah, so it's not a bad idea. Although he can use the counters in response, right, to kill the Thalia.
And
if he wants to.
And the Flicker Wisp. Oh, he's doing it on the Yorion, actually.
Okay. Wait, can Mom not protect?
She can. I think Tom's just keeping the Mom up as insurance.
Okay. Port down the plains again.
Poor plains.
And rolling with a grip full of good cards, but just can't cast any of them right now.
Yeah, I hate to
think he's considering about that vial. I think he's considering taking that vial up to 4, right? Maybe not. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
I don't think he has any. Is there a Palace Jailer?
No.
I can't think of any 4-drops if he's not running the Palace Jailer.
Yeah, this is actually Tom's list anyway. Cauldra?
No, it's not a 4-drop.
Okay.
I mean, he could take it up to 4 on his way to counter, but that is no, because Caudra's not a creature; it's an equipment.
Oh, right.
So you can't even do.
Yeah.
Can't even do it for Cauldra.
Yeah, good point.
There goes Roland's Mom. Yeah, I think this is just a exercise in futility at this point.
Yep. But we had a feeling that this match was gonna go long, right? So
yep,
they're gonna play it out and. That's Solitude there, right?
Yep. It looks like he's killing Thalia. And going to kill the Flicker Wisp. Yep, and the Flicker Wisp. Activation of the vial.
There's a Wisp.
We had 104 players today, making this a 5K.
Love it.
Yeah, we needed to break 100 players in order to get the 5K status, and we did, so super happy about that.
Yep.
Though Michelle is paying out to top 16, so
Yeah.
I think she might even be doing slightly more than a 5K to make the numbers work.
Yeah, that's she's always been really good about that stuff.
Yep. Exactly. I don't know, Pat. I'm starting to be Sleepy Jerry.
Sleepy Jerry? Too many wings.
Too many wings. I'm looking for nap time. For those of you who don't know, for our Halloween event a couple years ago, I was so tired that I actually just
took a nap in your costume.
Yeah, I was a Ninja Turtle, and part of my costume was a big like foam turtle shell that also doubled as a great like dog bed.
Unbelievable.
And I just curled up in the back and fell asleep.
I have a picture of that somewhere. Jerry sleeping on the job.
Sleeping on the job.
I was like, hey, Jerry, I need you to do 2 things when you come to the event tomorrow. Bring an iPad so we can track the life, and chicken wings. And he brought an iPad that wasn't charged and no wings. So
I mean, you're definitely.
I brought the hot sauce.
You have a brand, so you've been doing a good job with that, I guess. I would say if we were asking who's winning, I think Tom right now is in a pretty commanding lead. Roland has been just stuck on 2 lands for way too long. Tom's Rashad and Port has been doing work on that single planes, and between an active GTA in play. I miss what Roland just played there.
It looks like a Skagcleave, but that can't. Oh, a Recruiter of the Guard.
Oh, okay.
Or no, or what?
No, it can't be Recruiter.
I don't know what the hell he just did.
Oh, was it a Prismatic Vista?
Oh, okay.
Found himself another land at least.
Yep.
So he's got Batterskull, GTA, Recruiter.
Oh, Chad is saying it was a Timeless Dragon.
Oh.
Cycle.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chad. Thank you. Man, so he has not found a land. Like he hasn't drawn a land naturally.
Yeah, he is forcibly.
Jeez.
Forcibly searching for a land with
Brutal. Absolutely
cycling
brutal.
a Timeless Dragon.
So he's got his own Recruiter here, grabbing his own Solitude.
Roland, let's count up his lands. Roland he's running a lot of lands.
Yeah.
He's running 4 Wasteland, 4 Rashad and Port, 16 Plains, 4 Caracas, 2 Field of Ruin, and 2 Ijango Seat of the Empire. So, that's a lot. I mean, it's an 80-card deck.
Yeah.
Because of Yorion, but that's still lots of land.
Yeah. Don't fall asleep, Jerry.
What?
Still got a lot of action coming your way.
I'm here. It's the hot sauce, man. It took it out of me.
You were a champ with those, though. You did a good job. I was not.
I tried. I've been training. For any of our viewers who are in Massachusetts, I highly recommend Flip the Bird in Salem. It's a fried chicken.
Oh.
Yeah, they do fried chicken sandwiches.
Uh-huh.
And they have this one called the Crybaby that I've gotten it like 4 or 5 times so far. Haven't been able to finish it once.
Really?
They make you sign a waiver to get it. And they serve it with, it comes with a pair of rubber gloves for you to wear while you eat it.
Why would you want to eat that?
Because I enjoy pain.
Yeah, that doesn't sound interesting to me. That's not something I would want to do.
And it looks like they're scooping it up. Tom is taking that win there.
Yeah, which was kind of a writing on the wall for a while, but I really think Roland stuck it out for as long as he could, until he saw that there was no way he was going to claw back from being so far behind. It's crazy because it's not even like the life totals are that much different, but the board presence was just too much to overcome.
Yeah, and especially in a matchup like this, you do want to preserve the clock.
100%, yeah, because we know that this match is probably going to go to turns.
Yeah, so Roland is figuring out there's no way I'm going to win number 1. The last thing he wants then is for game 2 to go to time and for him to lose that way.
Exactly. Yeah, give yourself a chance to win.
We got 7 rounds of Swiss today, 104 players, making it a 5K, and 7 rounds of Swiss. We're currently on round 6.
Yep.
So we got one more round after this, followed by our top 8.
Yep. Which is very exciting. Also, after this round, Jerry and I will be eating the final hot sauce of the day, the hottest hot sauce available to us, the Last Dab.
Yes, it is the world record. Zach is making us make a big deal about it because it's the world's hottest natural hot sauce.
Right. So, yeah, exactly.
So it's not pepper spray.
Right. Zach's a straight psycho. He has just capsaicin in his house. So
yeah, he has pure capsaicin extracts that he uses to make his chili.
Yeah, he says he uses the Last Dab on his eggs, which is that's insane to me. He might need to see a doctor because he doesn't have any taste buds left.
I'm more worried about his insides.
Yeah. All right, so we got Roland and Tom heading into game 2 here. Roland will be on the play. Jerry, if you're Death and Taxes, what are you bringing in the sideboard here?
Well, taking a look at what Roland has available to him for the mirror match, I'm going to be bringing in the Council's Judgments.
Right.
2 Council's Judgments are pretty useful in this case. Other than that, not too much. He's not running any Path to Exiles or anything like that. Containment Priest, not. I mean, that could be a double-edged sword, but
Yeah.
That Containment Priest might come into play. But things like Mind Break Trap, Leyline of the Void, just not super useful.
Yep. All right, rolling off to a good start right now. Turn 1 mom.
Yep.
Ooh, these are great basics from Tom here. Tom's got all kinds of basics in this deck, but that's one of the new ones.
Right.
Big fan of those.
I did see a couple Delvers in the room today. However, I don't know if they're in the top tables. As far as what the meta looked like, very heavy on the artifact decks. Lots of Urza decks, lots of both Urza Saga and Karn style decks, and
A lot of death and taxes. Yorion death and taxes.
Yeah,
We've seen
lots
quite a bit of today too.
Lots of Yorion Death and Taxes, lots of artifact-based decks, lots of lands, green-white lands, and also quite a few 3-color control and 4-color control, and even a couple of 5-color control. So I'm actually surprised how quickly the tournament is progressing, considering how slow the meta is looking.
Yeah, that's fair. Just got good players up here, man. That's all.
Yeah,
good. The best players in the states up here. That's
Yeah,
all.
good quality players who know what they're doing.
So Tom's able to go turn 1 Aether Vial and turn 2 Aether Vial, which is not a bad thing for Death and Taxes for sure.
Definitely not. Certainly helps in the mirror match, and also running 3 basic planes means Roland's Wasteland doesn't have any targets.
Right.
Looks like Roland has much better mana base for this game. Though,
Oh yeah, for sure. He's definitely got. He can actually play some spells, which is nice.
Right. Now, Tom has all the mana in the world. Now the question is, does he have anything to use it on?
Right. It is nice how much the Aether Vials really free up your mana too. You know. Another Wasteland for Roland.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a Caracas in hand. All right.
Was he in a Recruiter? Oh, no, he just activated Yurion.
Oh, okay. Just to put it in his hand.
Yep.
All right. Tom Stoneforge.
Miss Stoneforge.
And likely grabbing a Ajite. Seems to be the artifact du jour today.
Ajite?
Ajite. Ajite.
A Jit?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
What do you get?
Is that the Lion Sash?
Is it? Or is it a Batterskull?
Or Cauldron? It's not Batterskull.
Okay.
It's either Cauldron Complete or Lion Sash. I can't tell from this far away.
It's too many alt arts.
Yeah. It's too much. Maybe one of our eagle-eyed viewers can let us know. Yes, it was a Cauldron. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, viewers.
Nice.
Pat and I are huddled around a 12-inch screen watching this. Listen, too many arts also counts for OG arts, okay? Listen.
All right. Tom with his own Wasteland in play. Passes the turn. Rolling on taps. He finds... Is that a Spirit?
No, I think that's a Skyclave. He just.
Oh, okay. And in comes Yorion. Oh no, Skyclave. Sorry.
No, that's the dragon.
Oh, Timeless Dragon.
Yep. Or is it Timeless or Eternal? Timeless
Dragon. Yep.
Magic's reaching that critical mass where they're just like reusing words and names and things, and you're just like Timeless Dragon, Eternal Dragon, Forever Dragon.
Is that a dragon? Really? Forever Dragon?
My Little Pony Dragon.
That's probably a real one.
That's a real one.
Yeah.
It's actually in the Secret Lair. Secret Lair, My Little Pony Dragon.
Oh, man.
Pat's actually on TCG Player right now looking at My Little Pony Dragon.
Well, yeah. I mean, I want to find out how much they are so I can get 9 of them.
9, so for 2 decks in your EDH deck?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, obviously. All right.
That's what it is. Yes, thank you, Wired Hyena. Timeless Dragon is the dragon that eternalizes.
Of course.
But I do think Eternal Dragon is a actual dragon.
Probably.
Let's bring it back to the OG, and you can only have Pearl Dragon. Only Pearl Dragon. That was my first rare.
Pearl Dragon?
Pearl Dragon was my first ever rare in Magic.
It's like Falcor.
From
Is
Mirage.
Falcor a Pearl Dragon?
Yeah, Pearl Dragon's terrible. It was like 4 white for like a 5/5 flying, and that was it.
Ironically, most dragons in Magic are terrible.
Yeah, most dragons are pretty terrible.
What's the best dragon that's ever been printed? Stormbreath Dragon? Like the most playable dragon?
I mean, are you talking about it at the time it was printed, or just like in current day?
Oh, time it was printed, I guess.
I would think Lightning Dragon. What's the Urza Saga Dragon?
Oh, where's the Saga Dragon?
Yeah, it was like 4 mana for a 5/5 flying or something.
Stormbreath Dragon was very playable instead.
It was. Niv Mizzet, that's a good one. Yeah, the best. As TW Dom points out, the best dragon isn't even a dragon; it's Murktide Regent. Shivan Dragon, yeah, Shivan Dragon at the time it was printed.
Yeah. That was before my time though.
Moses points out to Lightning Dragon.
That's what.
Lightning Dragon from Urza Saga, I think was probably the best. I also liked in the not Kaldheim. What was when they reprinted the Onslaught fetch lands? It started with a K. Cons.
Cons Dark.
Yeah, I really like the Blue White Dragon. You got to play that Esper deck in Standard.
Oh yeah, what the hell was that?
It was basically like Legacy Esper control, but in Standard.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah,
that was
that dragon?
That was a sick dragon.
I can't think of the name of that dragon.
Bogadar and Hellkite, also another classic.
They need to make dragons good again, right?
Yeah, and it's funny because they've had multiple dragon sets,
Right.
and they still haven't been very good dragons.
There was a set called Dragons of Tarkir.
Yeah, and it was not very good. Not very good.
There were some good dragons in that set, though. The black-blue one was popular.
Yep. Oh, of course. How could we forget World's Gorger Dragon? That was definitely one of the best dragons at the time it was printed, and for years afterwards. I mean, it was. I think it's one of the only dragons that's been banned.
It's been one of our top tables today.
It's true. I wonder if any other dragons have been banned. I think World Gorger Dragon has to take the cake just for that fact alone.
Yeah, you're probably right. Terrible art, though. Terrible art. Art makes no sense.
You don't like that it has a mouth on its tail?
It makes no sense.
It's a little sucker.
It's not a mouth. I told you what it is. It's not a mouth.
They're children.
I know we can't talk about it on stream.
Can't talk about it, but
also my kids said they wanted to watch the VOD of me eating the hot sauce. I realized how much I was swearing. I can't show them that. Means I have to do this all over again.
Oh man! All right, we're gonna go through the list again. Is Murktide Regent a dragon? I thought it was not a dragon. I thought it was like a drake or something.
Drake is just a dragon that hasn't fully committed to its lifestyle.
That's true. That's true.
Let's be honest.
But is Murktide Regent actually a dragon type?
Probably. I don't know. I don't have mine right now. Bob has all my Murktide Regents.
Yeah.
And they're in Japanese, so I can't read the creature type anyway.
Mutavault does not count as best dragon. Ajit, you're right. Murktide Regent is a dragon.
All right. That's a powerful dragon right now. All right.
Yep.
Tom activating his own vial here for another recruiter.
You are right. I thought Murktide Regent was a drake.
It's not. It's a dragon.
The drake creature type just exists when WotC wants to make the art look like a dragon, but the card is too good to have the dragon creature type. That's why the drake creature type exists.
Is there a dragon tribal deck? There should be.
I mean, there's Dragon Stompy.
Dragon Stompy. Wow.
Roland, once again, looks like he's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, Tom is just a very commanding board presence here.
Personally, I'm going to go with Blue Eyes White Dragon. I think Blue Eyes White Dragon is the best dragon.
Okay. I have no preference on the dragon. I'm not a dragon. I've never cast many dragons in my day.
I was always a bigger Angel fan. I had an Angel deck back in the day. Yeah. Because right around when I started playing, they printed Platinum Angel. And I was Platinum
Yeah, you
Angel.
gotta play that. You gotta play that.
And Wandering Emperor bites the dust. All this talk of dragons makes me want to go home and watch Reign of Fire.
I've never seen it.
You've never seen Reign of Fire?
No.
Are you kidding me?
No. I just said I haven't seen it.
Dude, you got it. All right, sorry guys, we're gonna have to spin the cast down. We're gonna go watch Reign of Fire. Actually, let's have a watch party. We can all watch Reign of Fire.
Is it any
together.
good?
It's it's good. It's a good
Is it like
action
is it
movie.
like The Magician's good that you told me
No.
to watch? I couldn't even watch it. I tried to watch a show. I
Shut
couldn't
up.
even watch it.
Shut
It was
up.
so bad.
Oh my god, Reign of Fire, 2001. I forgot the actors in it, but they're like I think it's like Matthew McConaughey and some others, and it's basically like an apocalypse movie where dragons come back and kill everyone, and it's just the last survivors of humanity like running away from the dragons. It's very good.
Not sold.
It's very good. They also reenact a scene from Star Wars in it.
I'm sold.
Yeah, because it's the apocalypse, so they don't have any technology or like TVs or anything.
Yeah.
And they have to entertain the children, so they like put on a play. They put on a play and they like act out Star Wars, and they're like, "Wow, did you make that up yourself?" And they're like, "Yes, we did."
All right, I'm in again. All right, Roland trying to fight his way back here. Plays his own Stoneforge. He's trying to get back in this game.
Inverted Ninja says you're wrong, Pat. The Magicians is great.
I mean, it's not. I tried to watch. It was horrible.
Thank you, Builder Burn. Christian Bale. Christian Bale is the lead actor.
Oh, yeah, I get behind that.
Yeah.
I like Christian Bale. Just Reign of Fire sounds like a real cheesy movie.
It was great. Also, it had a great PS2 game. The PS2 game was pretty sweet. You got
What's PS2?
PlayStation 2.
What's that?
It's a video game console popular in the early 2000s, produced by Sony Entertainment.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah, so
Is it like a niche thing? Like
it was pretty. Not many people heard.
Yeah.
Of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Roland's doing some combat math right now. Take 7.
You know, Roland's actually done pretty well coming back. That Skyclave apparition did a great job, and that Timeless Dragon's really just been plowing away. And he still has quite the bit of mana advantage over Tom. You lost me at Sega CD, Moses. Sorry. I believe Sega CD, also known as the Dreamcast. What a failure of a video game system. How many Pox decks in the room? I don't know.
I can't say I've seen any.
Yeah, I have not seen any.
I'm sure there's got to be at least one out there, though.
At least one. At least one.
There's always at least one.
I know we had at least one World Gorger Dragon deck. We had at least one Displacer Kitten.
Yep.
So we got to see a Displacer Kitten on camera.
Although it wasn't it wasn't necessarily the combo deck like Zach and I were talking about. It was more.
It's still kind of
It was
a combo.
Displacer Control. It had some combo aspects in there, but it wasn't the all-in combo deck we were talking about with Joe the other day.
I'm pretty sure even the Teferi version can still draw infinite cards.
It can, yeah.
I'd still
sure.
consider that a combo deck.
Yeah, but it's not like you don't win. That's not the combo that makes you win, though. You know what I mean?
True. Dreamcast is what happens when the future comes and no one is ready.
That's like someone that sounds like someone who lost would say. They just weren't ready for it yet.
Andrew asked if The Magicians was that Harry Potter softcore porn. More or less, yeah. More or less. I can't argue with that description.
I mean, Roland actually is really clawing back here. He's done a very nice job. Like
he has.
Surprisingly, like you would think, just looking at the board state, that Tom's in a better spot, but he has like a recruiter, an unequipped Stoneforge Mystic.
Chat is giving you shit back because did Pat just imply that drawing 40 cards isn't a win con?
Oh, that's not what I mean. That's not like you don't win the game because you drew 4. It's not like you're playing like Thassa's Oracle and like you draw your deck and that makes you win the game. That's not that's what I'm saying. Like like obviously you're in a great spot if you have a bunch of I guess like if you
I think crushing your opponent's will to live is a pretty good win con.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. That's like when I was playing. I think it was Curtis was helping me walk through a game of Reanimator, and I was like, "Do I draw a 7 Grizzle Red here?" He's like, "Have you read the card? Have you read the card, Pat? Obviously, you draw 7." Yeah, drawing cards is good, guys. I get it. But I just mean like when I say combo deck, I think like the combos will makes you win the game, and like. I mean, I guess like if you have a mentor out, you probably make infinite tokens that are infinitely large. That helps you win. All right, so Tom on the attack here.
Doing some combat now.
Yeah. So he has an unequipped Jite here.
Which makes it tricky because even if he can't kill something, he can lower it by -1/-1.
Right, right.
Could make combat map very difficult to plan out.
Yeah, it looks like Roland's ordering his blocks now. Yeah, honestly, when just kind of looking at these games at a glance, I thought that Tom was in a really commanding lead, but Roland has really kind of gotten back into the driver's seat at this point.
And that's kind of what we thought in the last game, too. We thought Roland had a commanding lead, and then Tom clawed his way back.
Yeah, It's impressive that the Death and Taxes list. I feel like that wasn't always... Oh, I guess Death and Taxes has always kind of had that, like...
Skyclave on that jit. What? I thought Skyclave removed Jite, but maybe I got that wrong? Huh. Nine to 9. Yes, I do think we're going to do a meta breakdown. We have the top 8 deck lists. I don't know if we're going to post all 104 deck lists, seeing as how they were handwritten.
Yeah, I'll do a meta breakdown of all the decks, and I'll probably post the top 8 deck lists. That's what I try to do. Sometimes I do top 16, but some of these are handwritten, so they're a little tough to read, so I'll probably do the top 8.
I think all of them are handwritten. Well, almost all of them are handwritten.
Except for professionals like Roland Chang, who has them.
Professional Roland Chang, typed up and printed out deck list.
Thank you, Roland. Much easier to read that way, unlike Tom's chicken scratch over here. That's all right, though. We still love him. All right, get rid of that Jite.
No Jite for you.
All right, Tom goes down to 1. Wow.
Oh, boy.
Tight game. Rolling at 9.
So all I'm picking up from all these Death and Taxes mirror matches we've been watching all day is that Death and Taxes should add some gut shots to their list. that's what I'm picking up from these Death and Taxes matches.
Like I said, a lightning bolts is my kind of game, my friend.
We need some brewers out there to splash some red in Death and Taxes for us.
Yeah, I love it.
One of the players is in the tank. I just don't know which one it is.
Yeah, I believe it's Tom.
Yeah.
Tom's thinking about his attack step here. If he can attack, he's got to leave back blockers. But he needs to put enough pressure on Roland to either kill him this turn or he loses on the crackback. I think that's what he's figuring out right now.
You can tell which player's in the tank because they're the one who are looks like they're writing on a chalkboard imaginary and just like moving their hand around.
Players,
I sometimes
time in the round. Active player finish your turn. Then there are 5 additional turns.
I sometimes do that at work when I just want to look impressive. You know, I just yes, carry the 1. Yes.
Yeah, so I know Roland and Tom had a short extension, but they're definitely going to be. I mean, unless something crazy happens.
They had an 8-minute extension.
Yeah, so they have about another 8 minutes. before they go into turns. So like we thought, this was going to be it's a tough, it's going to be a drawn out game when you have Death and Taxes mirror matches.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think if they unintentionally draw, though, they're both still live for top 8.
Well, intentionally or unintentionally, it's still a draw, right?
An unintentional draw. Well, if it was an intentional draw, they wouldn't be playing right now.
That's true. But I think Tom's still hoping that he's able to close this game out. It's very tight right now. I don't know what Roland can draw here to help push him over the top. I think Roland's counting out the blockers that Tom has.
What is that for die represent?
Is it for more tokens?
Tokens from what?
I don't know.
Skyclave? Both players sweating bullets.
Yeah.
Very close match.
Thinking.
Yep. There's the block. Oh, maybe not.
I think Roland's still ordering his attacks here. Or deciding on what his attacks are going to be.
It's a 4/4 illusion and a 2/2 samurai.
Oh, okay. What's the samurai's from the Emperor?
Yeah, from Wandering Emperor.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, one more mana has been the story of Roland's life this match. He needs one more mana to equip the Cauldron. He needed one more mana to cast things last game.
Yeah.
Tapping out here, putting the Batter Skull on Stoneforge,
yep.
Getting that extra point of damage. Oh, there goes the Timeless Dragon.
Did Roland attack with the Stoneforge Mystic?
I don't know, because he would have
gained life, right?
Yeah, unless Tom blocked and killed it himself with Jitte, but that didn't look like what happened. Oh, Roland just realized he misplayed. Blocking, he thought he was going to gain the life, but the Cauldron Complete removes it before damage actually gets dealt.
Oh.
So no life gain for Roland.
Oof. So does Tom kill him here on the swing? He's got 2 blockers.
He already swung. He's just re-equipping the Jitte to the illusion. That was rough for Roland.
Yep.
He's going to be kicking himself about that. I think even if Roland draws a land here, it's still not going to be enough because he'd have to equip the Mother of Runes.
Right. Or GJ kill the mother.
Oop, got a Solitude coming in. That could flip things. Solitude, getting rid of the token. That's a big swing for Roland.
Yep. Yep.
Though he is just going to have to chump block here. Jitte, the earliest fire design card.
All right, rolling on taps. Let's tap the top of the deck here.
I think Skull Clamp came first. I think Skull Clamp is actually the first
Yeah,
fire design
seriously.
card.
I never played in a format where Skull Clamp was legal.
Oh, I did, and man, it was awesome. You don't like standard with infinite combo kills, Pat? Like that was the golden days. Like crack clan Ironworks combo in standard. Oh, beautiful. You know a standard deck is healthy when WotC has to ban the lands.
All right, so
Roland got that land he needed.
Yep.
Eternalizing.
That is
the Eternal Dragon.
Yep. He got the tiniest die to represent it. Thank you, Roland.
Also, black on black. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, love it.
I think these players are coming up on time here.
Yeah, they probably are. So it's very important for Roland not to lose this game and force the draw.
Right. Roland still has his Yorion, I believe.
Does he?
I think so.
Okay.
I might be wrong, but I thought he did. That's a big old illusion. Roland offering the handshake.
Yep.
Doesn't have a blocker for it.
Tom pulling it out just before time.
Yeah.
Taking down Roland 2-0. Yorion Taxes defeats Yorion Taxes.
It was a close matchup, but in the end, Yorion Taxes beat Yorion Taxes.
Oh, we all knew it would happen, right?
We all knew Yorion Taxes would beat Yorion Taxes.
Are we ready to do this, Jerry? Are we ready,
Ready
to do the
last dab? I
All
think
right.
so.
Let me go return these deck lists because I think we're all going to be useless after this. So.
Yep. All right, guys, we'll be right back with the world's hottest hot sauce. Pat and I will be joined in the booth by Mr. Bob Huang, who will be joining us in the world record attempt. We'll be right back.
plate.
I think we gotta dip it. We gotta dip it.
All right. And then some on the wing.
Yeah.
Dip it and then some on the wing. I like that.
Dip it and then some on the wing.
All right.
You guys want to close the door?
Oh yeah.
We got a few brave souls who want to try the last dab with us. We have from the Dead format, Mr. Ian McCune.
Yo.
Great intro. We have Legacy Master Bob Huang.
What's up, guys? Ready to get burned?
And, of course, rejoining us, our head judge, Mr. Sean Calvo.
Hey everyone.
Great intros. And not Stone Cold Steve Austin, Randy Savage.
There we go.
Randy Savage.
Cream rises to the top. You know what I mean, brother? All right, let's go.
All right, boys.
I need to put down these plastic patties.
I think I'm very much in my element if I'm saying that they're too hot. You got enough?
I'm using my cheese dip.
Okay, all right.
This is my dipping implement.
All right, we got enough.
Someone grab the other microphone.
Just put it down. It's fine. It's fine. All right, ready? So now on the show,
As is tradition.
they eat the wing. You get the wing, then you add a little extra on top. So you
Yeah.
get nice.
That's a lot of sauce.
The amount on there.
Pat,
Then we're gonna go.
Pat, I don't
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Pat, you
Stab. All right.
Pat went hard.
I don't think there's enough chocolate milk left.
Wow.
He's not even waiting. Jesus.
He just wants to get it over with.
Fucking animal.
Let's go, baby.
Bro, that was
Holy shit.
nuts.
Holy shit. I'm like starting to heat up just looking at this.
World record, 2 million Scoville units.
Well, I can't-
I'm worried that he went first because I don't want to try to dip mine and then have him vomit on it.
This is the vegan cheesy bread version.
We ran out of wings. It's not my fault.
This actually has pretty good flavor.
Yeah.
Go what? Wow.
It's not good.
Oh, wow.
You know what? I can see what Zach is saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hot.
That's a hot.
What was Zach saying?
It's still better than the battery acid though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Was that the bomb?
Oh, that's sneaking up on me.
Doesn't need much sneaking.
What's up?
Wait, you're allowed to
We're
drink
doing the
some?
2 million.
I do.
It turns out using cheesy bread instead of a wing is sort of cheating.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys going to eat the rest of that?
They ran out of wings.
Go for it.
No,
That's
no.
what I was doing when they weren't looking.
Woo! Woo!
You think that was hotter than 8?
8 was more painful. I think it's hotter, but it's not as painful, if that makes sense.
It's hotter, but it's a tastier experience.
Yeah, it was a tasty.
Yeah, last stab's legitimately good.
It's legitimately tasty.
Yeah.
I don't think it's my favorite though. Like I think Calagente's.
The scorpions one was really good.
Yeah, the scorpion one was really good.
How you doing, Pat?
Oh, I licked my lip and it's worse.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's so much worse. Don't
Thank
do
you
that.
for the raid.
Thanks for the raid, boys.
Holy shit. I did not need milk for number 9, but...
Did he say rain? Do you think it's raining right now?
Raid.
Raid. Well, bless the.
Our maniac. The start was good. The end, not so
It's
bad.
still going. It's like it's not even peaked yet. Like I'm still going up.
Holy shit.
Bob is over here chugging milk. Bob, can we get a quote?
My lips. My lips.
I'm crying right now.
I feel like I was cheated out of number 8, bro. There's got to be.
Do it. Give it right now.
Go take number 8.
All right.
God, it hurts my lips.
One of these has to be.
I feel I just went to Claire's and asked for them to give me like a snake bite.
Oh my god. Oh, it's so hot.
Word for the wise, I recommend no extracurricular activities with any SOs if you know what I mean.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
I saw like today I fucked up that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Woo! I'm right.
Put on the shades,
Arnold
bro.
Palmer to the rescue.
Put on the shades.
Oh, it's not helping.
Players.
Make sure you rub your eyes. Make sure you rub your eyes.
And final round of
Are you
Swiss as well as
voluntarily
standings
trying to
after
bomb?
6 rounds
Yeah.
of Swiss
You're a maniac.
should
I've
now
heard
be
that this one's
available
actually
on the
the hottest
companion
one.
app. Please
Holy shit.
check your pairings and make your way to your table.
What the fuck was that? I can't believe you made that much.
I ate a lot.
Pat is actually crying.
Okay, then where do you want which pairings?
Just do 1 and 2.
No, they're gonna draw.
4 and 5.
Tables 4 and 5.
Tables 4 and 5. If
Sure,
you can
gotta play
report
now.
to the feature match.
Judges are asking us logistics questions, and I'm just can't do that.
It's so hot.
That's what she said.
There's real tears.
This is the hot. Number 8 is the hot. Ooh.
My lips hurt.
My soul hurts.
Oh, can I have the Tums out? The Tums out of that bag?
Is that a joke or no?
I'm not even
It's not
joking.
a joke. There's actually Tums. There's actually Tums in this bag.
Oh my god.
It's got good flavor though. Where'd you get this thing?
It's in the box back there.
No shit. It's in the box back there. Where'd you get the box?
Online, the internet. Have some Tums.
I don't need Tums.
Yeah, you do.
Oh my god.
Woo!
The AP doesn't help.
We're gonna go cry off stage, guys. Everyone's bailing out.
Damn.
Everyone's running to the bathroom.
Watch me die. All right.
I gotta roll, boys.
All right, Ian.
Good to see you, brother. This was an awesome tournament, man.
Thanks for coming.
Awesome tournament.
Appreciate it. Ian McCune from the Dead
Always fun with
Format.
Ian Lance.
Yeah, sounds good. Woo, woo, baby.
That's a hot sauce, Jerry.
That was a hot sauce. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I'm really glad we blew past our goal of $500 raised. We raised over $700 for the Room to Grow charity.
Which is awesome.
And you guys got to see Pat cry live on stream.
I went hard in the hot sauce again.
Hard on the hot sauce. All right, everyone. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to go get the final round of Swiss up, followed by top 8, and we'll see who our champion is.
All right, let's go.
We'll see y'all soon.
Whew.
Hello, hello. We are now going live with round, what, 7?
Round 7, yep.
7 of the Leaving Legacy Open. Can someone tell them they can go?
Yeah,
they're going. Excellent. Never mind. They figured it out on their own. So here we have me, Zach, in the booth, and we have an ice machine next to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm chomping ice. Just finished the hot sauce challenge.
It's Pat took it a little rough.
I mean, I went hard. I went hard in the hot sauce. I'm not gonna lie. I probably put on more than I should have, but.
So, for the actual game, we have Blue Red Delver against Cloudpost.
Needle naming Wasteland, probably.
My guess is Wasteland. In the dark, it's always Wasteland. So, we have a brainstorm here from Nick. Has the and the brainstorm caused that to flip.
Mm-hmm. Get him for 3. I think he's gonna want. I mean, obviously, Blue Delver is always on the fast clock machine, fast clock train, but especially against Cloudpost, can't give him time.
Right, especially with the needle, meaning that the Wastelands are likely to not come into play here.
Right. Or we have Darcy in play, land, brainstorm, and I think a fetch land in the graveyard. So doesn't have delirium yet. Not much of a threat.
Okay, looks like we've resolved a crop rotation for a second Cloudpost. Is that 2 clouds or a glimmer and a cloud? No, those are 2 clouds.
Yep, 2 clouds.
Okay, so a lot of mana coming in from Baden's
Mm-hmm.
end.
Vesuva?
That is a Vesuva.
Okay.
So, another Cloudpost.
Yep.
But a pass. So 6 mana was not good enough.
Bauble, see a card.
And that Bauble is going to end up causing delirium.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have an EI from Nick. Again, just trying to find exactly what he needs. Bins the brainstorm off of a Darcy trigger.
Force and a couple other cards in there.
Nick knows that he needs to start getting ready to defend himself.
Yep. Keep the force.
Right, he has the threats in play. But again, Wasteland is not an out here like it normally is against Cloudpost.
Right.
So the ability to
Murktide, okay.
That Murktide just going to live nowhere forever. This is just a whole bunch of selection. Six coming across.
Yep.
So we're on a 2-turn clock. Baden gets 2 more turns if he can't interact here. Oh, there's an eye, Boogan. That is an eye, correct?
Yes.
It's a little weird from my angle where I'm sitting.
Yep. Yeah, I have Boogan. We're going to see a.
Well, the eye's been being tapped, so we're getting an Eldrazi.
Okay. That's certainly one up.
So each one of those taps for 3, and then the Eldrazi
Discounts for 2.
discounts for 2. So
up
it
to
costs
11 mana?
7. Well, it's 7 to activate to find something.
Okay.
So he's just finding the Ulamog and passing. In this spot, if he had like a Thought Knot Seer or something, he could cast it with the
Right.
extra mana, but
I don't see any lightning bolts in his hand.
and unlike Blue Red Delver of the past, there's no stifles here for this trigger.
Right.
I say that without looking at the list. Now may I quickly look at the list? Yep, no stifles.
Oh, he did find a lightning bolt. Ooh, I think he actually has 2 bolts.
Yep.
Yep.
And that's what he's showing him. And a real quick game out of Blue Red Delver, finishing it just before the door was about to close.
Speaking of door closing, thanks, Jerry.
I'm leaving. Did you tell the viewers that Pat is sitting here with his ice chest next to him, just eating out of the ice out of the ice chest like it's a popcorn bucket.
They can hear it. They can hear it. I'm not apologizing.
He is. He's taking this pretty rough, but like he said, he went a little hard.
I went a little too hard. Listen, I don't have a lot of tolerance for hot foods.
Oh.
Truly have very little tolerance. So, but listen, I wanted to do the challenge, so I felt like the proper thing to do was to do it right?
Yep.
Not to be afraid of it. So,
it's not going to kill you. So
no, just discomfort.
You're going to have a rough rest of the night. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
If your body is not used to all the hot sauce you have put in it today, you may be making some bad bathroom noises later.
Oh boy. Well, we'll live stream that for the fans.
I think we have to go to a different thing for that. I don't think that's for Twitch.
That's not gonna be on my OnlyFans account.
So I'm gonna hand you this Blue Red Delver list. Yeah. And as you do Blue Red Delver stuff.
Sure, sometimes.
Yeah. Well, looking at that sideboard, what do you think would come in?
I would probably bring in probably the null rod.
Okay, yeah, that's
right. Meltdown. Do we want Meltdown in this matchup?
Probably not.
Oh.
The actual artifacts tend to blow themselves up in this list. It's not a candle list anymore.
Right. So maybe just the one null rod. Like, I mean, he has. Let's see.
Well, what's
he's actually not running any main deck. Like. Yeah, so there's no main deck like Pyroblast or anything like that. So
okay,
nothing
so
is straight up dead.
Yeah,
nothing's straight up dead in this list. But
yep. So my guess is like Brazen Bar is going to stay. All the threats are probably going to stay.
Right.
Looks like they've gone with baubles and chain lightnings.
Yeah.
Instead of having and a force of negation instead of having access to blasts.
Right.
So any of those things can come out. Probably force of negation doesn't seem the best here.
Right.
Meanwhile, on the Cloudpost side, their sideboard consists of Force of Vigors. Those aren't coming in. Mindbreak Traps, nope. Endurances, those are likely coming in. We have 3 Endurances. 3 Carpet of Flowers. That's here or there. I wouldn't personally, but I'm not a Cloudpost player.
Right.
I think those are more for like the controlling matchups. I don't think it may be good enough as just like 1 or 2 mana.
Right. I think when I've played against Cloudpost, I see them come in on occasion. I don't know if that's the correct play or not, but
I think that's probably down to Baden's decisions.
Yeah.
Personally, no, because I think that you're bringing in 3 Endurances and an Unlicensed Hearst, and that may be hard to find enough cuts for. You need to keep all your needles. You want to keep your Green Sun Zeniths, your Reclaimers, Once Upon a Times. Yeah, this list looks pretty tight in that regard, where I'm not 100% sure that they have enough stuff to cut. They don't need this main deck Rex Age, I can say that. Unless they can sniff out like a hearse or something, but those aren't there.
Right. Is that Expedition map?
That is a map.
Okay.
And that's a Darcy.
Bobble Darcy for turn 1 for Nick.
I think Jerry is now going around the tournament attempting to give people last dab if they want it. He wants to spread the misery.
So Luniel said Carpet is an all-star in this matchup, which is interesting.
Okay, that's fair. I am willing to believe that. I'm just not normally on a Cloudpost player myself. It seems like you're not going to get a ton of mana from it, but that said, a card that increases you 2 mana every turn can completely be reasonable. I know it definitely shines against like Jeskai control and stuff like that.
Right. All right, been a creature. Is that just to turn on
Yeah,
on
so
delirium at that point?
it can help turn on delirium. Additionally, we're not really sure of Nick's hand. You can go threat flooded here.
Sure.
In the sense that you can only deploy so many things at a time.
Oh, the Wasteland's going to get that Glimmer Post. Glimmer Post, right?
Yep, that is a Glimmer Post.
Okay.
And it looks like they're going to go get a Cloud Post with the map.
Okay.
So by getting the Cloud Post, so that's probably why this Delver was flipped, because Nick had already gone ahead and said this turn is going to be reserved for Wasteland.
Yep.
And because this turn was reserved for Wasteland, that he wouldn't be able to deploy it until the next turn, and because of that, it feels like maybe it flipping 2 turns from now is a little too slow.
Reclaimer?
That is a Reclaimer
Right.
that has just been Chain Lightning.
Yep.
Hey, it's your buddy Chain Lightning.
Love it. One of my favorite cards in the game.
Yep. Especially yours.
Mm-hmm.
They work faster for some reason.
They do.
Second
Just play
Wasteland. That
comfort.
is brutal.
Yep. I think he might even have a third in hand.
That would definitely signal why there was not or that was binned.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, well, too little too late with the Pithing Needle.
Yep.
If there is a third in hand, then at least it saves something, but...
Oh, maybe it was a Scalding Tarn that I saw.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yep.
He already had threats, didn't need more. The combo of Wastelands have done their disruption.
Yep.
Oh, there's the carpet. So it looks like he definitely brought them in.
Yep.
And it looks good here. So, again, I will secede to the Cloud Post players that this is good in this matchup.
And then we got Zenith here.
Okay, so we have...
Zenith getting dazed.
Yep. So he did it for the full amount. Oh, that's interesting. That Nick may not deploy the land if he doesn't need to.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's 1 more mana off of carpet, but no, it looks like he wants access to all of his mana.
Another Darcy here. This represents lethal if Baden can't get a creature online, at least to protect himself.
Yep, he has declared the carpet mana.
Prime time.
Played a prime time.
That'll help.
Oh, that's going to give him life. I believe it's going to give him life.
So this should put... Oh, he's got Glacial Chasm as well.
Oh, Chasm. Okay, so that'll do it. That's a way to start this.
Right, but those will be... did he play that on his end step? No, he couldn't have, right? He played it
What?
on his main, the Green Sun. Oh, sorry,
The Primeval Titan?
Yeah, so the Primetime Bane played in his turn, so he's not going to untap with it, right? So does...
Well, no,
does
it's in play. It puts him in play.
No, sorry. No, I understand that, but does Nick have the... Nick has enough to kill him on this crackback, I believe, right?
Well,
Especially
Glacial
if Delver's
Chasm means
flip.
that there's no damage.
Oh, right. For all... I was thinking Maze of Ith. That's what I was thinking.
Right, no, it's not Maze.
All right, so Delvers will flip. Now that Pithing Needle is a real problem.
Well, the cost on that Glacial Chasm will eventually become prohibitive.
Right. He's in the Surveil 2.
So, other than the cost becoming prohibitive on Baden's end, Nick's ways of getting this off of the table, assuming that needle is on Wasteland, which
I have to think it is.
I have to think it is. There's no other use for it in this matchup. Looking through the list, he needs a Brazen Borrower to pick up the needle with a Wasteland and play to Wasteland it.
Mm-hmm.
Or Looking through. I guess if he brought in the meltdowns, that would also function, but I'm not sure if he brought in the meltdowns. So yeah, very few ways for Nick to get this off the table at this point.
He did bring in surgical extraction. Interesting.
Well, against a deck like this, unlike other varieties of bigger mana decks, if you wasteland the first Cloud Post and then surgical it, they can run into mana issues.
Right.
Because their deck is a lot of ways to find Cloud Post, but if they don't have Cloud Post, it never starts.
Right.
Which I guess is actually probably another good case for the Carpet of Flowers.
Right.
Because it allows you to cast your bigger spells in a more natural way when your opponent has been on all disruption.
Yep. That makes sense.
Seems like you're finally becoming a person again.
Yeah, no, I feel all right. The heat goes away pretty quickly, actually, you know. But I just chew on ice anyway. If there was always a bucket of ice next to me, I'd always be chewing ice. All right, so we got, let's see. I mean, Bane's going to have enough mana to pay for Chasm for quite a few turns. Right?
Am I misremembering what Glacial Chasm does?
Cumulative upkeep. Is it 2 every turn?
One
Maybe
second.
I'm misremembering. Or is that life? Is that no? It's not life we pay, right?
Pretty sure it is.
Okay.
Yeah, cumulative upkeep, pay 2 life.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's what I thought. When you said that, it threw me for a loop real quick. I was like, no, the whole point is that he only gets it for a couple turns, unless he can do some looping things. Oh, and here's the bolt. Yeah, and he doesn't have a way to deal with it.
Yep. So Blue-Red Delver taking down Cloud Post in round 7 here. Let's check our backup match. See if I can use the mouse. All right, here we go.
Yep.
All right. So let me get the names correct here real quick for you.
Sure. So let's swap live to this and then fix the names. I don't know who's who.
Let me see. Let me go find out.
Yep. So remember to switch to life pad while you're there?
Yep.
Okay. So we are just in between swapping right now. So the matchup we will have on there, and it's being set up, is... Okay, just got the lists. Oh, mono green Cloud Post against... looks like 8 cast with Kappa Cannoneers. Oh, you should probably close that.
I'll get that. One second. So this is Noah.
So Noah's the one on 8 cast. Noah is the one on 12 post.
I can't tell what the last name is. We'll just write Noah.
Shanning.
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 He's on post.
Post.
Now we have
Joseph Canada's. And they are on they're on 8 cast. Though, looking here, they only got 7 casts.
Oh, wow.
Look at them trimming a cast. It's not that abnormal. Okay, so going to the game, we have Noah with some forests in play, and looks like Joseph has an Urza Saga, and I don't know what that land is. That one's a Seat of the Sign on top. That may be an Ottawara underneath it. It may be a island. So I'll give you the post list here. So we have a Needle out of Noah. In this matchup, my guess is Needle defaults to naming Urza Saga, which would explain why we didn't see a guy being made there. Or, nope. No, it's naming something else. Because we just saw a guy being made. Let me look at the list of what it could name. It could be naming Emery. I guess theoretically it could be naming Psy, though that doesn't seem great. Yeah, other than that, my guess is it's probably on Emery. Maybe on Bobble. I guess Mishra's Bobble and Urza's Bobble are in this, so I don't know. My guess is on Emery if it's not on Urza Saga. So Kandos, Joe getting a Aether Spell Bomb, setting up to bounce a big play from Noah. And there's another Urza Saga. Oh, now that I'm looking at it, he attempted to resolve a Pithing Needle in the Gut Force, so it probably was going to name that. Okay, that makes much more sense. Lost track of things when we were trying to set everything up.
Yeah, that's my fault.
So we have a Urza's Bauble, not a Mishra's Bauble, an Urza's Bauble. Because this deck plays some winners. I kid. I actually really like this deck. So we have a Green Sun for 2.
Or is that...
That's for 2. Because that was a Cloud Post that came into play.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So for 2, my guess is there is... Oh, it was for 3. Oh, is the thing underneath that...
I believe that, yeah, this is a post.
That's a post under there? Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
So what is that?
That's just a Rex Sage.
Oh, Rex Sage, okay.
Good old classic Rex Sage. Okay, for those who are unaware of what's happening.
This is where you get to choose your card at random?
Yep.
Nice. More decks need to run Glasses of Urza.
No decks need to run Glasses of Urza.
I mean, these guys were at table 4 or 5, so they're both doing fairly well in the tournament and live for top 8 at this point. So
Yes, I believe they are playing for top 8.
Yeah, which is pretty awesome. Round 7. This is our final round of Swiss. And going into game 3.
Oh, this is game 3?
This is game 3, yep.
Okay, excellent.
Yep. Get all the action over here. How you doing, Jerry?
I'm doing wonderful.
Feeling good?
I'm doing good.
Good.
My stomach hurts.
Does it? My stomach feels fine. Honestly, the best thing for the hot sauce was some ice. The drinks were like, the chocolate milk helps. The A&P, nothing.
I didn't even dip into my peanut butter honey yet.
Peanut butter or honey? That sounds disgusting.
Is that a question?
Peanut butter honey's great.
We should do this again. Next time we do this, we should do the wing challenge again because that was fun.
I think for the next event, I'm gonna get 8 different brands of pepper spray, and we're gonna pepper spray each other.
You just hear people screaming.
That's what I heard anyway.
It was hot. I mean, listen, I legit did the last dab. Like I covered it in the last dab, and then I did a last dab on top of that. So, I feel good about the amount of hot sauce I ate today.
So Noah, with this prime time, setting up for the future, going ahead and getting an Eye of Ugin to make sure that can just start streaming out threats.
So these guys do have coverage dice, just so you know. It is literally just off camera. That's those the big black die they have there are those. It's just, do they choose to use them or not?
So the Saga popping. Let's see what they can get from this point. Oh, looks like they're putting a needle into play. Probably going to name this Eye of Ugin. Make sure that that doesn't start piling Eldrazi onto people.
Mm-hmm. No, they have him out there. They're just... No, they're fine. He's using it for Saga and stuff.
So these guys look... Oh. Looks like Rick Sage going under the bus here. Save some life.
I mean, Noah's got plenty of mana available here, right? So
right.
He
Plus
just
another
has to
primetime.
Yeah, he's got to find a
attack.
threat. We'll find an additional threat, but Primetime's going to do some work here, I think, in a short manner.
I think it dies on the attack.
How big are these tokens that Joseph has?
Pretty big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're at least 6. No, they're 7s.
Okay.
Everything except that Urza Saga, I believe, is an artifact.
Right.
Because I think that's the secret lair Seed of the Synod.
Oh,
Is
this
that-
one here?
Yeah, is that
okay.
weird card?
Yeah.
Well, we have a Reclaimer coming in. So Noah definitely has access to all of his toolbox lands. The question is, do any of them matter? Gonna look over that list real quick.
What kind of tokens?
LAL tokens.
No.
Yeah, I forgot to bring them too. Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
So going through this, there's a Glacial Chasm, a Boseiju, but no bounce land to pick up the Boseiju. There is a Tabernacle. There aren't any copies of Wasteland. Sometimes you'll see one as like a tutor target.
In post?
Yeah, it's normally sometimes there'll be like one in the sideboard or something.
Okay.
But that means that they don't really have anything great to get here. They can just keep making mana and gaining some life.
Yep.
And then trying to find more threats.
That looks like what he's doing here. Now, does he have his Eye of Ugin? So we can he doesn't have an Eye of Ugin here, huh?
He does, but the needle is likely naming Eye of Ugin.
Oh, okay.
It came down after it.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it looks like the prime time was fed to go get some lands.
Wow.
Yeah.
And gain some, and buy some time, I guess.
Given that just gained 12 life, that means there are 6 Locust lands in play because 2 of them came in. So.
All right, we have our own needle here for Noah.
My guess is we're gonna see a guy be made in response. Yep, that's what's happening. Yeah, Noah is in a very weird place because at 32 you seem safe, but these guys he's facing are absolute giants.
Big boys, yeah.
And on top of that, he just needs to find a threat. There's tons in the deck.
Right.
This is the most high impact threat dense deck. Like
you're not going to draw a threat that's like useless.
Right, exactly.
Right. Like every threat you're going to draw is going to be a bomb.
But he only probably has a turn to draw them because that's a Shadow Spear. It looks like there's 9, 10 artifacts in play now. So those are 10/10s. If we have an equip of a Shadow Spear, that means that we have 31 attacking power.
Chat's saying that he tapped his spell bomb for mana. Does Noah have something in play? Shouldn't, right?
Not that I know of. Is that a spell bomb under there?
I can't see it.
You may want to go.
Yeah, let me find out. Hold
We're
on.
gonna go figure this out right now. So we're having the match stopped quickly to check out what's going on here, or they're not stopping it, or Pat's going over and trying to stop it. Talking to the judge. Yep, that does look like a spell bomb. Yeah, I don't know why this is still going on. Pat left the room. Maybe he's trying to find Judge. Don't know. I'll be right back to you.
It was an Aether spell bomb, looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why didn't it
Yeah, should I hold him up?
They're like 3 turns later.
Yeah. Should I have him hold up? I don't know.
I don't know. Go tell
Yeah.
him. So we're going to try to get a stop to this real quick. Meantime, I'm going to go try to get the judge on this one. Okay, after conversing with the judge, it looks like both players had missed it, and it was just thought to be a land at the moment and has passed too far. Oh, that's a Dark Depths.
You know.
Huh. So there's this Dark Depths in play, and I don't see a stage, but it may just be possible for naturally making 2020? Okay, I don't actually know. They just shook hands and are picking up. And I don't know if that made a 2020 or not. So do you mind going and asking?
Yeah, let me go find out. Give me a second here.
Okay, so it seems like everything with the tapping of that didn't end up mattering because Post has won the game. Looks like they were able to make a Merit Lage and just didn't put it out, and the opponent scooped. So, Post has defeated 8cast there.
Is that something we want to... Is that muted? Is that something we want to talk to the judge about?
Okay, so that's going to be the end to our coverage of Round 7, and a 7-round event. So we are going to end up hitting top 8 now.
Yeah, and making great progress. I thought we were going to get out of here at midnight, but looks like we're going to get out of here much sooner than that.
Please don't say that before untimed rounds, Jerry.
I thought we were going to get out of here at 2 a.m., but...
yeah, don't do that.
Hey guys, what's going on? We're just about to get into our first match of the quarterfinals. I just wanted to give a shout out to the top 8. We had Tom Kessler. This is top 8 standings after Swifts. Tom Kessler, Michael Munchback, Joe Canadis, Nick B, Tony Scapone, Ezra Christensen, John Castigna, and Roland Chang are made up our top 8. So shout out to them. We'll be getting into this match shortly.
B-O...
What's up, everyone? Welcome to top 8 of the LAL Open number 8. My name is Patrick. I'm with Zach and Gerald.
Okay.
We got Jordan Ahsoka in the chat. Yeah, so Tony is not fooling anyone with the deck that he's on. He's got all those dice for a reason.
Yep. A lot of counting, a lot of different mana.
Yep.
So Tony's on, and basically the only person ever on the Epic Gamble. But he does it well.
The inventor. What? Pat's trying to make me swallow the microphone.
Jerry.
I think, is this the first Delver deck we've had on camera today?
No,
actually,
we had like 3.
Yeah, we
Three or
had Nick
4.
on earlier.
I was socializing. I was socializing instead of watching matches.
It's all good, Jerry. We know. We know.
So for those at home, Blue Red Delver is Blue Red Delver. Everyone knows what this thing is. However, Tony, a little bit different. So out of Tony's end, he's playing like a Storm combo deck that revolves around cards like Gamble and Bergie, Burning Wish, Galvanic Relay, and Echo of Aeons.
It used to be Ruby Storm, and it's kind of switched it over. Cut the Ruby medallions, right? And
Right now it's playing like Grim Monolith and LEDs, Chrome Mox. It's just using different types of fast mana.
Yeah, yes, Jerry is indeed sleeping in his turtle shell currently. Jerry, wake up. Wake up, Jerry.
Up.
Comedy troupe here.
Yeah, Zach takes this very seriously.
That's what they say about leaving a legacy. We're not particularly good. We're just consistent.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes that's all it takes. That's all it takes.
Mediocre for 4 years running.
Hey, you know, first of all, it's been more than 4 years.
This is 8. Yeah.
Really? 8 years?
Yeah, we're coming up on a decade in 2 years.
We're not gonna make it to a decade, guys.
Okay, so we finally get stuff going.
Yeah.
Nick leads off on the titular Delver. Secrets.
Turn 1 Delver. So now, because Tony's running the Epic Gamble, right? Like you were saying, it's a little slower than your typical Storm deck. Certainly slower than the Epic Storm, which it shares a part of its name with, right?
I don't actually think it's much slower.
No? Okay.
No. This is... For me, this deck is fast. The only difference is that this deck plays cards like 4 main deck defense grids and Overmasters to push its spells through. It's not the only difference, but that is why it can sometimes take a slower tact. Like here, it is possible that Tony may hold off on things if he feels he needs to play around a daze, but it doesn't look like his hand is doing that. That looks like a wish.
Okay. Burning Wish.
You have a turn 1 Burning Wish. Keep in mind there are 2 Simian Spirit Guides in this deck, so it's possible that Tony may be trying to bait a daze here. But he is very good with this deck.
Yes. Yeah, Tony's been on the cast a bunch of times talking about this deck, but all the different iterations of Storm that he's played in his time, and yeah, very passionate about the Epic Gamble for sure.
Okay, so that looks like a Galvanic Relay and a pass.
Brainstorm. Probably wants to ensure the Delver flips there.
Yeah,
Definitely want to put a serious clock on Tony, like as soon as possible.
Right, because what this deck does versus other Storm decks, and though other Storm decks have started to take that tack, is that the card Galvanic Relay is a card that you can use a lower Storm count on and get a lot of benefit out of, where something like a Tendrils, you kind of need all of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, draining your opponent for 10 doesn't help.
It's an all or nothing kind of spell.
But
when it
right,
comes to
getting
Tendrils,
5 spells off of Galvanic Relay does.
Yep. Okay, that makes sense. Darcy's the turn 2 play from Nick there, following up after the Brainstorm. Gets him for 3 with Delver, passes turn. Now, it's worth noting something that we did mention before when we had Nick on camera. He's not running any of like the typical, well, what's become the typical like Red Blast or Pyroblast in the main deck. So,
right, which probably good here. Red Blast doesn't seem good against the mono red Storm deck.
Exactly. So it's nice to not have 2 just automatically dead cards or 3 dead cards in your main deck, which is nice.
The other thing worth noting is one of those cards was replaced with the Force of Negation, which is very good here.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, Tony going for a gamble. For those at home, Tony is very good with those dice.
Yes.
Those are representing mana.
Right. So I believe Storm Count is that his Storm Count and the white die and the
right. I believe it is Storm Count on the white die
and then
floating red.
On the red die. Okay. Oh no, those are Tony's dice for sure.
Oh yeah, those go around with him.
Yep. Oh lordy, gambling. Yep. Oh lordy, gambling.
And it looks like it hit a City of Traders, which is unlikely the thing that Tony went for.
Right.
Actually, come to think of it, he hasn't played a land yet, so it's possible that something like that. Oh no, he has one in his hand, so that definitely was not the thing he went for.
All right, LED hits the board.
That seems like it very well could have been. This is looks
There's
like a
City.
setup for an Echo of Aeons.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that relay?
That is a Galvanic Relay.
Yep.
So Storm Count 4, land played for turn, 1 mana on board. So now Tony gets to choose. Nope, he's just gonna pass the turn, and next turn have all those cards available to him.
Right. Is that a Ancient Tomb?
That is an
Top?
Ancient Tomb,
Okay.
yes.
Looks like he has a Tomb, an Echo. I don't know if that's another Burning Wish in there.
It looked like a Burning Wish when he was floating on my.
And then maybe a Defense Grid.
Yep, that's a grid.
Wow, look at that. 4 for 4.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Getting better.
Yeah. And Nick just trying to keep the pressure on here.
Right.
Gets the bauble. He's gonna bin it. He's gonna want to get that Darcy going.
So the important thing here is that Nick sees that defense grid.
Right.
And needs to put Tony in a place where he has to cast the defense grid, he can counter it, and then counter this Burning Wish.
Right.
Or Echo. Because Tony's actual hand is 1 card. But that is a lot to ask out of the Stover deck at this point. And this is why Galvanic is such a powerful card.
Yep. Yeah, like you said, it's one of those things where you get 4 or 5 cards off it. It's worth casting, you know?
Right. It's worth casting in a way that no other card is.
Right.
Because what it does is it is very difficult to counter out of these blue-red decks because it has Storm, so you basically need Flusterstorm. And it provides a way to carry card advantage over from turn to turn.
Yep.
Okay, so Tony's untapping with 4 mana and a possible 7 mana.
He plays Ancient Tomb. He's going to float those 2 mana from City.
Okay, so this looks definitely like Tony's go-off turn. Not
Yes.
that it was ever really in question, but let's see what he can do. There's a Grim Monolith. So Grim Monolith here functions as a colorless, like, pyretic ritual.
Did they miss the bubble trigger, Jerry? Did he draw off that?
Don't know, but you're allowed to miss it.
Yeah.
And that's not doing something illegal. That's a gameplay mistake.
Yep, that is a missed trigger. All right, so Defense Grid is coming in here. Is this something that Nick would want to fight over?
Oh, he has to.
Right.
Once this defense grid's down, he can't fight over anything else.
Right.
So if he's ever going to fight, he has to fight over this grid and then hope that whatever he has left is able to stop Tony. Nope.
So he has to just have Force of Will here, right? There's nothing else that stops
No,
it, right?
it's already done.
Yeah.
There's a grid in play. He
Okay.
can't force a will.
So here's Echo.
Tony is going to go through this turn unimpeded at this point. Worth noting, I am unaware if this is deterministic from this point.
Right.
Because I'm just not as familiar enough with this deck. I do not believe it is. I don't see enough things in the sideboard to wish for themselves and set something up. But it's going to be incredibly difficult because what this deck is very good at doing is chaining together Echo of Aeons and Galvanic Relays and so on and so forth. I wonder what that Burning Wish is doing there.
Was that still up from Galvanic Relay? The turn has ended,
that's
right?
from Relay. That's right. Okay. Oh, yeah, then this is almost certainly done.
He's going to need some mana, though, right? He doesn't have any mana floating right now to cast that Burning Wish. Then all he has is Chrome Mox up.
And a land.
Oh, and a land. I'm sorry. Yep. Okay. So he's got enough mana to cast Burning Wish at least. And let's see. Is that another gamble?
Yep. So it is worth noting that he's not the most mana heavy at this point.
Mm-hmm.
He's searching for Chrome Mox's Petals. LED would work in this case. Grim Monolith, but he can't actually cast a Grim Monolith to start. And then Rite of Flame. So it is possible. Oh, Simian Spirit Guides. The big thing here is that when you have a Burgie out, you get to start going off, and all of your stuff is either cantripping or making mana or close to it. You know, a card like Chrome Mox just comes in and makes a red, so on.
All right, 5 is the card.
But Tony definitely knows what to do from this point.
Lost a Tomb.
That's good. He's already played a land for turns.
Yep.
Tony definitely wants to try to either win here or do something to these threats.
Right.
Because he's in a pretty commanding position. And even if he Galvanic Relays and tries to do it next turn, he needs to make sure that he doesn't take 6 and die to a bolt.
Correct. Yeah. And Nick's got him. And a Chain Lightning. So he does have five bolt effects.
Right.
All right, Chromox. Simian Spirit Guy, so it's going to make red. And
Oh, and okay, so the mana woes seem to have been fixed.
mm-hmm. Was that Rite of Flame you just cast?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's setting
Just-
aside his tapped used mana for the turn.
Yep, I like that.
Because his board is going to start getting cluttered with all these zeros.
Oh, yeah.
If it's already cluttered with all these zeros. But
He's going to crack the LED. Float 3 black. I assume it's black.
Yep, that's black.
Okay.
Use this. Storm count 9, a very particular number.
Mm-hmm.
Because my guess is it's going to be storm count 10 as he gets tendrils. Use the black and the mana to cast tendrils, all the copies, targeting Nick.
Yep, that'll do it.
Nick's dead.
Yes, and a nice game by Tony there. Again, like pulling it off, kind of like right in the nick of time.
Yeah, he was certainly under a good amount of pressure, but that is what you need to do against Dover. But that's actually kind of the strength of this deck, being that it has 3 Overmasters and 4 defense grids, so that it can more efficiently shut out counter spells.
Right. All right, so going into sideboarded games here, I think he's definitely going to want to grab Null Rod. He's got a copy of Flusterstorm he'll grab. Is Tony playing cards out of the graveyard like a Storm deck would? Not really, right? So,
He's playing Echo of Aeons.
okay, so no, so Cage is not something he's going to want to have here.
Well, no, Echo of Aeons out of the graveyard.
Oh, that's
The
right. That's
flashback
right.
on
That's right. So maybe Grafdigger's Cage something he's going to want in this matchup. Maybe.
It's possible if he feels that his other cards are bad enough. Same thing with Surgical.
Yeah.
Those both have uses here. Probably Surgical comes in because it's very hard for this deck to win if its Burning Wishes get exiled.
Sure, yeah.
Definitely the Hull Breacher.
Okay.
Because the sideboard Hull Breacher makes Tony's wheels, like Echo and whatnot, not work.
Yep.
And then on Tony, and maybe even the Meltdowns, or probably the Meltdowns also, after
Yep.
seeing what Tony's willing to float his mana, or not necessarily use those entirely for Storm count like a Storm deck would.
Mm-hmm.
Because Tony's deck is better at recouping, or at least good at recouping through Galvanic and whatnot.
Yep.
The Storm count isn't 100% necessary as much as just having the mana over a couple turns.
Right.
And then on Tony's side, remember this is mostly a Wish board. He has a Gamble, that's not coming in. 2 Shattering Sprees, those aren't coming in. Void Snares not coming in. Echoing Truths aren't coming in.
Mm-hmm.
A Grape Shot, a Relay, none of those. Tendrils, Eons, Pier, none of those. The big thing is 4 copies of Empty the Warrens.
Yep.
And I don't actually know if he wants Empty against Delver. Normally,
I've beaten empties against me as a Delver player.
Right.
Yeah.
I know I've talked to some Storm players, and some of them like going that route because they don't need to go as big,
Mm-hmm.
and they can go quick.
Yep.
Before everything is set up. But I don't know. I don't know if he feels that he can win a game like he won there using defense grid and Overmaster and stuff like that to force important things through, or if he just wants to turn into like bargain basement tests and just be like, here we go, here's 10 goblins, can you beat it?
Right.
Though they did look over each other's lists, which is interesting, because in particular, Nick's list is lacking a sideboard sweeper except for an End the Festivities.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to have to play some amount of back and forth here, where if Nick boards in the End the Festivities and Tony doesn't board in the Empty the Warrens, it's essentially a blank card.
Okay. Yep.
Meanwhile, the same thing's true, where if he does board in the festivities and Tony makes 12 goblins, then there's a single card in the deck that just ends that.
Right.
So that's a. They both know each other's lists, so we're gonna have some guessing games here as to whether that's worth it.
No, there is no counterbalance in the sideboard for Blue Red Delver.
Nope.
Thanks, Curtis. I appreciate that you're watching this on 100 different accounts. Means a lot.
So players shuffling up here after making their decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Be interesting to see what we see from sideboard cards. Again, like you noted, the Blue-Red Delver player doesn't have main deck blasts, so because of that, they have a little bit harder to sideboard decisions.
Mm-hmm.
But cards like EI and whatnot are not great here, as they
Right.
just take a little bit too much time in setup.
Yep. Yeah, something that Nick is not going to have a lot of, right?
Right.
He's not going to have a bunch of turns to just set up these cards.
No, for Nick, this game needs to be apply pressure, have 2 counter spells, and force Tony into awkward places.
Mm-hmm.
And for Tony, this is going to likely either be about a bunch of goblins if he's decided to go that route, or just making sure that he can resolve through important cards,
Mm-hmm.
specifically defense grid.
Yeah, Curtis has single-handedly destroyed our chat by essentially doing like a copy pasta for everyone, so that's awesome. I love that.
Yeah, love's a word for it.
Yeah, no, I do. Thanks, Curtis. Curtis, I was just telling a story earlier today about how you made fun of me for not knowing what Grizzlebrand says. Well, not that I didn't know what Grizzlebrand says, but like you're like, Pat, have you ever actually read the card? Have you read what Grizzlebrand says? Of course you draw 7 cards, you moron.
Good friends.
Love it. So looks like they're going down to 6 here.
That's what it looks like.
Or I'm sorry, rather Tony's going down to 6. I think Nick kept his hand. Well, this stream has been super fun today, guys. I want to thank everyone for hanging out and watching the events with us, watching Jerry and I eat hot sauces. That was a lot of fun. I can actually feel it in my stomach, Jerry. I don't know about you, but I can like feel the hot sauce in my stomach right now.
It's just in your stomach. It hasn't moved any lower.
No, not yet. Not yet. All right, so Tony keeps his 6. He's going to bottom a card. And Island Delver go. I do believe he has a daze in hand.
I do think I saw it as well.
Yeah. Whoa.
No.
Grim Monolith.
That's a daze.
Yep. What do you think of that? Do you like that?
Yes,
Yeah,
I like
keep,
that a lot.
Keep Monolith off the board. Yeah.
Well, not only that, Tony led on a City of Traders.
Right.
Which means that it's going to be hard to bill his mana out over turns because the
Right.
City of Traders is going to die. So it's going to be... It's going to constrict what Tony can do over the next couple turns
Yep.
if he doesn't try to go off next turn. Meanwhile, it's
Nick-
a 2 mana and trying to resolve a Grim Monolith, which makes the days pretty bad to begin with.
Right. So Nick flips Delver to a Brainstorm.
Ooh,
wastes the
Wasteland.
city. Oof.
Okay. So just trying to take Tony off everything.
Yeah.
This is an interesting play because that land was going to go away anyway.
Ooh, and Tony passes back.
Ooh, but he did get what he wanted out of it.
So I think we're going to see, okay, Scalding Tarn from Nick. And past his turn. Now we know he has Brainstorm because he revealed that off of Delver. I'm not sure what else. He has a basic island in here. I'm not sure what else he has there. All right, Tony passes back. All right, Volcanics the draw. Plays it. Attacks. Do we have another threat here? Oh, no, he's going to cast Brainstorm.
Yep.
What are you looking for here? You looking for more?
Just counter spells.
Yeah,
counter
counter
magic.
spells.
That's it.
Oh, looks like he did bring in
or
Null
no
Rod.
rod. No rod. I was about
He
to
did
say.
bring it in.
Oh, of course, he's bringing it in here. You're looking for counter spells. You're looking for no rod. That's kind of it.
Yep.
You have your clock. I would need to do the exact math, but if you already had counter spells, you may want, or like a Murktide Regent to shave a turn off the clock.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, another Ponder going out there.
Yep.
Nick just trying to stock his hand with important cards. Yep.
Yep. Shuffle it out.
Immediately just didn't see what he was looking for.
Yeah, I saw land the Ponder and didn't see the
Yeah,
third
he doesn't
card.
have time to play another Ponder. He doesn't.
Doesn't need a land. Doesn't want the Ponder right now. Just looking for Fluster, Force Negation, Force of Will.
Right. Days.
Yeah. I think he got a Ponder off the top, but I couldn't quite see. Oh, that actually, yeah, I think it was a Ponder. But he has a serious play coming up next turn. If he makes it to the next turn. I think you just slammed that Null Rod, right? At that point?
Yes.
Yeah. Tony Imprints for Chrome Mox.
There's a Bergie imprinted on that.
Mm-hmm.
Foil Grim Monoliths, they're $5,000.
Yes.
You don't have any?
I should probably. Knowing how much Foil Grim Monoliths are, I should probably take them out of my unsleeved EDH deck.
All of them? All of them you have in your DH deck? All of them?
Yep.
Okay.
I play special EDH where we get to run more than one copy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the best kind.
I think that's just vintage.
I like the version of EDH where you don't have commanders and you play 60 card decks and can have up to 4 copies of any card in the deck.
Yeah, that's my favorite version of Commander.
Yeah, mine too. All right, cast Echo. Oof.
Yeah.
That's rough. That's
Yeah,
rough.
The fact that resolved meant that he never found what he needed.
Mm-hmm.
That said, Tony's not coming off from a pretty big base here.
Yeah, I just
basically
mean
nothing.
Nick just has to shuffle away that Null Rod.
Oh, yeah,
One
that-
of Null Rod, that's brutal.
That part hurts, but
Yeah.
at the same time, Nick's drawing random cards here,
Yep.
so he doesn't need much.
Sure.
Again, he can draw into counter spells here.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, Tony's looking for lands, I'm assuming, and, well, lands and spells, obviously, but, you know, he hasn't played a land since that City of Traders.
Right. This is clearly better for Tony, but it's not out of the woods by any means.
Oh, he got the Null Rod back.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't help but root for Blue Red Delver. I love Tony, but
So the interesting part here is Tony does have a real storm count.
Yep. Tony might try to win this turn. He's playing those pedals out.
Right. The big question is here: is did Nick draw interaction?
Should Nick shuffle Graveyard?
He did, right?
No,
Hey, go stop him real quick.
We're gonna get that fixed. Hold up, or maybe not. I don't know. Why doesn't that man shut doors?
Hold on, we're stopping the match right now before they get any further.
Or he's not stopping them. What is he? Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
We're just on a little half a second delay.
It's not Cello Energy when I that's the only legacy deck I've ever really played. We did, guys. We did. You have to remember you're on a bit of a delay here.
Yeah, I believe as an effect of Tony's, he is required to tell them that he has to shuffle that in.
Mhm.
But it looks like he's keeping whatever hand he drew by what our judges ruled, which I believe is correct here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not a judge, so I don't know what the correct fix is for that.
They're fixing it.
Yeah, just
I
get
see that.
shuffled in.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's
we're
with
back to
two
go.
Judges watching the game.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, and we're back in action here. Here's a relay from Tony.
So that's interesting because relays in this spot often mean that he's trying to go to next turn.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess it depends what he hits. It was a relay for a real lot.
Yeah, 7 looks like.
Yep, it was just a whole new hand.
Yep.
Oh, but he doesn't have mana, and
Ooh. Nick is going to crush him with this. If Nick play... Well, I'm sure he knows. He's going to play that Null Rod. Yeah. Now, it's worth noting that Tony does have, looks like, Ancient Tomb there.
Yep.
In the hand. But no sources of colored mana now to cast any of those spells he had off of Relay. So he's likely going to play Tomb here. I don't know if he has anything to take care of that pesky Null Rod at this point.
well, he has Shattering Sprees in his sideboard, as well as Echoing Truths. I don't know if he would have brought any of these things in prepared for a Null Rod. He does know it exists because, again, they looked at each other's decks.
Right.
But he does have access through, like, Burning Wish and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. My take on new Swiftspear art, it's all right. I'd still go for the OG, though, personally, myself.
Okay, so Tony looks like he has played the back half of Shatter Skull Smashing and passed the turn, losing that.
All those relay cards. Nick firmly in the driver's seat here. Bangs in for 3.
Yeah, Nick will win this game if he has any more interaction.
Since drawing that fresh 7, he hasn't had to cantrip at all either, so he might be sitting on a brainstorm or 2 in hand. We got Ancient Tomb here. Takes Tony to 3.
Okay, so Tony's going to try his best to go off here no matter what.
Defense Grid, this is a place where
you have to counter it.
Yeah.
Yep,
and that
that's
does
what
it.
happens.
You're getting finance tips, Pat. They're saying thanks for telling them to buy Null Rod at $30.
Oh, yeah.
Is Null Rod's $30 right now?
No.
Oh, I was about to
No,
say,
I'm convinced. I think who was that, Justin?
Moses the Coot.
Oh.
Okay, because I must have missed that. I know that was way more expensive.
Yeah, back in Niagara, I told a bunch of people to buy Null Rods when they were cheap. There was so many Null Rods there. All right, so now we're tied up in the quarterfinal match here.
Yep.
We got Blue Red Delver at a game and Epic Gamble at a game. So
the thing here is that now Tony has taken the play again.
Mm-hmm.
And if Tony has a really good turn 1, Nick only has 5 cards in his deck that can interact with it. So I think Tony is going to hope to get a hand where he can do the most amount of damage possible on turn 1.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah, I like, as a Delver player, I like being on the play against a deck like
it's
Storm.
a much different game.
Yeah, yeah.
Having access to your Dazes, having access to Flusterstorm, having access to cards like that.
Yep. Now let's hope both players are able to keep their 7, because I do believe Tony did have to mull to 6 last game, which is unfortunate.
Right.
And he kept that one land City of Traders hand. So
That's going to happen in a deck like this. He's
no,
not
of course.
He's playing a pretty low number of lands.
Right.
So the interesting part here is, like you said, being on the play is very important. Picture last game, if instead of his monolith getting dazed,
right,
it sticks.
Right.
That blows up the wasteland line. Tony ends up having mana to get started. It's a very different game.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and
Tony
Tony
going
is mulling here. Yep. And I think
Makes sense.
Nick is keeping this hand.
Yep, feature combo decks as they tend to mull pretty well.
Yep. Especially with the newer mulligan rule, the Paris mulligan. Like, it's nice to be able to see the full 7 and then
London mulligan.
London mulligan. Was Paris mulligan was the previous one, right?
No, Vancouver was the previous.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Anyway.
Old man Pat can't even keep him straight.
Was Paris mulligan before that, or am I just making that up? Is that a thing?
Yeah, Paris mulligan is you lose 1 card every time.
Okay.
And then Vancouver mulligan was you lose 1 card, but at the end you scry if you mulled.
Oh.
And then the one that we are currently in, the one that was settled, was London. And the London mulligan
You
is
don't scry.
you don't scry, but you always draw 7 and then put on the bottom.
Okay. Thank you, Zach.
I had to learn that one. I was in London for that, so that was the tournament where they tried everything at once. That was the introduction of open deck lists in big tournaments. That was the introduction of the London mulligan, and that was drafting with War of the Spark, which had not yet been released.
Oh, so you're blind drafting it?
It had been on Arena for 3 days.
Jeez.
Rest of the top 8 they're looking at.
I'm gonna run.
Okay. So Tony continuing to mull here, trying to find a hand of cards that does what he wants.
I'm just going to point out Pat's feeling the spice. He just ran out of the booth to go to the bathroom with a discomfort look on his face.
That actually is true. He's not even making it up this time. Normally this is for jokes, but that actually happened.
So I'm back in the booth.
You chose your drink of choice for Hot Wing Day was lemonade?
Yes, that's scientifically proven to reduce the spiciness because hot sauce is actually a base. So the acidic nature of lemonade counteracts it, and then the sweetness helps wash away the heat.
Ah.
Gordon Ramsay taught me this, and I believe what Gordon Ramsay tells me.
That's an interesting way to live your life. Okay, so Tony's finally keeping, and he has played the backside of Shadow Skull Smashing.
Fun fact, Gordon Ramsay is actually Batman.
I don't know what has to relate to Nick playing that volcanic island, but sure.
I'm reading the chat, Zach. I'm interacting with our viewers. And Tony coming down with a Lotus Petal.
Right. Looks like Tony's going to try to set some stuff up this turn. There's a Bergie.
Playing a birdie. Birdie's an interesting card. The only time I've ever played it was in a draft, but
It was a very good draft card.
yeah, it was pretty fun in that. So I can only imagine how powerful it is in Legacy.
Yep. All these cards, especially the zeros making mana, is powerful, and the horn on the other side is also very strong for a deck like this.
And yeah, that's exactly right. I'm on the lookout for judge calls.
Yep, and that's definitely what he's doing. He's looking at a screen, not the one I want, but
God damn it, Curtis, don't you dare. Now, Gordon Ramsay and I actually have a really great relationship. It's really based on love and mutual trust. He did not call me an idiot sandwich.
you donut.
He did call me a donut.
Okay, so Nick is definitely kept his hand based on interaction because he has applied no pressure here, which I believe is problematic. Normally these games, what you need to do, or not all of the games, is get some clock and then finish out with the cards in your hand. Without having a clock here, every time that a turn passes that Tony isn't taking damage, he's getting closer and closer to going off.
Yeah, it's like a fuse counting down for Nick.
So we have a cantrip off Overmaster.
Overmaster, very powerful card. I've actually sleeved it up quite a bit back in the day. It used to be
As a sneak and show.
Yeah, sneak and show staple. As a way to force through your show and tells.
But that did nothing there. He was just using it for the cantrip mode.
Yep. I love it when you cast an Overmaster for a cantrip mode and then the opponent forces it, and you're like,
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the defense grid when you have lands in hand.
Yeah. Oh, man, that null rod coming down continually to be problematic for Tony.
Love it.
Yeah, it looks like Nick kept this on the back of maybe a little bit of interaction in the null rod.
Yeah, for sure. I think he drew that Dragon Rage Channeler.
Oh, certainly. That would have been a turn 1 play.
Yep.
Unless, because the only thing Nick has to hold mana up for, I believe, is a Singleton Flusterstorm.
Yep. Wow, foil Overmasters are at $60? Dear Lord.
From Torment?
Yeah, from Torment. I think I still have my
I don't
foils.
even know what that card does on top, man.
Overmaster, it's 1 red for a sorcery. Draw a card. The next instant or sorcery you play this turn can't be countered.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And it has a counterpart in Instill, which is a green, and its creature can't be countered.
No, I actually did not know that. I didn't know it was part of a cycle.
It's just those two. It's Overmaster, and then I believe it's called Instill.
Overmaster's my name on OnlyFans.
Mine, yeah. Let us know where to subscribe.
You can send money directly to Jerry.
For those of you who didn't hear, Pat said that Overmaster is his OnlyFans screen name.
Also, please do not send money directly to Jerry.
Yeah, I got photos of Pat for anyone who wants. I'll sell them to the highest bidder.
Darcy coming in for a single point, and then a Wasteland here trying to strip Tony of red mana.
Mm-hmm.
So with Bergie down and Null Rod out, I think Nick knows that there are only a couple sources of red mana in Tony's deck. Interesting. I would have expected the EIs to be the thing that was cut, but as we see an EI there, maybe Nick is taking a different plan here.
Lemon Dahlia, we did. It's all recorded, so it's going to be going up on YouTube later, but we ran the full gambit from 1 to 10, all the way up to the world's hottest hot sauce. Sorry, Zach. The world's naturally occurring hottest hot sauce.
It's not naturally occurring. It doesn't come out of the wild.
The great capsaicin tree and its delicious nectar.
It's just a non-extract hot sauce, which tastes better.
I think it's still wild that you put the last dab on your egg, Zach. Do you put like a lot on there, or you put a little bit on there and mix it around?
I mean, it's not a lot, but it's a reasonable amount. Like you would use hot sauce.
Huh?
Like you would use hot sauce.
All right.
Yeah, a little bit of that and Tony C's.
What's Tony C's?
Tony Chachere's Cajun seasoning.
Oh, I've never had it.
It's great.
Is it?
I put cheese on my eggs.
Oh, there's cheese as well.
I'm still warm from those hot sauces, like physically warm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a few degrees warmer in here from it.
It feels like it for sure. Yeah, for sure.
I remember when I was in college, there was a kid in my grade who kept hot sauce in a flask and would go around campus drinking hot sauce from a flask instead of coffee to wake up. And he would continually be pulled aside by like campus security. He thought he was just drinking in public.
Okay, so we have a real small relay here from Tony. Hitting some mana.
Everyone's making fun of Jerry for saying Gambit, by the way. I wasn't going to say anything, but they're right. It's not Gambit.
What do you mean?
It's Gambit. The full Gambit.
I thought they were talking about the X-Men Gambit.
Nope.
That saying is not about the X-Men Gambit?
It's not. It's
No,
not
it
the
is
full
in fact
Gambit.
not about Remy LeBeau.
It's not the guy with the bow staff.
I don't like that colloquialism anymore. Thought it was an X-Men colloquialism.
So what's Tony looking here to get around this null rod, Zach?
Truthfully, I don't know.
Yeah.
He's kind of choked on red mana because of a Wasteland. there's 2 red, a bunch of colorless, but the colorless all causes damage. And he's just looking to... I don't even think shattering the Null Rod does a lot at this point. He's found himself in a situation where he just kind of has a bunch of mana, none of it being useful. I guess he could have drawn something. No, I guess he casts Rite of Flame either way because it's better in the graveyard than in exile.
Do we know what his last card is?
Nope, he just drew. We do not know what that card is. Okay, he's just letting that one go to exile.
Couple Darcy's in. Goes into 3. Brainstorm. Probably looking for a bolt here.
Certainly would take a bolt. Certainly would take counterspells.
Do we see bolt there?
I think he would have dropped it on the table at that point.
Yeah.
I see surgical.
I see surgical, daze, force of will. I think multiple dazes.
What do you surgical out of this?
The Rite of Flames.
Okay.
At this point, I hold surgical.
Yeah.
I don't think Tony can win if he doesn't get an Echo of Aeons off. He does have the Volcanic Island in play, so it is possible.
Nick just has a full grip of counter magic.
Yeah.
Like, Tony's not resolving much through this.
No. And that's how this game went. Tony took a little bit too much on the mulligans, got hit with a Null Rod, which choked his early mana, and then since then has been unable to find his go-off, like gas spells, like Echo and Wishes and stuff like that. Which we saw with, like, a Overmaster being cast as cantrip.
Yeah, that's always a kind of desperation move when you have to do it that way.
Yep. And Tony puts out the hand. So we're going to have Nick Bonnyman moving on.
Yeah, moving to top 4. I think we got the prize breakdown. $2,000 for first place, $1,000 for second place, $400 for 5 and 8, and then $200 for 400 for
3 and 4.
3 and 4, and then $200 for 5 through 8.
Right, and then there was more that went down to top 16.
Yeah, and then $50 down to top 16.
Hey, Pat, can you have them put up the
Oh, yeah.
the
for sure.
Yep.
swap everything over, and can we see the score of the game?
You got it.
So we got up next. I believe this was actually a reprise
It is.
that we had on camera during the Swiss, the Death and Taxes mirror match between Roland Chang and Tom Kessler.
Yep.
Now in the Swiss, Tom Kessler did take it down.
Correct.
It was a pretty nail biter of a match. Very, very close. Looks like this one's no different.
Right. We'll see what life totals are at. Good, that's not on camera.
Thanks, Pat. I'm glad we could see the life totals. It's not even closed on camera.
Other
I
side.
couldn't get on the other side. Well, I couldn't because all their decks were there. I didn't want to. They're in game 3.
Just push it.
I will.
Yeah.
And we're in game 3.
As the life totals slowly slide up. Okay, so 17 all. Put in the bottom right corner. Put down by Roland.
Yeah, sorry. There was just too much going on the other side. I didn't want to mess with
Yeah.
much.
Yep. So both players have some vials out. This looks like Tom is pretty far ahead.
Yeah, that Yorion in play is pretty nerve-wracking. Though Tom is 1 mana short from equipping Batterskull.
Yeah, I'm more looking at that Batterskull.
Yeah.
And we don't really know how they got to this point, but both these are pretty accomplished players.
considering the vial is on 5, I'm thinking he vialed in Yorion.
Yeah, that's entirely believable. And it looks like there's a vial on 5 and a Solitude that we know about, so I'm not ready to call this just walking in on a game, but Tom seems at a massive advantage here.
Yeah. Yeah, Roland's deck can actually be seen from space. It's pretty impressive. That's how shiny it is.
I got one of those.
Yeah. I do too.
I even got shiny new Blood Moons. I haven't got to play them yet.
Oh man. Yeah, it was good. I was looking the other day. I'm like, oh, what do I need to do to update Sneak and Show for all these new cards that have printed since COVID happened? I look, I'm like, huh, like absolutely nothing.
Do you already own Foil Dazes?
I did already own Foil Dazes.
Yeah, then nothing.
Yeah, though I've never been a fan of playing Daze and Sneak and Show. I don't think it really fits the deck because the mana is too wonky.
I think it didn't fit the deck until you have to play it now. It's the world we live in.
There's just too many times where I go like Ancient Tomb Lotus Petal and then I have just a Daze sitting in my hand.
Yep.
Sneak and Show, best Sneak and Show. Don't come out with me with that. Don't give me that bad juju, Grija. Don't give me that bad juju.
So Tom just turning all his guys sideways here and rolling, figuring out how to block with his Flicker Wisp.
Wow, well, come on, don't count Roland out yet.
He's still fighting.
No, I'm counting him out. He's in a really rough place.
Oh, man. Bought a Foil Daze from Pat 2 years ago. Thanks, Pat.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
This one's about, this is about done.
They're almost done anyway.
Yeah, you can have them set up and stuff.
I mean, they'll be set up on camera,
Right,
Yes,
yeah.
please.
Pat was answering chat from the bathroom. That is correct.
Yeah, obviously. I wasn't in the bathroom. I had to go to the bathroom. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, sure.
It's human nature. Didn't anyone else read Everybody Poops?
I drank a bunch of chocolate milk. I had to go pee, man. This is the deal, you know?
I'm not gonna say it on camera.
I'm still not in the bathroom. I'm not in the bathroom. I haven't been in the bathroom for a while.
We actually moved the booth to the bathroom. We're broadcasting from the bathroom currently.
I was only gone for like 2 minutes. It wasn't a big deal. Patty poops a lot. Jerry just spilled lemonade all over his face. Like a savage.
Do we have any more napkins? We got napkins? Nope.
Nope, they're all gone. So you should shirt Jerry like a child.
It's fine. I'm fine.
Urion's gonna come down and blink like 8 things.
I'm so sticky.
Yeah, at this point, this seems incredibly academic. Yeah, and then there's the handshake from Roland.
There's the handshake from Roland.
So, to no one's surprise, D&T is moving on.
Yeah, I think it's going to be D&T versus Blue Red Delver, if
Yes.
I'm correct.
I mean, Tom against Nick.
Yep.
And then, who's the other matchup? Or I don't know who won.
Yeah, we need to figure out who won the other match.
Tom and Nick.
Well, they're gonna need these back to look over each other's lists.
Oh, right. Okay.
So, what's gonna happen here is we're gonna take a quick 5-minute recess and come back while these guys get their matches set up for the semifinals.
Yep, we're going to be right back with some more Legacy action. Right.
Yeah, it's clear, dog. Of course it's fucking invisible, you dipshit.
Yeah, we can see it like this. Like this. There we go. We have the trophy that we wanted to show off while they're getting top 4 set up. It is the Leaving a Legacy trophy. The winner's MVP card is going in that case forever enshrined. I was just talking to Nick, and he was saying that if he wins, he's probably going to be putting a null rod in there.
Fucking love it. Love it. Love it.
So
He's got some stiff competition before he gets to enshrine any card in that trophy, so he better fucking bring it.
Yep.
Okay?
You
He
gotta
better
bring
it.
it. Lots of competition.
Yep.
But wanted to show off the trophy. It says Champions Trophy, Leaving a Legacy Open 8, Gaming, etc., Acton, Massachusetts, June 25th, 2022.
Nice. Nicely done.
Yeah. So just wanted to show this off for our viewers at home, and we'll be sure to post a picture of the final result with the MVP card enshrined up on the Facebook page.
Sweet. All right, we'll be starting momentarily with our next feature match.
Sounds good. See you guys soon. Woo! We are back. We are back for the semifinals.
Yep.
Getting some Blue Red Delver versus Yorion Death and Taxes in.
Yeah.
A matchup as old as time, really.
Yeah, of
Delver
course.
versus Death and Taxes. But definitely some new iterations of the deck.
Yeah, considering that the Yorion looks like it's an EDH deck now.
Yeah. I guess it's not even fair to call it new iterations. I mean, they've been around for, what, a couple years now, right? When was Yorion printed?
A year and a half ago?
Beginning of pandemic, first set
So 2 years?
Yeah. No, more than 3 years.
Really? 3 years?
3 years since Yorion's been out.
COVID-19. It was released at the beginning of 20. It's the middle of 22.
Yeah, so 2.5 years. Oh, is that a year and a half? Yeah, 2.5, yeah. Yeah, so we got Death and Taxes and Blue Red Delver. Looks like Delver's going to mulligan here. Didn't like his opening hand.
Thanks, Justin. Justin, I just want to point out, it says he loves the 3D lettering of the trophy. I'm taking pride in that because I did that. I taught myself basic CAD, designed it, and then
CAD's
3D
super
print.
fun. I
Yeah.
took a CAD class in high school, and I liked it quite a bit.
I'm terrible at it, but I was able to get letters down and 3D print them.
All right, so Nick looking at his next opening hand here. I don't see a lot of land in there.
All right. Chad is letting us know that Yorion was printed in April of 2020. So not quite 3 years.
So 2 years.
Yeah,
A little
2
over
years. A
yeah.
little over 2 years.
Still. Yeah, and this is a very different build of what Delver's been, 2 years ago as well. So a lot's changed in the last few years.
Yep. Oh, ELD popping in a chat. How you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. I know that's mostly on me because I can't make it to the stores ever.
He can't bring the store to you, Jerry. That's not how it works.
If you could bring the store to my house, that would be great.
Ooh, looks like Nick's going down to 5 here now. Tough start for Blue Red Delver. Ooh. Mulligan
Man.
again. Maybe spoke too soon about that null rod.
I know. Not what you want to play have happen against a Death and Taxes deck that is maximizing on card advantage.
Mm-hmm. I mean, thankfully, he does get to he gets to look at 7 cards, so he gets to sculpt a little bit. But now you're talking about going down to 4 cards. It's pretty rough. Or 5 cards. This is, going down to 5.
Well, it's just especially going to be hard because he's going to have to prioritize lands.
Right.
Because otherwise he's going to end up getting mana screwed.
Let's use that. Yeah, that looks like it might be a keep there, honestly.
I think so. I saw Wastelands and a couple fetches and then some other cards.
Saw some bolts in there. So, yeah, so he's going down to 4. Woof.
And coming out strong with a mom.
Yep.
Nick's going to have to remove that ASAP.
I believe he does have a bolt for that.
Yep.
So
Luckily.
he's going to bolt the mom.
Really going to hope that Tom doesn't have a Wasteland. And it doesn't look like Tom does. But Tom is playing a Spirit of the Labyrinth, so that's going to make it even harder for Nick to dig his way out of this.
Yep. Now, he does have another bolt in hand, so he can get rid of that as well. There you go. Bye, Spirit. So these 1-for-1 trades kind of, helping Nick buy some time here.
Yeah, but
Tom had a very strong starting hand.
Ultimately, it's going to favor Tom though
And
because he can get out of that 1-for-1 trades.
Oh,
with,
100%.
Like
Yeah.
Stoneforge right here. Stoneforge is giving him some card advantage,
Yep.
and Nick just can't really afford that. He can't be going 1-for-1 against a deck like Death and Taxes.
Right. Yeah, he's already like you said, he's already in a bind starting off behind the 8-ball like this. So, is this the Lions?
Yep, Lion Sash.
Sash.
See, chat, look, we're so good at identifying Lion Sash compared to round 1. We're like, what is that card? What's that look like?
Yep. All right. Ponders the draw. He does have a Tarn in hand, a Scalding Tarn, as Jerry will say.
Scalding Tarn.
Yeah.
People aren't a fan of Tom's lands. I do admit they are like 3 different planes. Is a bit
he has
triggering.
all different. He has all different ones in there. It's really funny.
Every land is
I do
different.
like the new.
It's 14 different.
That's
Yep.
hysterical.
Tom has 14 different planes. At least he chooses 14 different like good planes. It's
Yeah.
not just like reaching
Yeah.
into the draft pile.
Well, and let's be honest, like you can't tell me that there's one superior planes art that's been done that's way above any other planes that's been done. So like I like his selection right now.
I like Roland's the John Avon. The John Avon, I think it's Onslaught is what they're from. The
Murktide region.
Those
down.
ones are really good.
Not many counters on him, but he does have a threat on board.
He doesn't need that many counters.
No, I mean this is likely going to catch his swords anyway. And second Stoneforge Mystic going to get the Batter Skull.
Yep.
Activate it.
For
Put it into play.
mulling to 4, Nick's 4 and subsequent draws have been pretty darn good.
Right.
He is going to have a hard time with that Cauldron, though.
All right, Expressive Iteration. Was Peep 3. Was that a Mystic Sanctuary and the Steam Vents and
Polluted Delta.
Polluted Delta, so 3 lands. Do you typically have to show all 3 when you draw off EI? Or do you just do that?
Yeah, you show one.
He showed all 3.
I mean, you can show all 3.
Yeah. I was just curious.
You're allowed to give your opponent free information if you want to.
So that Murktide's going to do a not great job of racing 2 Stone Forges and a Batter Skull.
I think that's Cauldron Complete, not Batter
Cauldron,
Skull.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Spirit.
Yeah,
Spirit play.
Nick needs to buy some time if he wants to win this race.
Yep. I see a Brainstorm.
Which isn't going to work with Spirit, and
Right.
Nick realizes that.
I think he
and
realized
scoops
it. Yep.
up.
Yep.
Yep.
Tough start for Nick there on Delver.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. Sunflower Plains, also a really good plains.
Those are expensive.
Yeah, that's one of the APAC lands, I believe. That's it's an actual place in Netherlands or something like that. ELD is right. ELD is saying shows the viewers all 3 like a champ. That's true. That's the real man play.
He's thinking of us.
All right, now chat. While we're waiting for them to shuffle up, let's have a real debate. Best island art, go. I'm gonna go with. No, I'm gonna go with the Mirage. The Mirage.
Mirage actually has strong basics.
Yeah, you need to use your microphone.
They can hear me.
They can't hear you.
Question: can you guys hear me when I talk like this? You tell me. I'm looking this, and it looks like it's picking up pretty good. Not much more when it's up here.
Oh boy. Probably gonna post the metagame breakdown tomorrow because all the deck lists are handwritten in hieroglyphic scratches on slips of paper that
Did you say tomorrow? Did you say tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, are you taking them?
No.
Okay, so it's not gonna be tomorrow then.
All
Try
right.
again, Jerry.
It's whenever Pat feels like posting the meta breakdown, it'll be posted.
I like you just have like these super aggressive deadlines for me to meet.
Listen, I'm manager material. It's my job to set the deadlines. It's your job to meet the deadlines.
I guess so. Invasion does have good basics too.
I'm actually a fan of the Zendikar Cup full art. I am kind of a fan of that.
Yeah, those are
Scope
dope.
Lamp.
Italy Island.
Italy Island, yep. Euro Venice.
Oh, what's the Mercadia Masks has really good basics. Seriously.
Yeah.
Really good basics, yeah.
Oh man, the all text island. I had a participant come up to me and ask me to sign his playset of all text islands for him.
I actually had that same guy asked me to do the mountains. Well, he asked me to pick, and I had a choice between everything except the swamps. So I obviously had to pick the reds, right?
Of course.
Yeah. And Jerry picked the blues.
Yep.
Picked the islands.
Oh, I forgot about the Bob Ross lands. I'm gonna change my name. I'm a huge Bob Ross fan.
There's a Bob Ross card.
They came out with Bob Ross Secret Lair. It's the only secret layer. It's the only secret layer I'm not offended by.
I don't like that.
You would not like my blood moons.
No, do you have Bob Ross blood moons?
No, I have the secret layer all gold. Mischief blood moons.
I don't even know what that is.
Let's pop over to the next game. You want to see what's going on.
It's not set up.
And shuffling up too. So sorry guys. I'm expecting for one of these tournaments for us to like switch over to the second camera and then it's just like it's on fire. Like the table's on fire.
Split screen and fix the names on the other one.
Oh yeah, it's not bad. Yeah.
In case we get there. So that game did not go.
Let's see.
I don't really have much of a leg to stand on though because in my sneak and show list, I run the Amonkhet Expedition Omnisciences. Just because I love it whenever I play it, my opponent's just like, oh, what is this? And then as soon as they read it, like their face drops, like, oh, it's an Omniscience. I actually kind of like those, Zach. Those all gold.
They're really cool.
Those all gold blood moons are pretty sweet.
Yeah. They have a really cool shine to them.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Oathbreaker. Invocation, that's what they're called. Exactly, Emoji. That's exactly why I play it. Because they're very difficult to read and no one plays them, so no one ever recognizes them. It's all about getting in your opponent's head. Now, Oathbreaker, you need to get me those foil City of Traders. That's what I'm missing. Right now I'm running, I think, Korean or Japanese City of Traders. I think the foil City of Traders are going for about 60 grand these days. Yep. Thanks for coming out, Chunk Buckle. It was a great tournament. Glad we had such an awesome turnout, and everyone was awesome. It was a good day.
All right, Nick off to a much stronger start here than he was in game one.
Yep. Though he was not able to remove that mom, so she is going to be difficult for him to take care of later on. You know what I always say, Pat? If you don't take your mom out right away, you're never going to.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
Yep. Your mom, that is.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Darcy gets in for 3.
Double planes action. Thalia.
Thalia does eat the days.
One interesting thing about Tom running 14 different planes is when those same planes are floating to the top. Because I believe both of those planes were also what he played in the first 2 turns last game. And it's just kind of interesting. Statistically, a planes is a planes. But this way you actually get to track your planes.
Okay.
I don't know.
Seems like something you don't actually need to know, but...
Yeah, but, sometimes my brain just works that way.
Yeah, I get it. 2 Dragon Rage channelers with a follow-up from Nick, so he has got 9 power on board right now.
Yo, dog, I heard you like Dragon Rage Challenger, so I put a Dragon Rage Dragon Rage
Yeah, those 3 Darcy's going to do some work next turn. He's representing 9 on the board right now.
This might be a very quick game. Skyclave.
Now, I don't know if he has... All right, so Skyclave exiles one of the Darcys. Yeah, it looks like a blast. Is that a blast in hand or a... I don't think so. I wouldn't think that he had kept blast in, or brought blast in. Oh, I guess no, that's not true. You would definitely use it against Yorion.
Dragon Rage
chunk
coming
in for 6.
Oof. Let's see what Tom's going to bring out. Draw from Tom. another planes.
Flicker Wisp. I don't know if Nick has an answer for this right now. I think he is that. That might be a.
That's gonna be pretty brutal. Flicker Wisp with the Skyclave, getting another activation on it. Oh,
right.
Flicker Wisping his Volcanic Island. Is that what he said?
I think he's.
Yeah.
What?
Flicker Wisping the Volcanic Island.
So Flicker Wisping the Skyclave just gives me blue 1/1 on the ground.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, and here comes the Brazen Borrower. That gets flashing in a turn.
Playing it as a creature.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to bounce anything at this point. He just wants to kill him dead.
Yep.
Also, Mom counters the bounce.
Yep. Yeah, Zach pointing out that, having that mom alive is really narrowing Nick's play options.
Yes.
Yep. So it looks like Mom is giving Flicker Wisp protection, and then Mom and Skyclave are going to eat it to end the festivities. Oh, no, Skyclave stays alive. That's right.
And he's going to surveil a couple here. Bins a couple lands he doesn't need. And Nick's going to get in there.
Crashing in. Block from the Flicker Wisp. Believe that puts Tom at 1.
I'll see if he's got any reach right now. I don't think he has.
I see a red elemental blast.
Yeah, which is I'm assuming for a Yorian if it gets played.
Yep.
Which is funny because I mean
it's kind of funny bringing in a red elemental blast against a mono white deck.
Right. I don't know if. Right, that's what I'm saying.
He. A mistake. Huh.
Yeah. I don't know if that's. I don't know. I mean, I haven't played this matchup myself, so maybe that's what you want, but this should be game here.
Cairo says it looks like actually a meltdown, so maybe
okay.
It might be a meltdown instead.
Okay.
That makes way more sense than Reb.
Okay, what do we got here?
Is that a Ganjo?
I think so. I thought you were just going to say, Zach, is that a gun? I'm like, oh!
All right, we got Murktide Regent here.
How do you think Tom's one of these?
Right? Jesus.
Oh, man, that was really funny. All right, big old Murktide on board.
Big old Murktide.
I think he has one up. I think he has a. I don't know if he has a cantrip in here or not. I could be wrong. Was there a recruiter here hitting the board?
Yep.
It might be too little, too late though. He only has one. Oh, okay.
Solitude. And I could claw him back in. Man, Tom is like the comeback king. It feels like multiple times on camera we've seen Tom just claw back from the brink of death and stabilize. Let's see if he can do it again.
Yep, Murktide goes bye-bye.
Man,
Is that a force of will? I bet wish he had that.
Nick is just dying for a bolt.
Right. I mean, again, he does have 5 bolt effects in his deck, so it's not unlikely that he'll find one. That's assuming that Tom doesn't have something like a Swords to Plowshares in hand.
Right, which he can use on his own creatures.
Exactly.
Is that Commando? I think that's Commando.
Flash 3/1.
Yeah.
Oh, and now Thalia. Oof. All right, what do we got? All right, it's a Flooded Plains off the top for Nick.
That's not a magic card.
Huh?
Flooded Plains is.
Oh, Extraction Specialist.
Flooded Strand, sorry. Whoops.
That's Extraction Specialist, not a Commando.
No, yeah, so that's even better. That has lifelink.
Yeah. Oof. Big chunk of health from Nick.
More importantly.
Yep.
Out of
Puts
bolt
him
range.
out of bolt range. Yep.
Out of bolt range. Man.
And the port, the follow up. Wow. Wow. Another specialist.
Yeah, man. Bringing the mom back.
Wow.
Happy I bought a bunch of specialists. I love that card.
Tom literally went from looking to be completely dead on board,
Yeah.
packing it up, to just a dominant board position.
I for sure thought he should pay one extra for. Oh, he did.
He did.
Okay.
He
Gotcha.
tapped 2 volcanics.
Okay. I thought the one was tapped down by, but that was the other one. That was tapped down by port. So now the problem is that Nick can't even cast like 2 bolts in the same turn at this point.
Yeah.
Right. So he's gonna get that's gonna get life linked.
Our viewers are mentioning that if he hadn't have delved in the festivities to Murktide, he could have Mystic Sanctuary did and won the game that way.
Oh yeah. Yep. Put too many eggs in the Murktide basket.
Too many eggs in the Murktides.
Didn't he already bin Mystic Sanctuary before he made Murktide though?
I don't think so.
I thought he binned his 1 Mystic Sanctuary off of Surveil, but I could be mistaken.
I believe Nick is dead on board if he does not find a way to win right now.
Well, he does have the Murktide, right?
Yeah, but 1, 2, 3.
He only has 9 life. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, maybe not quite dead on board.
All right, he's gonna give his guy pro blue.
Crashing in.
Another spirit. That is rough.
Tom's life total should be higher on
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Taps a Valk. Draws.
Oh, and it's a land.
Another land.
Good games. Man, Tom, just master class in Yorian taxes.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Clawing it back. Let's go over to the next game, see how they're doing. So, up next here, we have 8 cast versus Blue Red Delver.
No, this is not Blue Red Delver.
Oh. Oh. Forgive me for reading.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, it's just flip-flop them.
There we go.
Zach, can you figure out the game setup?
Yes.
Thanks, Zach. I'm guessing Blue Red Delver's in the lead here with the double Murktides, but we shall see. And looks like they're scooping it out. Blue Red Delver just won that. We might be seeing a rematch of Blue Red Delver versus Death and Taxes in the finals.
Nice. I like it. It's a fun match to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Though if that's the case, I'm going to put my money on Tom winning. I feel
Tom has been on fire tonight.
Tom has been on fire. We have seen him run a masterclass on the tables, and he has already proved that he's more than capable of taking Blue
I think
Red
we're
Delver down.
de-sideboarding here too, so that might be.
I think that might
Michael
just have
might
been
have
it.
just took the game.
I think so. We're going to get confirmation from Zach in just a bit, but I think that is it.
We'll be right back, guys. Let's get our final set up.
All right, everyone, we are getting set up for the finals. Blue Red Delver versus Yorian Taxes. Rematch of last round. Different players, same decks. They are going to be viewing their own deck list for a bit. So, going to be a couple more minutes before we start. I'm by myself in the booth. Pat left me, so I'm just killing time if you guys haven't noticed. Getting all this set up here.
That semifinals turned over really fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially compared to the quarterfinals.
Right, yeah, those took a little while. All right, so.
Players are reviewing their deck lists at this point. We have Michael's roommate in the chat. He has a fan base.
All right.
Oh yeah, shout out to ELD's team trio tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Good stuff.
Yeah, Eric runs awesome events down in Bellingham.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, here we go.
It is Munchbach.
I fixed it.
Ah.
Thank you, sir.
So for top 8, Chunk Buckle, the top 8, Mr. Chunky. For top 8, the players get to review each other's deck lists. It's open information, and they're off to a roaring start with Tom with Mother of Runes and wasting Michael's land and Swords to Plowsharing his Darcy. So Tom off to a very strong start in this.
Yeah, Tom says, "Eat shit, Mike."
Pretty
Sorry,
much.
man. I'm not making fun of anyone. I'm just saying that's what that is. That's a big middle finger.
Exactly.
Michael, Dirty Mike, Munchbach. All right, well, Dirty Mike and the boys hoping for a win here for Blue Red Delver. Wasteland goes, falls with another Darcy.
Looked like a Skyclave that Tom just drew off the top.
Stoneforge out. Stoneforge gets dazed.
That's
nice.
a good daze.
Michael fighting back.
Yep.
I like it. I like it.
Let's see now if Michael can do better racing Tom than Nick did in the previous matchup.
Yep. Well, we know what happens if you let Tom, if you give him any time, he's able to claw back into these games.
It's true. You really need to, close that match out quickly. Otherwise, Tom's going to take over.
Mm-hmm.
Tom won the last Leaving a Legacy Open. He might be our first ever contestant to win back-to-back Leaving a Legacy Opens.
Oh, yeah. That would be a first, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, he's got to get through Michael first. Michael's floating a mana here. I think he's going to play a break. Oh, no, guess not. Just floated it for fun. All right, Basic Island.
Let's see.
Was that a Ghost Quarter?
Field of Ruin, I believe it is.
Oh, okay. All
right. Chunk Buckle is the bald dude with the beard that I met earlier. Jung Buggle, I'm going to be honest, that describes half the people who came to this tournament.
That also describes Jerry.
That
so.
also describes Jerry. Like, I might have just been looking in the mirror in the bathroom and, having another conversation with myself.
But shout out to everyone for coming out. We had a great turnout today. It was much appreciated. It was so good to see people playing Magic again. So
hell yeah.
It's been great. It's been great.
My only regret is that I couldn't play in the event myself.
Yeah, I have 2 regrets. That and the hot sauces I ate. I ate a lot of I went a little too hard on a couple of those hot sauces.
You can never go too hard.
I messed up on that last dab. That was a lot. That was aggressive.
I mean, just you wait, Pat. Later tonight, you're gonna see like some gum that you swallowed in 5th grade. That's gonna work its way out of your digestion tract.
I guess so.
It's good for you. It's good for you.
I'm looking forward to it.
No, you're not.
All right. Flooded Strand. Flooded.
Flooded Strand. Darcy crashing in.
Yep.
Fitch.
All right. Finds a red source here.
The viewers are recommending some sugar-free gummy bears to flush the hot sauce out of your system.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Have you ever heard that stories? The people who ate like the whole bag of sugar-free gummy bears, like the Amazon like reviews on those.
No, it is are sugar-free gummy bears like a diuretic or something?
Oh yeah, big time.
Really?
Yeah. So if you eat a whole bag of those, it's a bad time for you and your toilet bowl.
It's like those baked Lay's chips that cause like explosive diarrhea. So
yeah, Oleo. What was that?
Olestro.
That's what. That's so funny.
See, I don't need any of this fancy stuff. I'm just lactose intolerant. I just drink a glass of milk and I'm right there.
Is that?
That's Skyclave.
Oh, Skyclave. Okay.
Yeah.
And Daze doesn't do it. Did he try to daze it and he paid for it? I guess.
Yeah, he paid for it with the Wasteland.
Okay. Murktide in play.
Skyclave on the Darcy.
There's a Wasteland.
Waste on the waste.
Get in.
And Murktide crashing in. That's a clock.
Not a big one.
It's 5. 4. Yeah, 5 damage.
Okay.
That's a 4-turn clock back in my day.
Force pitch EI.
Oh my god, they had to ground an airplane because someone shared a bag of sugar-free gummy bears with fellow passengers, and they ran out of bathrooms.
That's horrible. All right, Caracas comes down, and he does land his Aether Vial. Not that he's tight in mana right now, but something else he can do. All right, down to 9. Tom down to 9. Michael trying to just race this guy to the finish line here in game 1.
So far, he's looking good.
Tom's getting out his dice. Takes Vial up to 1. What's the draw for turn? He's empty-handed right now.
Oh, yeah, he just drew for a turn, so he has 1 card.
What's this card? Apparition gets in there.
Did he just like Yu-Gi-Oh that? Did he even look at what his card he drew? Okay.
This is a flicker.
Planes.
Grab the Yorion. Okay.
That's the no text, no art planes.
Wow. Grabs the Yorion. He's down to 4.
Yeah, but he gets to play Yorion this turn, and then plus Caracas allows
Does
him.
Michael have the blast in hand for the Yorion?
Yeah, we'll see. Bet you Michael's wishing he held on to that daze.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a Solitude? Did Tom just draw a Solitude?
I'm not sure.
He did, and he smartly played Solitude instead.
I also think Skyclave is flying every time I look at it because its name is Skyclave.
Yeah. Agreed.
The 2 cards with Skyclave, neither of them have flying. It's a place.
Bah humbug, Zach. Bah humbug.
Skyclave Scourge also does not have flying. Scourge and Skyclaves.
Okay, so Chad is saying he could cycle and eternalize the dragon here, the Timeless Dragon. Ooh, he does have Bolt in hand. Worth noting.
Once again, wishing you had Gut Shot. I'm starting to think Gut Shot belongs in every list. If you're going to a tournament and Tom Kessler is there, sleeve up some Gut Shots.
Oh, there's the
Ooh,
swords.
there's the swords. Oh, and
Oof.
Mike doesn't have anything for it. Oh,
Wrong way.
Man, sword. Shouldn't he be higher than that? What? Oh, because he's swinging in.
Yep.
I'm like, wow, swords has got real better.
Yeah, swords got really good.
But loses life instead of gains life.
All right. Ooh, did he draw another bolt here?
Does he have double bolt?
He
He's double bolting.
He does.
Wow.
Or a chain bolt. Chain lightning, then a bolt.
Chain lightning bolt.
Nice.
Man.
Wow. Steals game one.
Whew, that was a close one.
Very close. Very close.
Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
Love it. All right, Michael takes game one from Tom. He needs one more to take it down. One more to walk away with the championship on this 5K. Dirty Mike and the boys. Are the boys the lightning bolts?
It's
I
funny.
guess so.
I didn't mention this before, Pat, but when I got in my car to drive here today, on the radio came up, the boys are back in town.
Okay.
And I felt that was very fitting for our return to the tournament scene.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, that was a close one. I think. I mean, Michael just barely eked that one out. Just barely.
Yeah, but from all the matches that we've seen from Tom, then like Tom has been on the razor's edge.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
time and time and time again, and his opponents have just not quite got there.
Yep.
Like I feel his ticket was going to be punched sooner or later.
Yep. Well, thankfully they have 2 sideboarded games here to try to even the score.
Right.
What goes in the trophy for D&T?
So what have we been seeing?
Solitude?
Solitude's been really good. Skyclave's been really good. I mean, Vile always, but that just seems like I don't know if it's MVP quality.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen it turn the tide in a game yet.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to Tom and see what he wants.
I don't want to see Yorian go in there unless he just takes it right out of his deck and puts it in there. Never plays it again.
You just feel like you don't want to. Yeah. I don't think Yorian's been really an MVP in the matches that we've seen, though.
It just enables the deck, right? Like, it's not like...
It's just that top end.
Yeah.
Actually, Timeless Dragon. We've seen Timeless Dragon flip some games.
Okay.
2 extraction specialists on the game.
That was pretty cool, yeah.
Extraction Specialist, yeah. We got a land from Tom. Let's see what his 1-drop is. Mom or Vile. Mom or Vile. Or pass. Maybe it's a pass.
Ooh,
Yeah,
it
it's
is
a pass.
Oof.
Wow, okay.
So he must have like a turn to Thalia or something in play.
Thalia, Stoneforge. I mean,
but if Michael comes out here with a threat and then is able to daze his turn 2 play, that'd be a great start for Michael.
Right.
So Delver, pass. Oh, and a bauble. Okay. All right. Now he should be able to draw on the end of Tom's turn. Let's see if he doesn't miss that trigger.
Chad is saying that the planes that made it on camera the most should be his MVP.
That's pretty good, actually. I like that.
Which I'm pretty sure is the Lightning Planes. That Lightning Planes has been his like turn 1 drop every turn. Suspicious.
All right. So did he wasteland the volcanic? Is that what happened?
I believe
missed it.
so.
Okay. That makes sense.
Delver.
So it gets in for 1. Doesn't flip. Woof. All right. Fetch is here.
Yep. I don't know. According to Zach, Tom has a different planes. All 14 of his planes are different.
I think he just picked them at random from a pile. I thought they.
There's no way. Not from a pile.
Yeah.
Unless he has like a pile of like his preferred planes, but he has like
yeah,
all
something
okay.
like
All right, because he has all dope planes in this deck.
When I asked him what he was playing, he said 14 different basic planes.
That's hysterical.
That's the literal first thing he said. He did not
That's
say
so
different decks.
that's so funny. So the Darcy catches the swords. Delver
Oh,
flips to EI.
Yep, that's a pretty good flip.
Not a card that Michael can cast this turn at least.
He'll cast it soon enough.
I mean, we've seen 2 Wastelands come from Tom, so he's definitely been attacking Mike's mana base for sure.
Actually, that's true. Tom's been doing really good with Wastelands.
Yeah.
Wastelands have been really favorable for him, so that's an MVP contender.
Oh, and Tom gets out of Vial, so. All right. Oh, Delver comes back in.
Delver crashing in.
So should tick Tom down to 13 here.
Yep.
No?
He should be. Yep, there we go.
All right. Passes the turn back.
What's going on in Tom's hands? He's got plenty of mana in a
Yeah.
vial. Okay, there we go. That's the Wandering Emperor, I think. Or no, what was that?
Some full art card. I couldn't see it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. Maybe chat can enlighten us. Oh, Iganjo. That's the removal land
Oh, okay.
from New Ravnica. It's from Cyberpunk 2077 Ravnica or
All right.
Kamigawa.
Michael brainstorms here.
I'm surprised we haven't seen more Spirit of Labyrinth from Tom since he's running 4 of them.
We saw him play a couple last game.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, nothing this game, but yeah, we have seen him play a few. We saw him play a bunch against Roland.
True.
Right.
Yeah, so many against Roland.
All right.
Ticking Vial up to 2.
Yep. All right. Passes it back.
Yeah, Michael's really got to get a threat. Okay, there's the
There's
threat.
Darcy. And
Stoneforge.
Stoneforge. Oof.
Not what you want.
Nope.
That's going to be rough for Mike.
Now, worth noting that if Mike has something like Bolt in hand, he's able to get rid of Stoneforge and basically strand that card in his hand for now.
Yeah, especially since Tom chose Batterskull versus like a Jitte or something.
Right.
But you wouldn't really choose Jitte because it's not. If
Nothing-
Stoneforge eats a Bolt,
He has
then-
nothing to equip it to.
Exactly. Well, looks like he just drew a Recruiter of the Guard. And there's the Bolt for the Stoneforge.
Yep. Surveils.
No Batterskull for you.
Oh, he already had one in hand.
Oh, because he
He had one in hand. Okay.
No, he just let him.
No, he vialed in the Stoneforge in a turn, so it still counted as an untap.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I also thought he hard cast the Stoneforge, but no, he vialed it in.
All right. Darcy banging in there with flying.
Uh,
Gets him for 3.
There's the Spirit of the Labyrinth. I think Tom might have just locked this game up with that.
Well, yeah, this Darcy is not going to have a good time fighting against a life-linking Batterskull, that's for sure.
As well as the Spirit of the Labyrinth is going to make it really hard for Michael to dig his way out.
Yep. You know, it'd be critical here too is if Tom's has something like Athalia in play, just as Michael's been stranded on one land as well. And there's another Spirit of the Labyrinth, and that's gonna get forced pitching EI.
That's interesting. I guess he's actually caring about the 3-1.
Yep. That Spirit is still in play. Okay, it goes away. Vials in a Flicker Wisp. Yep. Bounce your land. Darcy gets in.
Surprised we didn't see a block with the Flicker Wisp there.
Yeah. No block on the Flicker Wisp.
Does he have lethal here though? If he doesn't block?
But it's assuming that there's no lightning bolt.
Right.
And there is a lightning bolt.
Surveil. The Spirit.
All right. Tom's going to gain some life here as well. All right. Mike's got a... I don't know what card he has here. They can pull him out of this.
I'm gonna start calling Tom the yo-yo because his life total just goes down and then all the way back up.
Yeah,
every single game.
Here's a ponder. But unless he has a land, I don't know if he has something else in hand that he could have cast. But I assume he's got a bunch of 2-drops in hand right now that are stranded. It's because he's on one land.
Yeah, and Tom does have the recruiter in hand, so
Yep. Michael scoops it up. We're going to game 3.
Game 3. That's how I like to see it in the finals.
Yeah.
Bring it down to the wire.
Yeah, some good interaction in these games. Been fun to watch.
Yeah, for sure.
So who you guys got?
I'm taking Blue Red Delver on the play.
I'm also taking Blue Red Delver. Being on the play in Game 3 is just so big.
Death and taxes for life.
Zach is on Death and Taxes.
I mean, honestly, whoever wins this match, I've been very happy with how the finals have gone. Honestly, the top 8 has been really fun to watch.
Yeah, it has been.
There hasn't been any it hasn't felt like there's been any blowouts. You know what I mean?
Right. Every match has been pretty close.
Yeah. Which is really what it's all about,
Right.
And of course, whoever wins the game, whoever wins the finals, gets the invite on the podcast this week.
It's true.
So if they choose, some people say, "Nah, I'm good."
I wouldn't want to go on our podcast anyways.
I know. I gotta beg you every week. Come on, Jerry, just come hang out with me.
If our winner turns down our podcast, let's just choose someone at random from the chat.
I love it. Or Zach. Zach's put in the work today, man.
Yeah, that too.
Zach laughed at our hot sauce challenge and said, "You guys are wimps."
It's true. It's true.
I didn't say any of those words.
Zach made me cry.
That's possible. I'm blaming the hot sauce, but it could have been me.
You guys can put in chat why you think you deserve the spot on the podcast.
We've had a lot of guests over the year. We've been, what did you say, 8 years we've been going now?
Yeah, 8 years. We started in 2014.
Wow, that's wild.
So 8 years of magic.
Hey, and look at that. Even after 8 years, turn 1 volcanic into Delver. Love it. Volcanic gets wastelanded.
We are kind of due for another art episode, Franco. You're right. We should hit up Dakota and see if she wants to come on for another art
she's
episode.
great.
Do we ever get her those Christmas presents, by the way?
No, because a bunch of them never got to me. 2 of the cards that I bought never came to me.
That sucks.
Yeah, so I have to reorder them, but we will. Delver does not flip.
No flip. Flip, Philadelphia. Flip, Philadelphia.
Was that from Barney?
No, that is from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, you heathen.
It's a great show.
Great show. That's how I knew my girlfriend was the one. She was an Always Sunny.
Oh, I guess. Sorry, Delver did flip. My mistake.
Starting that clock.
Yep, that's what Michael needs here. He needs a clock. And bolts the mom. Okay, or that might have been a chain. I think that's a chain lightning actually. And follows up with a polluted delta and passes turn. Oh, second mom from Tom. Oh, two moms.
All the moms. 2 moms.
2 moms in the finals.
And Justin brings up a good point in chat, guys. We've had a couple of our patrons have to drop off due to economic reasons, which is totally understandable given the environment we are in today. But If you like these events, you want us to keep doing these events, we would love to keep doing them. Feel free to donate on the Patreon. Leaving Legacy/Patreon.
Patreon.com/leavingalegacy.
Oh, other
You were
way
close.
around.
You
That
were
was close. Dyslexic, man. Dyslexic.
Just go to Patreon and search for the podcast.
Yep.
You can find it for sure.
Patreon.com/leavingalegacy. Even just $1 an episode helps, and it helps us put together these awesome events. So thanks.
Flooded Strand hits the board. That Delver's getting in and doing work, man.
Yeah, so with those moms, I'm guessing every lightning bolt that Michael draws is going to be aimed at Tom's head and just try and race him.
Yeah. That kind of what's it called?
Closes the door on
No,
removal.
no. Redundancy. That kind of redundancy makes it difficult for Michael to interact with any of Tom's creatures now that hit the board.
Yep. Maybe racing will be enough, though.
He has a 13. If Michael, I think Michael's already spent 1 lightning bolt, if not 2. He has 5 bolt effects in the main. So, I mean, and this is saying he doesn't draw another threat here.
Yep. I believe Michael spent 1 bolt, and then Tom just followed him up with a no sir double mom situation. But the fact that Tom kept a 3-mom hand, or maybe drew into one of them, tells me that Tom probably doesn't have that many threats in his hand.
That's possible, but he's tapping out for what is that? Extractor or whatever?
Yeah, extractor.
Extraction specialist. Ooh, force pitch force.
Ooh.
Get out of here.
I don't blame him. I mean, that means another mom is coming back into play. Triple mom action.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, and the lifelink. That's the bigger deal.
All right. Let's see. Expressive Iteration hits the board.
That's what we call old McDonald's farm back in the day. E-I-E-I-O, baby.
I'm not happy with that.
That one's free. You guys can use that.
I officially apologize.
All right. Delver gets in for 3. Tom goes to 10. And a Darcy hits the board. So Michael with a decent board presence at this point. May have Delirium. I'm not sure at this point. I know he's got instant sorcery land in the graveyard. I don't know if he has an artifact in there as well.
That looks like he's checking as well.
Yep. We got
There's the Yorion.
Yorion goes into hand. Delta gets fetched.
Ooh, fire that Mystic Sanctuary. I wonder what he's going to put on top. EI, maybe?
It lets you put any instant or sorcery on top of your deck, right? From your graveyard?
I believe so.
It looked like you.
No, it's in hand, not on top.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so casting it. Oh, and the Murktide
There's
region.
the Murktide.
Ooh, baby. That's quite the threat presence on Mike's side of the board.
Yep. Now, at this point, I think he probably...
Okay, it does go on top, and then he draws. That's what it is.
All right. So, essentially into your hand, I guess, right? No, with
Mystic
Sanctuary.
Mystic Sanctuary.
I know how Ponder works. Gotta give me that at least.
I figured you knew how Mystic Sanctuary worked too.
No, I've never played Mystic Sanctuary. I have them. I just haven't played them. Gotcha.
Michael's being very careful about what he Murktides.
Yeah.
This is important.
Yep.
Yeah.
Accidentally taking flying
From Darcy with 2 moms in play is a problem, right? Yeah. And because he needs to keep that clock,
We've seen how
as fast as possible.
Yeah, we've seen how important just 1 life can be.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So.
Yep. If you miss out on 1 against Tom.
Yep. There's the days on Urian.
Yep. Tom offers a hand.
Scooping
Michael
it up.
takes it down, man.
We have our winner, Michael Munchbach.
Nicely done, Michael.
I think we'll get Mike in here in a minute, right? You want to talk about the event, or do you want to just keep it for the podcast?
We'll probably keep it for the podcast,
All
but
right.
let's at least get his MVP card and put that in the trophy.
Yeah, let's
come in here and talk for.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that sounds good.
grab
All
'em.
right, we'll be right back with Michael, guys.
And we're back. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
How does it feel being the Leaving a Legacy Open champion?
Pretty good. This is my first time ever even top 8ing a good sized Magic event.
Hell yeah. First time top 8ing. It's good to win the whole thing.
Yeah. I'll say. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about it.
Awesome. So what made you bring Blue Red Delver to the tournament
It's just
today?
the deck I play.
It's just the deck.
It's the deck. I mean, in addition to being,
Good answer.
the long contested or long thought best deck in the format, it's also just the deck I play. So.
Excellent. Well, we have for you the
Yeah.
Champions Trophy. The chat is anxious to hear what is the MVP card that is going in the trophy.
So if you 2 hours ago, I probably would have said Wasteland, but it's probably gonna be Murktide Region if there isn't another.
Chat was saying Darcy.
Darcy's really good too. Darcy's always
It
good.
seemed like you use that quite to your advantage.
I use it aggressively.
Yeah.
But Darcy's another good candidate. I'm leaning towards Murktide Region.
Murktide Region. I mean, it's hard to beat Murktide Region. So some very close matches against Tom there.
Yes.
We did actually see Tom slay several blue-red Delver players in not just the Swiss, but also in the previous round, semifinals, it was Tom versus the other Blue-Red Delver player, and Tom made short work of that matchup. How do you feel you approached that that matchup that allowed you to kind of secure that win?
I don't. So I can't speak to what anybody else does. So I can't speak to what I'm doing differently in the matchup. I know like D&T is considered a pretty difficult matchup for Delver. I think it's a lot closer to even than a lot of people suggest. Like Expressive Iteration lets you grind through, like kind of keep up in the mid-game grinding and all that.
Yeah, especially since Tom's as well as Roland, the other Death and Taxes player, both of them were running 4 copies of Spirit of the Labyrinth.
Yes.
Which before Expressive Iteration was printed would have been a huge problem. But that Expressive Iteration allowed you to grind some value even in the face of a spirit.
Sure. Yeah, it's just I mean it's really I'm not doing anything special. It's just all of my threats fly, and I can kill them before they grind me out.
Everyone in chat was talking about how everyone feels like Skyclave should have flying even though it doesn't.
Or spirit.
Yeah, right. But yeah, I mean, you did great. You've aimed those bolts at the head and secured that matchup. That top deck of the lightning bolts off the top, that was clutch.
I was a fan of that.
That was clutch.
I was I had the moment too where I'm like, I'm such a freaking idiot. Like I could have like bolted last turn and then like Mystic Sanctuaried it back to the top, and it just didn't occur to me. But I was never punished.
Yeah, awesome. Well, congratulations again. We're gonna start to pack up, and if you're available on a Monday night, we'd love to have you on the Leaving a Legacy podcast to kind of run through your tournament report.
Oh, geez. Yeah, I guess I'll be
awesome.
free.
So tune in, guys. That episode will be coming out on Friday. You can hear all about the full tournament report from start to finish.
now I gotta try to remember.
Yeah,
what
make some notes. Yeah, make some notes.
I was messaging some friends in a group chat like after each round, so hopefully that'll help.
Excellent. Awesome. Well, congratulations again.
Thank you.
And we'll see you Monday.
Yeah, I'll see you Monday.
And thank you everyone who tuned in. It's been a blast hanging out with you. Hope you all had fun, and we will see you all at the next Leaving a Legacy.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.